Good morning, I'm Mitch Jaldiker in the 7 News newsroom. We are week 4, day 14 of the Aurora theater shooting trial. Welcome to our coverage here on our 7 News app. Court should be in session by 8:40 this morning, so in the next few minutes we want to go over a couple of items we anticipate for today and also a couple of highlights from last week's abbreviated session because, of course, as you know, they had Friday off, the jurors did. They went Monday through Thursday. One of the people we last heard from last week was Heather Snyder. She worked at Red Robin and was at the theater with friends and co-workers the night of the shooting. She was shot in the head, had to have some of her fingers amputated. So let's listen in to some of her testimony.
What happened when you got outside that exit door?
When I got outside the exit door, the paramedics were starting triage, and so I went and sat against the wall, awaiting my color to be told how serious my injuries were.
Did the paramedics give you guys different colors depending on the severity of your injuries that evening?
Yes, they did.
Were you able to observe your injuries at that point in time?
I was able to observe the injury to my hand, and then I still just felt pain in my knee and my arm.
What did you notice about your hand at that point in time?
My fingers looked like they'd been put through a garbage disposal.
What else did you recognize about your fingers at that point in time? Were they dangling or were they?
Yeah, they were just dangling by skin. There was no bone or anything left on my fingers.
At some point in time, did you get some medical treatment?
Yes, I did.
All right, so what happened for you to get medical treatment that night?
There was a police car that pulled up, and they had put me in the front seat, in the passenger seat, and then they had pulled another injured victim in the back seat and drove us to ambulances.
Did you know the victim who was placed in the back seat of that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
That was Christina Blosh.
Is she one of your coworkers from Red Robin?
Yes.
What happened after you got into that police car?
We drove down the grass behind the movie theater, and we found a row of ambulances. I was then placed in one ambulance, and Christina Blosh was placed in another ambulance.
Were there any other victims in the ambulance you were placed in?
Yes, there was one other lady with an injury to her leg.
What hospital were you taken to?
I was taken to Denver Health.
What happened when you got to Denver Health?
When I got to Denver Health, they had started IVs and everything. They took me to do x-rays and it admitted me into the ER.
Did you have surgery when you were at Denver Health?
Yes, I did.
All right, what did you have surgery for?
I had buckshot removed from my left knee and I had my fingers amputated.
Did you have any other buckshot to your body as well?
I had a gunshot wound that went in my forearm that went just in and out, straight through.
Ms. Snyder, at this time I'm going to ask you to raise your hand as high as you can to show the jury your fingers and your injuries. All right, and thank you very much. If the record could reflect that Ms. Snyder just raised her right hand to show the jury her amputated fingers. And could you tell the jury what fingers those are?
It would be my index finger and my middle finger of my right hand.
Do you have any lasting injuries that still affect you today, Ms. Snyder?
Occasionally I will have what they call phantom pains, where it feels as if my fingers are still there and cause me to drop things or spill them as trying to grab them.
Again, that was Heather Snyder testifying late last week. She was the one that worked at Red Robin in the Theater 9 that evening. She was talking about her injuries and not only what she saw that night, but what was happening after she got out of the theater. We also anticipate sometime this week, perhaps today, CSI investigator Maria Petalina. She spent a lot of time on the stand last week, as you know, if you've been watching our coverage, talking in great detail about those bullet holes, extensive number of bullet holes, particularly in the seats in the theater. At one point, the defense objecting to the usage of some of those photographs because, as you might imagine, since they were bullet holes, they did have some blood on it. So the judge overruled that, allowing most of these photos under testimony. Here's a listen in on his ruling.
Let me just briefly supplement the record. I made some rulings earlier today on objections under Rule 403, and there were a few times when the objection was made and I simply overruled the objection. In general, The objections, I think, had to do with photographs that depicted something that showed some blood. At least that's what I believed based on what I was seeing in the pictures and when the objections were being made. But these were pictures that depict something other than the blood. The blood is incidental to what the picture is being introduced for. And so I have found in each case that the probative value of the evidence was not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice or any of the other concerns that are listed in Rule 403. It's not like the prosecution is going out of its way to show the blood. If that was the case and it was just gratuitously being introduced, I would sustain the objection. So by way of example, there was a picture, I think, that showed the theater from the back of the theater. And yes, there was some blood on the sidewalk. And then some of the pictures that were shown later were pictures of impact holes in the seats. And in some of those pictures, not many of them, there was some blood on the floor. Although I must say that there were some pictures that were introduced without objection that appeared to show blood as well. And there was no objection to those. But there's no surprise for the jury here that there's blood shown sometimes in these photographs. The jury knows what this case is about. This was a bloody scene. So this is not surprising to anyone. It's certainly not surprising to them. And again, the pictures are depicting something that is relevant, something that is probative, and whatever bloody aspect of the picture there may be is incidental to what is being shown. So that's why I have overruled those objections. And I haven't had a chance in each instance to provide specifics about my rulings. In a few instances, there was simply a 403 objection, and there was simply a ruling by me saying that the objection was overruled. And so I wanted to make sure that the record was supplemented. The defendant has a constitutional right to a fair trial. The defendant does not have a constitutional right to a sanitized trial. And you know, it would be improper for me to require that pictures that are probative be excluded because they show some blood, especially given the nature of the crimes that are charged. All right.
Okay, again, so the judge last week there making a ruling on the usage of those photographs. Most of those were used, and there were quite a few of them given the number of bullet holes. But again, since the CSI investigator Maria Catalina was cut short there on Thursday, we did not have court on Friday. There's a good chance we'll see her again this week as she wraps up some of that testimony. Another item that we're anticipating we might hear about today or sometime this week is there's been a request on behalf of the prosecutors. They would like to use some security video taken not at the scene of the theater, but rather at the University of Colorado Hospital. Specifically, it's a video that shows the ambulance bay. And so what the prosecutors would like to do is show that video to the jurors. We're not sure exactly what they intend to point out, but then ask some experts to be flown in to talk about that video. So what they're waiting for is for the judge to rule whether they can use it or not before they go to the trouble of flying in that expert. And so that may occur. We might have learned this right today, whether the judge will allow that, because he said he would take the weekend to review that. Remember, they were off on Friday. The jurors will be off again this Friday. In fact, they have a 4-day weekend because they also have Monday, which is Memorial Day, off. So back to that ambulance bay video. We've got some video. I'm going to try to play this here if I can and just kind of give you an idea of a part of the scene there. There it is. I think it's playing for you. It's kind of loads up. We believe this is part of what they're trying to show to the jurors. And again, hope to bring in some kind of expert on this to talk about it, but the judge said, you know, he needs to review this. Of course, we have a little ad at the beginning of it, so we'll try to get through that for you. And this is when we reviewed this once before. We're still about a minute away from court today, so if you're not missing anything. Let's just advance this up, give you an idea of, again, this University of Colorado Hospital ambulance bay area that prosecutors are keen on showing the jury. So this is part of some of the pictures you see here, some of the still pictures, some of the nurses and doctors that night who were treating many of the people. This is back from February 27th when we first did this story talking about the all the medical teams that were assisting the victims, the survivors, the night of the shooting that worked there at the hospital. So again, you can see the prosecutors are trying to get into more detail about what happened here. So it'd be interesting to see, because for the most part, the things that happened the night of at the theater, those pieces of video, television, aerials, some helicopters, whatnot, that has been allowed. On occasion, some of these items outside the scene itself, i.e. like this hospital scene, have not been allowed. So we don't really know whether the judge is going to give a thumbs up or a thumbs down. We hope to hear more about that today, because again, the judge said he would review that video over the course of the weekend and then make a ruling. So we first up today, it could be, in fact, the CSI investigator, or it could be the judge's ruling on this, the use of this video. If he gives the green light on that, of course, the prosecutor is going to need a day or two before they can fly on their experts to detail what's going on in the video. Glancing over to see it, the court hasn't started quite yet, even though it is 8:41 by my clock, so we're not quite to the top of this. Is the feed working fine? It's there. Okay, it's there. Okay, very good. So you're not missing anything. We're going to make sure you're getting all the details about the courtroom proceedings today. Again, it's customary, the prosecution, the defense are not giving us a laundry list of things they plan to go over, and occasionally we get some kind of hint or glimpse of what may come up, but it's not as though we have a witness list that is constantly changing, as you might imagine, in a trial like this, as things are allowed and not allowed throughout court. And so we don't really can't detail the list of witnesses. It's not unusual for them to have a long list and then know that they may not be allowed to use all the people in each of these points they're trying to raise. Of course, there'll be objections, and then they won't be able to use them. We saw this a lot. For example, another big trial we had here in our backyard with the Oklahoma City bombing trial, where there were a laundry list of hundreds of potential witnesses. They didn't get to all of them. Did get to quite a few because of the magnitude of that trial as well. So far, nothing yet from the courtroom. We're kind of keeping a close watch on this, so you make sure you get all of it. We will, as we know, if you watch our coverage, if this is one of your first goes at it, when they have a break, and we don't know when those are coming either, we try to step in, and so you're seeing more than just static and just a blank screen. Try to provide some detail about what happened, what's happened so far, what's happening, what's to come. And so one of the survivors we had last week, Carly Richards, I know we have some, I think, some sound from her. So let's listen into that, give you a taste of what was going on last week.
And then I noticed that a door to my right, down towards the bottom, near the screen, it was an emergency exit, opened, and a figure wandered in.
How would you describe that figure for the jury?
Judging by his posture and stuff, I had gathered that it was a man. Was wearing dark clothing, which appeared to be riot gear or combat gear, and had what I thought was some sort of toy gun or something with him.
Did you notice that the person was wearing any sort of mask?
It appeared that he was wearing some sort of gas mask.
What do you recall after seeing that figure walk through the door?
I heard what seemed like a light popping noise, as if maybe someone was opening something. And then I heard a hissing noise, and I saw a canister of, I didn't know what at the time until it landed, head towards me. The girl next to me and I both swatted at it, and then it landed at my feet.
Just actually landed at your feet?
At my feet.
Right? What do you recall after that?
Immediately, my partner, Chris, asked, "What is that?" I bent down to sniff it, and since I spent 4 years in the Navy, I knew...
Your Honor, relevance in 403, excuse me.
What's the relevance?
Your Honor, she spent 4 years in the Navy and has smelled tear gas as part of her basic training.
Overruled?
You can continue answering the question, Ms. Richards.
Sorry. So anyhow, I knew what tear gas smelled like, and I immediately uttered tear gas, and that was when I began to stand up to leave my seat.
What happened as you began to stand up? Did you realize anything?
I heard kind of a popping noise, and I felt like something warm, it's felt like, splatter my right arm as I was standing.
What do you recall happening after that?
I recall immediately jumping out of my seat and exiting down the stairs, and I ran until I had reached the lobby.
Did you recognize anything about yourself at that point in time when you got out in the parking lot?
Yes. As soon as we got to the car, I realized that my arm was in pain. I said something about it, and Chris said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Hurry up, let's get in the car." I was urging him to, and that's when I touched my arm.
Okay, a little That's a little bit of tape from yesterday. We noticed the judge just stepped into the courtroom. This is live now. We'll go right to the trial.
Ms. Brady, Mr. King, Ms. Nelson, Ms. Spengler, and Ms. Higgs. And the people are represented by Mr. Brockler, Ms. Pearson, Mr. Orman, Mr. Edson, and Ms. Tish McGuire. Are the parties ready for the jury, the people?
Yes, Your Honor, people are ready.
Is the defense ready for the jury?
Your Honor, I do have one brief matter for the court.
Yes. Go ahead, Ms. Nelson.
Thank you. Your Honor, on Friday, May 15th, when we were on break from these proceedings, the jury in the Boston Marathon bombing case returned a verdict imposing the death penalty in that case. This was headline news both nationally and locally, and we are concerned because of the parallels, obvious parallels with that case and this case, that jurors' exposure to the coverage of this verdict carries the potential for unfair prejudice against Mr. Holmes. And we're just requesting that the court conduct a general poll of the jury to determine whether they've had any media exposure to the coverage of the verdict in that case, and if so, whether it has had any influence on their ability to be fair and impartial in this case. To be clear, we're not alleging necessarily that there's anything wrong with the jurors having had exposure to the media coverage of the verdict in that case. However, it does become a problem if such exposure impacts their ability to be fair and impartial in this case. Obviously, there are a number of parallels between that case and this case. They are both cases in which the prosecution has sought the death penalty against the defendant. Both cases involved a significant number of deceased and injured victims, and in that case, there's just a fraction of the number of deceased victims that we have in our case. One of the victims included a young child, and there's been significant media coverage of both cases. And in addition, obviously, the cases have been taking place during the same time frame. And we'd cite to Harper versus People, which is a 1991 Colorado Supreme Court case, 817 P. 2nd 77, which outlines a three-step process for trial courts to evaluate the possibility of prejudice resulting from mid-trial media reports. And the first step is just to determine whether the coverage has a potential for unfair prejudice. Second step is to conduct a general poll of the jury, and third step would be to just follow up individually with any jurors who have indicated that they have been exposed to any such media coverage. And we have a copy of the front section of the Denver Post from Saturday, May 16th, that we'd like to submit as a court exhibit, just in support of this request. The front page headline in bold capital letters was "Death Sentence," and it includes an article with quotes from victims in that case calling this justice and a just conclusion, quotation from the Attorney General of the United States, Loretta Lynch, the top law enforcement official in this country, calling this an appropriate verdict, and extensive discussion about the statutory aggravator of the death of a child, which obviously we also have in this case. So our request is just that the court conduct a general poll of the jury about their media exposure to media coverage of this case, and perhaps it may be an appropriate time as well for the court to just inquire whether any jurors have had inadvertent exposure to any media coverage in this case. And we are making that request pursuant not only to Harper, but pursuant to Mr. Holmes' state and federal constitutional rights to due process, to a fair and impartial jury, and to a fair and reliable sentencing proceeding.
Okay, response?
Well, I guess the defense was just really surprised about what the jury did in Sarnev, because I can't imagine all of them didn't know a verdict on the sentencing phase was coming down the pike, because all of us knew that the jury was deliberating on that. If the defense was concerned about potential coverage of the Sarnev verdict, and we're talking about United States versus Sarnev in Boston, they could have asked the court to tell the jury, hey, there may be a death sentence coming down or a life sentence coming down. You should avoid coverage on that too. But they didn't. And now they're coming in as it's a huge shock, apparently. It's a huge shock that the sentence in that case got media coverage, and that they could never have thought about this beforehand to ask the court to take some type of action if they thought it was a problem. They have not cited to the court any case where a verdict in an unrelated matter, completely unrelated matter, in another state, in fact, a state all the way to the East Coast, would somehow have a relevance in this case. The factual circumstances involving a multiple murder, yeah, sure, that's similar. I mean, there was a child killed, that's similar, but as far as I've been able to tell, and I haven't really been following that case extremely closely, I didn't see any plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, or whatever the federal government would call that in its system. I haven't seen that as mitigation in that case. The mitigation in that case was that his big brother apparently was a big influence on him, and that's why the defense said the jury shouldn't give him the death penalty. None of the issues that I see that the defense would be presenting as mitigation in this case, or that we would be presenting as aggravation in this case, except again for the death of the child, would apply. They're completely different circumstances, and there's no reason that the court should inquire of the jury as to whether they read something about a completely different case. I guess I could say, hey, Judge, maybe we should ask them if anyone watched Dead Man Walking on Netflix over the weekend, or some anti-death penalty screed. It doesn't, they can do that. It's not related to this case. And the defense has not shown that the court should make this inquiry, and I object.
All right, so the people not only disagree that this is necessary or appropriate, but you are objecting and asking the court not to do this.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't think we should inquire of the jurors as to information that they've acquired about a completely different subject.
Do you see any harm in doing it?
Well, Your Honor, we could ask the jurors all kinds of questions about all kinds of stuff they read.
Right, but the request is about this specific issue. So is there a harm in asking about this specific issue?
It's not about this specific case. It's about a specific issue in a different case that I don't see how it has any logical connection to the job that the jurors are going to do in this case. What happens to another? So does that mean every time there's a death penalty sentence in any case in the United States, while this case is pending, if it's in Texas or Arkansas or some other place, and it makes the newspaper, now that we should inquire of the jurors as to whether they've read it? If something else happens in another county, if there's an attack somewhere, do we now inquire of the jurors as to whether they've heard about it? The important thing to know about the jurors is what they hear about this case, not what they hear about other cases. So I see absolutely no reason to do it, and so that's, I guess, my answer to your question, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Nelson, can you go back to the podium, please? Ms. Nelson, arguably, by asking this, I'm calling their attention to it even more. So knowing that, you're still asking me to ask about this. Is that correct?
Yes, we understand that, Your Honor, and we considered that, but we think that in light of the possible prejudice, which is all we have to show under Harper, it's appropriate for the court to conduct just a very general inquiry of the jury, whether they have had any exposure to the coverage in that case, yes.
And you want me to specifically reference the Boston Marathon trial, correct?
Yes, correct.
And what if I just say generally there were some news, there was some coverage of the Boston Marathon trial in the news this weekend. Is there anything in the news that anyone was exposed to that affects their ability to be fairly impartial? Are you okay with that kind of inquiry?
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Your Honor, our position is that the court, we're fine with the court just asking a general question, not mentioning the death verdict in that case, but just asking whether any juror has had exposure to the coverage, and leaving it at that. And then if people respond affirmatively, following up individually about what they've been exposed to, and then at that point inquiring whether anything they've been exposed to has affected their ability to be fair and impartial.
I'm not inclined to ask about whether anyone has had exposure. I think that the question that I propose covers that. So if people have not had exposure, then obviously they would not be prejudiced by anything related to it. If people have had exposure, then the question is that does that affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this trial? So I think it covers people who have had exposure and people who have not. So I will ask that general question over the people's objection. Let me just make sure that I make it clear that I don't believe that anything related to the coverage of the Boston Marathon trial has a potential for prejudice in this case. So I don't think that the defense has met the first step in Harper. However, in an abundance of caution, and because the defense is asking me to do this, I will inquire. But I'm only doing it in an abundance of caution, and only because the defense is requesting it. And I'm only going to ask it in a general way. I have talked to the defense about the fact that this may call more attention to the Boston Marathon trial. Having had that discussion, the defense persists in its request, and so I'm going to go ahead with it. But I don't believe that anything about that trial that was reported this weekend has the potential for prejudice. So I think the two cases are very different. Mr. Orman highlighted some of the differences between the two cases. Yes, they're both death penalty cases, and yes, they both include multiple injuries and multiple victims, but that's generally where the similarities end. There are a lot more differences than similarities between the two cases. But since the defense is specifically asking me to do this, I will do it. I will make a general inquiry, okay?
Very well. May I have just one additional moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I haven't submitted a court's exhibit before. Will the court staff mark it?
Yes, you can mark it as Court Trial Exhibit 22. So C-TR-22. And we can provide you an exhibit during the break and get it marked.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anything else before we bring the jury in? All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury's back in the courtroom. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How are you? Good. Did you have a good weekend? Yes. Good. All right. I'm glad you did. It's feeling like Seattle anymore around here, and I hear that the rain is going to continue even into the Memorial Day weekend. So, yeah, just great, right? Somebody had a thumbs up. Before we start, I have a question for you, a general question. There was coverage of the Boston Marathon trial this weekend. To the extent that any of you had exposure to that news coverage, is there anything about that news coverage that you believe affects your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this trial? And everyone's saying no. No one's raising their hand. Okay, great. And you may not have been exposed to it, and that's okay. So I just needed to ask that question. All right, nobody raised their hand, and everyone is saying no and shaking their head no. All right, with that then, we'll proceed. Would the people please call your next witness?
The people recall Maria Petalina to the stand.
Good morning again. Please have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I remind you that you're still under oath, okay?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Pearson, you may continue with your direct examination of CSI Petalina.
Ms. Petalina, I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 3818 and 3819, as well as Exhibit 639 and 639 was admitted last week. Do you recognize the photographs 3818 and 3819?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed in the theater as you were taking evidence out of theater seats and items in the theater?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 3818 and 3819.
Any objection?
No objection.
With that objection, P-TR-3818 and 3819 are admitted and may be published.
And could I have up 3818 first? Now, we were talking a lot about Theater 9 last week. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a photograph that was taken after we removed additional items of evidence from the seats inside of Theater 9.
And in the first row, row 8, at the beginning of the stadium seating, do we see some seats that are missing from there?
Yes.
And are those the seats that we've previously seen in this courtroom that were taken from the theater?
Correct.
Now, if you could also look at People's Exhibit 639, and we talked about this last week. These are fragments, are they not?
Yes.
And where were these fragments taken from?
These fragments were removed from the pole, the area that you can see in that photograph there in front of row 8.
If we could have 3819, please. We saw a section of pole, and we see an area that's cut out in this photograph. Is this where the pole was taken from?
Yes.
And do you recall what impacts were within that pole?
I do. Impact 9-3 and 9-4.
And is that where People's Exhibit 639 was from as well?
Yes.
Thank you. I am next going to move to Theater 8 and hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 3421, 3420, 3422, 3423, 3424, 3425, 3428, 3429, 3430, 3431, 3432, 3433, 3434, 3455. No, I'm sorry, 3435, 3436, 3442, 3437, 3438, 3439, 3440, 3441, 3444, 3445, 3446, 3447, 3448, 3449, 3541, 3542, 3543, 3554, 3582, and 3584. And I've already shown these to defense counsel.
Thank you.
Do you recognize all of those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed in Theater 8 in July of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 3420 to 3425, 3428 to 3441, 3444 to 3449, 3541 to 3543, and 3554, 3582, and 3584.
Didn't you also have 3442, or did I write that wrong? Maybe you said 3542 and I missed it. Okay.
Let me check here. I do have a 3442. Did I?
Well, just now you moved to admit 3425 to 3425, and then, or you said 3420 to 3425, and then I thought you said 3428 to 3441, and that's why I asked the question, because I thought
It should, you're right, it should be to 3442.
to 3442, okay. And then there is a 3444?
There is.
You have 3444 in
I
there?
do, Your Honor,
Okay, so
yes.
3444 to 3449, and then 3551. Yeah, why don't you go over them again, Ms. Pearson? I may have written them down wrong. Go over the groups again, please.
Okay.
Just go over the ones you're moving to admit again.
3420 to 3425, 3428 to 3442, 3444 to 3449, 3541 to 3543, 3554, 3582, and 3584.
Okay, that's what I have on my list, so, good. Is there any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3420 through 3425 inclusive are admitted. 3428 through 3442 inclusive are admitted. 3444 through 3449 inclusive are admitted. 3541 through 3543 inclusive are admitted. And 3554, 3582, and 3584 are admitted, and all of those may be published.
First of all, Ms. Pitalina, would you describe the layout of Theater 8?
Theater 8 had a similar layout to Theater 9 with 2 additional seats. So there were 417 seats in Theater 8. Theater 8 also had 2 exits with an entrance located to the west.
If I could have 3420 first, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is an overall photograph of Theater 8 looking from where the screen was, so from the east to the west, which would be the back of the theater.
So looking at this picture on the left side, that would be the wall that would adjoin Theater 9?
Correct. On the left, that would be the south wall of Theater 8, which connected to the north wall of Theater 9.
3421, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Again, this is the south wall of Theater 8, the wall that connects to Theater 9, with several impacts identified on that wall.
Are the white things we see in the photograph on the green as well as on the dark color below it, are those noting impact points?
Yes, they are.
3422? Is this a photograph of the entire theater?
Yes.
And again, left wall is the wall that adjoins Theater 9?
Yes.
3423? Where is this a view from?
Okay, this is over in the north corner, the northeast corner of Theater 8, looking back at the south wall.
3424?
This is the hallway in Theater 8. If you were to look at the screen in Theater 8, it would be the hallway located to the left.
3425?
This is a photograph that I took from up top of the stadium seating in Theater 8, looking down at the screen, which was still intact.
3428?
Okay, again, if you were to be looking at the screen inside of Theater 8, this would be the right staircase, and this is from up top of that staircase looking down towards the south wall with the impacts labeled on that wall.
3429?
This is the south wall of Theater 8 with those impacts again.
3430?
This is the south wall with impact 8-1.
3431?
This is a close-up photograph of impact 8-1.
3432?
This is a close-up photograph of impact 8-2.
3433?
This is a close-up photograph of impact 8-3.
3434?
This is an overall photograph of that south wall showing multiple impacts.
How many impacts total did you find in Theater 8?
In Theater 8, we found a total of 16.
3435?
This is a photograph of impact 8-4, which was located in the curtain in that area that you saw in the previous photograph.
3436?
This is impact 8-5.
3442?
This is impact 8-6, which was located in the railing on that wall.
On that same wall that adjoins Theater 9?
Correct, the south wall.
3437?
This is impact 8-6, which was the impact in that railing.
3438?
This is an overall photograph showing impact 8-7 and 8-8.
3439?
This is impact 8-7.
3440?
And this is impact 8-8.
3441?
This is a photograph, again, still in the south wall with impact 8-8 and 8-9.
3444?
This is a close-up photograph of impact 8-9.
3445?
This is an overall photograph here of the wall located across from the south wall. So this would be the north wall. Again, if you were looking at the screen, this would be located in the right hallway leading back out to the entrance.
So this leads towards the entrance of the theater where the exit sign is?
Correct.
So the wall adjoining Theater 9, would that be on the left?
Correct.
And the wall that we're seeing here would be the wall where all the seats would be next to that?
Correct, directly across from that south wall.
3446, please.
This is a close-up of impact 8-10, which was located on that wall across from the south wall.
3447.
And this is impact 8-11, which was also located on that wall across from the south wall.
3448.
Okay, this area here is the right staircase, the staircase that I referred to earlier. And this is impact 8-12, which was located on top of the railing of that staircase.
And again, to the left of the staircase, would that be the wall that adjoins Theater 9?
Correct, the south wall.
3449.
This is a close-up of that impact on top of that railing, which is impact 8-12.
3541.
Okay, in this photograph, we're looking at the north wall in Theater 8. So in back of this photograph would be the south wall, which is the adjoining wall to Theater 9. So this is the opposite wall, which is the north wall.
And we see a ladder up on that wall and a white marker of some kind on the wall.
Yes.
What is that?
That is impact 8-13.
542.
This is a photograph of impact 8-13 in that north wall of Theater 8.
3543.
This is impact 8-13.
3554.
Okay, this is impact 8-14, which is located again in the south wall, so the adjoining wall to Theater 9, and this was found in the curtain.
3582.
Okay, and additional holes were also found in that wall across from the south wall or the adjoining wall, and this is impact 8-15 and 8-16.
3584.
This is impact 8-16.
So is it accurate to say that the impacts in Theater 8 were located, and you can take that down, in the wall adjoining, in the area across from the wall adjoining that's next to the stairs, and there was one impact all the way across on the opposite side of the theater?
Correct.
I am next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 3822, 3824, and 3826. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent your observations in the theater in July of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 3822, 3824, and 3826.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-3822, 3824, and 3826 are admitted and may be published.
I won't publish those quite yet. Now, as you were marking impacts and photographing in Theater 8, did you also collect items of evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 623 and 624. Do you recognize those items?
Yes.
Are they items that you collected in Theater 8?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 623 and 624.
Any objection?
I don't object to 624. May we approach?
Yes. Okay, the objection is overruled. Go ahead. That means that P-TR-623 and 624 are both admitted.
Turning first to People's Exhibit 623, could you hold that up and explain what it is and where it was located?
This is a fragment that was found inside of Theater 8 at row 8, seat 13.
And in Theater 8, are the rows numbered the same way? Would they be numbered the same way that they were in Theater 9?
Correct. 1 through 7 would be on the floor, and then 8 through 20 were in the stadium seating.
And if you could tell us what People's Exhibit 624 is.
These are ticket stubs collected from inside of Theater 8.
What are they ticket stubs to?
The Dark Knight Rises at the 12:01 a.m. show on 7/20/2012.
Thank you. I am next going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 625, 626, and 627. Do you recognize these items?
Yes.
Are they items that you collected in Theater 8 in July of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 625, 626, and 627.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-625, 626, and 627 are admitted.
Turning first to People's Exhibit 625, if you could tell us what that item is.
This is a fragment that was located in the right or south hallway of Theater 8.
And the right hallway would be the hallway that would adjoin Theater 9?
Correct.
People's Exhibits 626 and 627, if you could hold those up and tell us what they are.
These are additional fragments that were located in a crawl space underneath of that right or south staircase in Theater 8.
So if you can explain to us now where this crawl space is located?
Sure. If you were to enter through the entrance of Theater 8 and proceed to the right or to the south, underneath of that right staircase was a crawl space area that was accessible by removing a fire extinguisher so that we could go inside of the wall.
And now if I could have up People's Exhibit 3826, which has been previously admitted. Once you marked all of the impacts and holes in Theater 8, did you begin to collect evidence and fragments and things from Theater 8?
Yes.
What are we looking at here in People's Exhibit 3826?
In this photograph, to the left of the photograph is that south wall, the adjoining wall, with pieces of that wall removed. And also across from that wall, the south wall, is the railing that we talked about earlier with impact 8-12 and a section of that railing that was removed.
If I could have 3824, please. What do we see in this photograph?
This is a section of the south wall that was removed, as well as that railing again that we also removed.
Let's see if I can get 630 and 631. One more piece. Turning first to People's Exhibit 630, which is the railing, I believe. And if you could. That 6-30, is that 630?
I don't see the exhibit number on it. Oh, here we go. Yes, 630, I'm sorry.
If you could hold that up for us and explain what that is.
This is the section of the railing that was removed here in the photograph, which contained impact 8-12.
And, okay, you can go ahead and put that one down. And 630 and 631, if you can explain what those are. Here, let me get you some gloves, and we'll take them out.
Are you moving the admission of these two exhibits, Ms.
Oh.
Pearson?
I am, Your Honor. Let me move for the admission. Are these all items that you collected from the theater?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibits 630, 631, 631A.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-630, 631, and 631A are admitted.
We can take it down here and get the wireless mic. And if you could tell us what we're looking at in this exhibit.
This is a section of the south wall in Theater 8, the adjoining wall to Theater 9, with impact 8-1.
And what is this exhibit?
This is impact 8-3, again from that south wall, the adjoining wall to Theater 9 in Theater 8.
And for the record, what exhibit number is that, Ms. Pearson?
Let me clarify that. The impact with 8-1 is 631, or 8 is 631, or 8-3 is 631. I'm sorry, let me start over. Impact 8-1 is 631A, impact 8-3 is 631. And are you able to see on the back of these where the impact went through?
This is the back of 8-1 that shows a perforating hole. And this is the back of 8-3, also with a perforating hole.
And again, 8-3 was exhibit 631, and 631A had impact 8-1. I'm now going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 643 and 634. Do you recognize both of these items as pieces of the theater, of Theater 8 that you took out in July of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 634 and People's Exhibit 643.
Is there any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-634 and 643 are admitted.
If you could hold up People's Exhibit 634 first of all, and if I could have up photo 3822. What are we looking at in this, with this exhibit?
This exhibit is a piece of the north wall in Theater 8, which included impact 8-13.
And what are we looking at 3822?
This is the area of that wall, the north wall that we had cut out.
And the north wall, that's the wall all the way across the theater.
Correct.
And People's Exhibit 643. What is that?
This is a spent bullet that was removed from that area, the area of impact 8-13.
So the impact that was in this wall all the way across the theater.
Correct.
Your Honor, did I move the admission of 634 and 643?
You did.
Okay.
And they've been admitted.
Thank you. After 3 days, I don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Spengler, do you have cross-examination?
I do not.
All right. The jury may have some questions for you, so if you would give us a moment, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Investigator Perolina, the jury has submitted some questions that, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, I have determined are appropriate. The first question is, what do you mean when you call an exhibit a projectile item? And apparently it's referring specifically to Exhibit 587.
When we use the term, Investigator Carol and I, when we use the term projectile, we use that term as well as fragment, but the projectile was to indicate that there was a tip from the bullet that was collected. So not just pieces of the bullet, but there was a tip included in that.
The next question is, how wide are theaters 9 and 8, if you know?
I do not know.
Any follow-up questions based on those questions, Ms. Pearson?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up questions based on those questions, Ms. Spengler?
No, thank you.
May this witness be released from her subpoena?
She may, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd ask that she remain under subpoena.
Okay. All right, you're free to go for now, but you may have to come back a fourth time at some point, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, I would ask to publish the exhibits that aren't drywall to the jury.
Okay, let's do that. We'll take a moment to do that. Ms. Gerlings and Ms. Nagel, if you would, please. And we have gloves again, if anyone wants gloves. While the jury is doing that, would counsel please approach for just a moment? The record should reflect that we just finished publishing the exhibits the people requested be published at this time. Members of the jury, it's almost 20 after 10, so let's go ahead and take our morning break. Please keep all my advisements in mind during the break, but otherwise enjoy the break, and I'll see you back here at about 10:40, okay? 20 minutes. Thank you. The record should reflect the jury has exited the courtroom now. Everyone may be seated. Is there anything we need to talk about at this time during the break? Ms. Pearson?
Your Honor, I'm going to approach with what we've marked as Court Exhibit 23. I think that's the next one. It was the original car video of the robot with the car video. We provided another one to the court that did not have audio in it. This is the one that we originally admitted.
Okay, so this is the one that had audio in it.
It is.
Okay, great. Anything on behalf of the defense?
I would just ask if the next witnesses are not going to be using the evidence that was just introduced, that we clear it from the courtroom or put it away somehow.
Well, we'll see what we can do. I got to give my staff a break too, but at the latest, we'll do it during the lunch break, okay? All right. Enjoy your break. I'll see you back here in 20. Thank you. The court will be in recess.
All rise.
That's the court exhibit.
And welcome back to the 7 News Newsroom while we take this 20-minute recess, which should put us resuming court around 10:40 a.m. Mountain Time. We are going to take a break and review a little bit of what happened this morning, play some sound from yesterday. So what started this morning, before the jury even entered the room, the defense came and asked the judge, Judge Carlos Samor, to inquire with the jury about whether coverage from over the weekend of the Boston Marathon bombing sentencing, which was a death sentence, had prejudiced or influenced the jury in any way, if that coverage had gotten to them somehow. And of course, Richard Orman, the prosecuting attorney, in his colorful and sarcastic way, did object very, very clearly to that question. The judge decided that there was no harm in it, however, and did ask a version of the question. After that, we resumed testimony from Maria Petalina, Aurora Police Department crime scene investigator, who was discussing today ballistic impact evidence found in Theater 8. Remember, the shooter was in Theater 9 on the exit, which if you were sitting, if I'm the screen to the left, there was a wall to the right, and Theater 8 was beyond that wall. And so these were projectiles that penetrated through that wall, some of them injuring moviegoers sitting there in that, on the left side of Theater 8, which is to the right of Theater 9. As that goes, Maria Petalina counted, the highest number I heard was 12 pieces of impact evidence inside Theater 8. That's in addition to the 240 counted inside of Theater 9. And again, her partner, CSI Nick Carroll, counted 76 shell casings or shotgun shells fired inside of Theater 9. So from those, we had 252 at least impacts. That said, let's review some video from last week. Dion Roseborough, who was in Theater 9, who saw the gunman shooting and said the gunman got as close as 5 feet away from Dion during the shooting.
Hear the 2 bangs. Are you scared now?
Yes, I am.
People are running
Yes.
behind you. How about the people next to you?
The people next I didn't pay any attention to them until I ran or tried to run.
Now tell us about that. You tried to run. Why couldn't you?
As soon as I got up, I turned to my left to run because I knew the shots were coming from the right side of me, so I turned to the left and tried to run, and I immediately stumbled over a person that was lying on the floor.
What were they doing?
They were just laying there, almost in a fetal position.
Do you ever remember that person moving during
No.
the rest of that evening?
No.
So you stumble, you fall. Are you on all fours? Are you on a knee? What's happening?
Objection to leading.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
I fell to my knees at first. I felt the front part of my body was laying on top of that person, but I was on my knees to brace myself.
While that's happening, what's going on in the theater?
People are still running. I could see people running down the steps trying to get out the left side of the exit.
What are you hearing?
Just a bunch of screaming. There's still shots. Now the shots are rapid shots.
Do us a favor if you would. And I don't want you to use your voice for this. Could you use your hand and tap out on this wood, I presume it's wood, in front of you, how you heard the sounds coming in front of you?
The shots or the people?
Yes, sir, the shots.
Okay.
Thank you. And how long did it go on like that?
Probably for a few seconds until there was a brief pause.
What'd you do?
I looked for the shooter, and I saw him walking up that passageway. So then I nudged the person that was on the ground to see where they're going to move, and they weren't.
They respond to you at all?
No.
Hang on for just one moment, and we'll get back there, okay? You said you see the shooter. And you said it was down by that screen, remember? On
Yes.
the right? Is there something you can point to in this courtroom that is about the distance from where you think you were sitting to where that person was?
I would say that back there by the wall, by that, what's that thermostat?
Oh, yeah, okay. There's a thermostat back here about 4 rows from the back. I don't know what direction that is, Your Honor, but corner of the courtroom. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Tell us what he looked like, or what the shooter looked like to you.
I couldn't see. He was in the dark at the time. The only thing I could see was that he was wearing some type of headgear, but it was definitely dark. So I'm assuming that it was dark colored clothes.
Could you make out any weapons?
Not at the time.
Okay.
When I initially saw him.
That's when you see him. Are you already on your knees kind of over the person you described to us?
When I first saw him, I was still in my chair. I didn't drop to my knees until I actually saw the shots fired from the gun.
Did that shooter stay out there?
Not for long. When I turned back to look at him again while I was on my knees, that's when he started moving towards me.
Okay. What are you doing as he's moving towards you?
Actually, before I look to see if he's moving toward me, I'm laying on top of the person, waiting for to stop some type of stoppage in the shooting. And then when there was the pause, I looked back at him, and that's when I saw him coming toward me.
He's moving towards you. Is he still shooting?
Yes, he started back, and he was shooting. It appeared that he was shooting above me, from where I was at.
Now, when you say above you, do you mean in the ceiling or to the people behind you?
To the people behind me.
As he's moving towards you, could you start to make out a little bit more about this shooter?
Yeah, I could definitely see the gas mask, the headgear, that he was dressed in some type of armor, not armor, but clothing armor.
Not like a knight.
Yeah.
Right. Could you see his weapon?
Yes.
What did it look like to you?
It looked like an automatic weapon. I couldn't tell you what exact kind it was.
The shooting that the shooter was engaged in as he's moving towards you, was it like you demonstrated here in front of us?
Yes.
What kind of pace is he setting as he's walking towards you?
It was slow. He's just a slow walk.
Didn't appear to be in any kind of rush.
No.
The form of the question calls for speculation.
Sustained.
As he's moving towards you, slowly, shooting the way you've described, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking I need to get up and get out of here.
Are you in a position to do that?
No. I didn't want to trample over the person. I didn't know if they were dead or alive, so I didn't want to trample over them. And so I was trying to crawl past them, but they were blocking the entire row.
Does the shooter keep coming?
Yes.
What'd you do?
When I turned back around, after I nudged the person that was on the ground, I turned back to look where he was, and he was probably about 5 feet in front of me.
He being the shooter?
Yes.
Look, I know the words 5 feet, but I want you for this jury to point to something in this courtroom that is the distance that shooter got to you.
I would say this desk right here.
This desk that Miss Spengler's sitting at
Yes.
right here? The front edge of it?
Uh-huh.
When that shooter gets to this distance from you in that theater, what happens?
I thought to myself, I'm about to be shot. And so I tried to cover up my face, and that's when he shot me.
Now, at the time, how many times do you think you'd been shot?
At the time, I only thought I had been shot once.
That turns out to not be true.
No.
What'd it feel like?
My shoulder was hurting. That's the only thing I felt at the time. It was stinging, and I just knew that I had been shot in my shoulder.
What were you thinking?
I said, I'm about to die. I was laying there coughing up blood, but I was wondering why I was coughing up blood from just being shot in the shoulder.
Were you scared?
Yes.
403, 401, move to strike.
Overruled.
Were you scared?
Yes.
You're in this position. You know you've been shot. Can you see the shooter anymore?
No.
Do you hear shooting?
No.
What did you do?
I laid there. I don't remember how long I laid there.
Why?
But
Why'd you do that?
because I was playing like I was dead. I wanted to make sure that he was gone before I attempted to get up if I could.
Did you think he was gone at some point?
I did. And honestly, I didn't care once I got up. I just knew that I could get up.
Where'd you go?
I went back out the exit that I came.
Do you remember seeing how the theater looked as you were running out of there?
Correction 403, 401.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
No, I did not. The only thing I could hear the sirens going off. I knew the movie had stopped, but that was it.
Did you ever see that shooter again?
No, I did not.
Did you know when you turned to run whether you were going to where the shooter had gone or not?
No, I did not know. I didn't know if he had gone out the way I was gonna go, or did he go back out the exit that he came in.
What was the way you went, sir?
I went out the right-hand side as you're facing the screen, which was the way I came in.
Did you get back to the lobby?
Yes, I did.
And then what?
I was met by a police officer, and he escorted me out of the theater.
You ended up going to the hospital and get treated?
Yes.
Before you got to the theater that day, were all your appendages and everything working the way they were supposed to on your body?
Yes.
After you left the theater in the early morning hours of July 20th, were they all working the way they were supposed to?
No.
I want you to tell us what injuries you sustained in that theater.
My scapula was shattered, and I have nerve damage.
Tell us about the nerve damage.
It's caused drop foot syndrome, and I can't lift my foot to walk naturally without help, or I have to lift my leg higher off the ground to walk.
Is that forever?
Yes.
403, 401, move to strike.
Overruled.
Go ahead,
It goes to the nature of the injury, the character, nature, and extent of the injury.
I apologize, Your Honor. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I was, the doctor told me that I should see.
Excuse me, hearsay confrontation.
Sustained as to hearsay.
Not talked about just what the specific words the doctor said, but the fact that you know that this is permanent is enough, okay?
Yes.
What I want to ask you about now is, remember when we said you thought you had been shot once, but you found out you'd been shot a second time?
Right.
Tell the jury where you were shot in addition to the scapula that it broke.
I was shot in the lower back, towards the middle.
Is that the source of the nerve damage for your leg?
Yes, and it punctured my lung also.
The injury to your shoulder, what did they do to you to try to fix that?
I was operated on, and they put a plate in there.
That plate going to be in you forever, too?
Objection 403, 401.
Overruled.
Yes.
Same ruling as before.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 2565 and 2566. Take a look at that. You recognize what those are pictures of? Bless you.
I do not recognize the first picture.
Which one is that?
It's
I take it
2565.
Okay, go ahead and set that one down then.
Okay. And the second one was, it's me.
Okay, and that's how you recognize it. It's you.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that the way you looked back on July the 20th, 2012, after you were taken for help from the theater?
Sadly, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have the witness come down and talk to us about where some things took place on the model, if he could.
Okay.
Sir, would you come down and do me a favor, too? Would you grab that stick?
And there's a microphone here, Mr. Ruckler. Do you want to?
Yes, sir. I'll grab that. Carry that for you. Thank you, sir. Come around the side, if you would, for us. Spangler, can you see? Sure. First, I want you to show for this jury, and if they can't see, I'm hoping someone will yell something. Can you point to the seat that you were in that night? You're pointing to the far end seat just in front of the railing here at the back of that area? All right. Now, we've taken down the walls because it was impossible to see in this box when the walls were there. But if we're going to presume that the screen is up in the front here, when you first saw the shooter, after you'd looked behind you and you'd heard the screaming, can you point to where that was on here? Okay. You described the shooter moving forward. And then the last place that you saw the shooter when you were covering up, can you show us where that is? Go ahead, sir. It's right here. And you're indicating just to the right of the railing on the bottom of the stairs by this seat. And if I'm talking out loud, it's only because I want this nice lady to type those words into the record. Okay. All right, sir, here's what I'm going to ask you to do, okay? What I'd like you to do is, if you could start over here by this hulking deputy and hold the stick like the weapon without pointing it at the jury, the way you saw the shooter holding the weapon. And I want you to demonstrate for the jury the pace that that shooter took and the way that he carried that weapon as he moved towards you in that direction, okay? And Ms. Spengler, I don't mean to make you that person. If you want to move over here, that's fine too. And that's the pace that he took?
Yes.
Sir, before you turned yourself away and he shot you, did you see him point that weapon at you?
Yes.
Give him the microphone, please.
Oh, gee, sorry, Your Honor.
Yes.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Other than to move to admit People's Exhibit 1213 into evidence. Thank you.
And there you have it, Dion Roseborough explaining at George Brockler's prompting, District Attorney George Brockler's prompting, how the gunman moved through the theater. He demonstrated how he was aiming and adjusting his aim from side to side as he walked slowly through the theater up and down that aisle from the exit to the hallway on the left-hand side of Theater 9. While you were away and over the weekend, a 3-day weekend, we received some other court exhibits from the district court in Arapahoe County, and so we're going to pull those up on the screen now. You'll remember that on Thursday afternoon, when they interrupted Maria Petalina's testimony, one of the pieces of testimony we heard was from a Google representative who laid this groundwork about the email information, the subscriber information requested in a search warrant. And we haven't heard yet the results. We haven't heard what they found in there that might be relevant, but they did have this Google representative explain these documents that verify the search warrant results, the returns as they're called. And so you'll see the one for Classic Jimbo, the Gmail account that we discussed on Thursday, and then D Sherlock B, the other one that was discussed, and these IP addresses, and you'll notice the IP addresses are the same on both accounts. The services and backup emails and things are different between the accounts, but the location from where the account was logged in was repeated over and over again, the same IP address. We also have an invoice from Schomer Tech for the handcuffs, road stars, a first aid dressing, and then shipping and handling costs. So we're getting a increasing picture of all the purchases that occurred. This one is significant, and they made a pretty significant act of explaining what these road stars are, and what those are four-pronged, pyramid-shaped, you might consider them spikes, that always land with a spike facing up. They are designed to puncture a tire or stop a vehicle. Also, 2 pairs of handcuffs. Oh, and court is returning, so Erica and I are going to toss you back there and rejoin you later this afternoon.
Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. Let's bring the jury in, please. Joyce, could you let me speak for those there? Joyce. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Call your next witness, please, Ms. Tish McGuire.
Louis Duran.
Good morning. Can I have you raise your right hand, please, so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Louis Xavier Duran, Louis Xavier Duran.
Mr. Duran, I'm going to ask you to get closer to the microphone, please, so that everybody can hear you. So you can move the chair, and you can also move the microphone. Thank you. All right, Ms. Tish McGuire, you may proceed.
Good morning.
Morning.
Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th, 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes.
Did that go into the early morning hours of July 20th, 2012?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about what you remember about the day of July 19th prior to going to the movie theater that day.
Working at P.F. Chang's. At the time in Southlands, closing the restaurant down, and just, very excited and anxious to watch this movie that me and my friends were going to go. And after closing down the restaurant, immediately went home, got ready, showered, and picked up my friend Ryan. And from there, we drove to the movie theater.
And what is the full name of your friend Ryan?
Ryan Lumba.
What time did you and Mr. Lumba arrive at the theater that night?
Not 100% sure. It's all a blur. 10:30, about 10-ish, maybe even sooner than that.
I'm sorry. Could you pull the microphone closer to you, please? Thank you.
What did you do when you got to the movie theater?
As soon as I arrived to the movie theater, me and Ryan were meeting up with a couple other friends. Devin Suits, Phil Hargrove, and Nick DeRogi. And they actually had bought tickets for us, so we were there to pick up the tickets from there and join a group of friends. As soon as we got into the movie theater, Theater 9, we saw a couple other, friends that were there, and we said hi to a couple of other guys. And as we were walking up looking for seats, we saw that Devin and Nick had saved a few seats for us. And we had asked if we could switch seats with them. And
Why'd you ask them if you could switch seats?
just kind of get a better view of the movie. And
Your friends were nice enough to
And they were
switch
nice
seats.
enough to do that for me. For me and Ryan, actually, because we both switched with Nick and Devin.
Do you remember anything else happening before the movie began?
Just conversations. Nothing really else before the movie, after we took a seat.
What happened in the middle of your movie?
Middle of my movie, sitting there watching, and I see something get thrown across the movie theater. Looking towards the movie theater, it'd be thrown across on the left side of the movie theater. Lower second row, not quite sure, but that's where I believe it, landed.
And when you're saying the lower second row, are you talking about of the stadium seating, or are you talking about lower?
Stadium seating.
Okay, so if you're facing the movie theater screen, it's to the left of the stadium seating.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What do you recall happening after that?
As soon as that got thrown across the room, or the theater, a lot of smoke started to appear As I know now, it was tear gas.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Sustained.
So at the time you saw smoke go across the theater at
Right.
that time. What do you recall after that?
After that, I immediately started seeing flashes and loud bangs. And
Where did you see those flashes?
between the stadium and the front row seating, like that hall or that little area where you walk,
Is that on the right side of the theater if you're facing the movie theater screen?
I was looking at the movie theater from where I'm sitting. It'd be coming from the right side. And so immediately I started seeing flashes and loud bangs, and the whole time while I was sitting down, I'm also trying to watch the movie thinking, you know, it's just a prank and nothing really severe is happening. It's just someone fooling around.
And, Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1121.
Yes.
Mr. Durian, do you recognize that diagram?
Yes.
Is that a diagram that you drew depicting of where you and your friends were seated on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Does that fairly and accurately represent your memory of that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1121.
Mr. King, do you have any objection to the admission of P-TR-1121?
No.
All right, without objection, it is admitted.
All right, if I could please have 1121 published. All right, now, Mr. Duran, there is a mouse up near your computer screen up there. You could kind of, let me see, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let's see if it's, okay. All right, sorry, we're having some technical difficulties. All right, so there's a cordless microphone up there, Mr. Duran. If you could grab that.
Okay.
And there's a large stick behind you on that ledge. All right, if you could step down carefully, and if you could show the jury where you were seated that night. All right, so that's you, and who's seated in the other chairs? And if you could turn the microphone on and talk into that for the jury.
That's me. Ryan Lumba, Devin Suits, Nick DeRogi, Phil Hargrove.
All right, and where on that diagram do you describe where that canister went across the theater?
So from the right side of the movie theater, it was thrown to the left side, and I believe it was landed in this area right here.
Could you tell the jury where you saw the flashes on that diagram?
Flashes, started seeing it from here and going across, back and forth in this area.
All right, thank you very much. You can take your seat. So you had seen this canister come across the theater and saw some smoke. What do you recall happening after that? And if you could get close to the microphone, please.
Sorry. Immediately, again, the flashes and the bangs. I looked to my left, and I didn't know these people, but I seen them throw themselves on the ground. Start hearing yelling and screaming, and I looked once more ahead of me, and I'm starting to realize that maybe it's not a prank. When that moment of that I realized that it wasn't a prank, I got hit on the right side of my head, and it felt like someone had haymakered my head. Someone had like severely punched me and almost knocked the lights out of me. As soon as that happened, I stood up and I threw myself on the ground. And I can remember not being able to move my right arm whatsoever. And blood is just pouring down on the right side of my face, and I'm not able to see out of my right eye because of that. I'm laying there, and seeing all this blood. I knew I got hit in the head with something, and I thought for sure it had, hit my brain or something because, I'm not able to move my right arm. Didn't think I was going to make it. So I reached down to my left pocket, grabbed my phone. I called the most important person in my life, my mother. I told her.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but it goes to a state of mind of what he was thinking and whether or not this was potentially an attempted murder that was happening.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes. All right, the objection is sustained. Ms. Teach McGuire, go ahead.
What did you do after you called your mother?
I think whatever son would say to their mother, that they loved them. And
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
And sorry, Mr. Durian, if you could just not say what you told your mother, but what you remember happening after you had the phone call with your mother.
okay, after the phone call, I lost connection, and I stopped hearing gunshots, and I started noticing people getting up and running out of the emergency exit room on the top left side of the theater. So as people were crawling and running and walking out of the theater, I was able to get myself up, and I knew that maybe I've had a chance to live, and I can possibly survive the night. And I was able to crawl out of the exit, and there was a gentleman there who had grabbed me and helped me down the stairs.
And I'm going to stop you right there for a second, Mr. Durian. Could you see, before you had crawled, what had happened to your friends?
My mind was like a blur, and I wasn't able to see clearly. I look down and I see my buddy Ryan just laying on the ground, and I had no idea if he was okay or not. But I know he was down on the floor, and this is when I was laying on the ground as well. I looked down.
Now, prior to that time that you had said that the gunfire had stopped, was the gunfire continuous throughout that period of time?
At that moment, yes, the gunshots were still live, and I don't, I have no idea how long it was.
Did you ever at any point in time see a shooter in the theater?
Did not.
So you saw flashes and you saw smoke, but that's all that you saw, and you heard the gunfire. All right.
I'm sorry. You need to answer the question verbally, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So you got to the point where you thought it was your chance to maybe escape from the theater, and so you were telling the jury there was a larger gentleman that was helping you.
Yes.
Okay, so if you could continue to tell the jury what you remember after that.
So after being helped down the stairs, he went to go help others, and I was able to exit out of the theater, and at this point I'm outside. I'm outside, and there hasn't been any police or ambulances or anybody yet to help. So I was scared of my life again because I'm still bleeding from the right side of my head, and I'm asking for help. I'm yelling out for help, and there's a lady that approaches me, and she's crying, and she's like, "How can I help you?" And I went down to my instincts to I have to wrap my head up to stop the bleeding, so I asked her to help me remove my shirt. So I may wrap my shirt around my head. As soon as she helped me remove that piece of shirt that I had, the police started arriving, ambulances immediately, a trooper car sped up right in front of me and parked, and they're running in with full body gear and guns running into the theater. Still haven't been helped. The one thing I forgot to ask the lady was to help wrap the shirt around my head. So I'm having a hard time because I can't feel my right arm, and I'm pressing my head against the trooper car with the t-shirt, trying to stop the bleeding. Yelling out, "Help, help." I go back to my phone and I call my mom once more and try to give her information of where I was.
Objection, hearsay, Judge.
You cannot talk about what was said outside the courtroom, okay? Ms. Tish-McGuire, ask your next question, please. The objection is sustained. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Did you get transported to a hospital?
Yes, I did. I had a police officer grab me from the trooper car, looked at me immediately and dragged me, sat me on a curve, and there was other victims there as well. Victims that were shot in the neck, arm, blood drooling from this girl's mouth, just spitting out a lot of blood, and paramedics started to approach us and grabbed me and this other a gentleman that had a gunshot wound to the neck, and he was holding it and giving me comfort at the same time. He was holding on to me and saying that we'll be okay. As soon as we entered the trooper car, he took us to the hospital, South Aurora Clinic, and from there I got medical treatment from nurses and doctors, and took a lot of photographs for evidence and stuff. And
Now, Mr. Durian, did you learn what your injuries were when you were at the hospital?
yes, I did. After knowing that, being in the hospital, they treated me with a lot of CAT scans and X-rays to see if I had any major wounds. And the gunshots to the head weren't severe to penetrate the skull and hit my brain, so I knew that I was okay, that my brain was okay, and I had gotten shot on the arm, and that's why my right arm wasn't able to function properly.
Where else did you get shot?
I had a shrapnel hit my knee, have one in my chest, I have them in my fingers. I had one that hit the left top side of, above the eyebrow, and then a couple shrapnel on my right side of my head.
Approximately how many were you told that you had been hit with?
Like 27, 28.
Your Honor, if I may approach Mr. Duran with what's been marked as 2048, 2042, 2043, 2044, 2045,
Yes.
2046, and 2047.
Yes.
Judge, I've reviewed these and I have no objection to their admission.
Okay. They're all admitted. 20P-TR-2042 through 2048 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Great, if I could please have 2048. All right, could you please describe for the jury what we're seeing in this photograph?
Here it looks like I'm in the hospital and being treated, and I have shrapnel on the left top side of my eyebrow.
Great, if we could please have 2042. Right, could you please describe for the jury what this photograph depicts?
It's a shotgun wound to my right arm. I have shrapnel from the forearm to the elbow to the tricep to the shoulder.
2043.
I had a little shrapnel on my right side of my chest.
2044.
Shrapnel in my right side of my head.
2045.
Shrapnel to the knee, right side of my right leg.
2046.
Shrapnel penetrating my wrist and exiting out.
Where did that one exit out?
It exited out, I believe it came in. Do you want me to point it out?
Sure, if you could grab that microphone again, please, and then use that pointer. Great, thanks.
I had shrapnel enter the side of my wrist and came out to the other side of the wrist.
Thank you very much. You can take your seat. Now I could have 2047.
Shrapnel penetrated my pinky into my ring finger.
Great. Thank you very much. Do you know if you still have any shrapnel or pellets inside your body?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what location that is?
I still have that shrapnel in my chest. The one on my knee, I don't know where it's at, but I know it's in there from x-rays. And then I still have a few in my arm.
Do you have any other permanent remaining injuries as a result of the shooting?
I have nerve damage from the right side of my hand going up to my forearm. And
no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination for this witness, Mr. King?
I have no questions, thank you.
All right. It does not appear that the jury has any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena, Ms. Tisch-McGuire?
Please, Your Honor.
Without objection.
All right, thank you, sir.
thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Ryan Lumba, please.
Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand for me, please, so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm, on a penalty of law, that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Please be seated. Please tell us your full name for the record and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Ryan Christopher Lumba, Ryan Christ Pherlumba.
Ms. Tish McGuire, you may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Lumba. Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes.
Did that go into the early morning of July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
What do you recall about the day of July 19th of 2012 prior to going to the movies that day?
From what I remember, I had a work closing shift at Doc Popcorn, located at the Aurora Mall, just across the movie theater. And then right before I entered work, I went to go pick up some tickets for The Dark Knight Rises for that showing that night. And then after I closed to work around 9 to 9:30, I immediately went home, I got changed, and then Louis Duran picked me up around 11 o'clock.
What time did you two arrive at the theater?
The two of us arrived at the theater at like around 11:20, 11:25.
What did you do when you got to the theater?
We just met up with other friends of ours, Devin Suits, Nick Drogi, and Phil Hargrove, and they gave us our tickets because they reserved some tickets for that night as well.
Did you go to the concession stand? Did you do anything else before you went into the theater?
No, ma'am. We just went straight to the movie theater.
Do you recall what theater number you went into?
Theater 9.
How'd you go about finding your seats?
We just looked around. The theater was obviously packed. It was noisy. But the crowd, Devin, Nick, and Phil reserved some seats for us. So we just took the remaining seats up there.
So when you say that the theater was packed that evening, were there very many empty seats at all in the theater that you remember?
Very few. The only remaining open seats was, I believe, the stadium.
The upper level of the stadium?
No, like right in front of the screen, like the bottom seats.
Okay, so the lower screens right in front of the screen.
Yes.
Okay, so if you're facing the movie theater screen, those ones at the very front.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What do you recall doing until the movie began?
We were just waiting for the movie to start. There was a lot of open play with everybody in the movie theater, and then
What do you mean by open play?
like there's a lot of people cosplaying and just playing jokes and standing around before the seats, like people that were seated on the lower end stadium. And then Louis Duran saw one of our friends that worked at the movie theater, and he went to go talk to him. And this was like 10 to 15 minutes prior to the movie starting.
What happened during the movie that night?
So from what I remember, about 15 minutes into the movie starting, right after previews, I believe the first shooting scene, people were just engaged in the movie, and then right after we saw I saw something thrown across the movie theater, and it lay out some smoke. The whole movie theater assumed it was just a prank and horseplay, so some people, like myself, I went to my phone and we just assumed it was just horseplay. And then what happened after those few moments, it was kind of a blur. I noticed something was wrong. I looked over to my right to Devin Suits and I pulled him down, and then I believed to get hit by gunfire simultaneously, and I just went to the ground after that.
So when you say you believe, so at that time you thought you were shot and you went to the ground immediately.
Yes.
What did that feel like?
So I felt a lot of punches to my entire abdominal side and my shoulder. And I didn't really realize it. I just kind of pulled Devin to the side to the ground while I got hit. So it was just like a lot of punches towards my side.
What do you remember after that?
I got dazed. I do not remember the immediate events after that, but after a few moments waking up from being dazed, I found myself holding my left abdominal, and I was breathing very heavily. I heard a lot of running and screaming, and I recall telling myself, I think I got shot. It was very cold on my left side, so I just assumed I got shot.
Do you remember if you were hearing any gunshots at this time?
No, because all I heard all I heard was ringing, just a lot of ringing noises like from an explosion, so I couldn't really hear anything except running and screaming.
What happened after you were holding your left side?
I was just breathing to myself, just trying to hold on, and then a few moments after that I blacked out.
What's the next thing you remember?
The next thing I remember after that, waking up, I woke up in the hospital.
Now, while you were in the movie theater, did you ever see a shooter?
No.
Do you recall seeing anything other than the smoke and hearing any gunshots?
No, ma'am.
What did you learn happened to you when you were at the hospital?
They recalled to me how many days it passed since the night.
How many days was that
I'm assuming 3 to 5 days.
before you woke up?
Yes.
What did you learn about your injuries at that time?
The doctor said I sustained multiple gunshot wounds on my abdominal side. I had a bullet pierce my left lung. So to prevent it from collapsing any further, I had a tube inserted to my left lung, and I had a few bullets pierce my left arm.
What had happened to your abdominal region?
They said they did some surgery to remove some pellets, and they removed some of my lower smaller intestine because it was damaged.
So you actually had some of your lower intestine removed?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibits 4561, 4562, and 2114.
Yes.
Do you recognize the person in those photographs?
Yes.
That person in the photographs you?
Yes.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict your injuries that you sustained on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 4561, 4562, and 2114.
No objection.
All right, without objection, P-TR-. Ms. Tish-Maguire, are you sure it's 4561 and 4562?
I could approach the witness,
Why
Your
don't you
Honor.
check?
Four, 561, and 4562, and 2114.
2114. Okay, thank you. All right, without objection, those three exhibits are admitted and may be published.
All right, if I could please have 4561. All right, if you could please describe for the jury where you're injured in this photograph.
I got injured within my left lung. One bullet pierced my left lung, so.
All right, if I could have 4562.
It shows my left lung up close and one bullet piercing my left shoulder.
All right, now I could please have 2114.
That shows my left abdominal injury and the surgery they performed at the hospital to remove parts of my damaged smaller intestine.
All right. Now, do you have any lasting injuries today because of those injuries, Mr. Lumba?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. It goes to the nature, character, and extent of the injuries.
You can tell the jury about the lasting impacts of your injuries.
Just digestive system, I can't really eat normally, so I have to precaution on what I eat sometimes and how fast I eat. I have some pellets in my body still remaining, so it limits my flexibility with physical activity at times.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that Mr. Lumba come up to the front and approach the diagram with me.
Okay.
And Mr. Lumba, if you could grab that cordless microphone that's up there, please, and turn that on and come meet me. All right, if you could please show the jury where you were seated on July 20th of 2012.
We were seated, me and my group of friends were seated like around this area.
All right, and could you remember where you exactly were seated, approximately, and which friend was on either side of you?
On my left side was Louis Duran, my right was Devin Suits, then Nick Drogi, and then Phil Hardgrove.
All right, so let's just say if we pick a row, just approximately, if you could point to the jury about where you were.
Approximately like around right here or right here.
All right, and where was Mr. Duran seated?
Louis Duran was located on my left side.
All right, and can you tell the jury about where you remember falling down and how your body was positioned as you fell down that night?
So just right in front of our seats, the area right in front. I just pulled Devin Suits around this area.
All right, and that's the last thing that you remember from that night?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Is there any cross-examination, Mr. King?
No, thank you.
All right. And the jury does not appear to have any questions for this witness. May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Please, Your Honor.
Without objection.
All right. Thank you, sir. Call your next witness, please.
Thomas Sheridan.
Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm in the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
Thomas Keith Sheridan. Thomas Keith is my middle, and Sheridan Sheridan.
Mr. Edson, you may proceed with your direct examination.
Thank you. Sir, what do you do for a living? Currently, I'm working for Kroger. I'm on the loss prevention technology side.
What is Kroger?
Kroger is a enterprise grocery store.
Are you familiar with numerous stores that go by the name of King Soopers?
Yes, I am.
Is that part of the Kroger family?
It is. It's a division.
I'm going to refer your attention back to 2012, July of 2012. Were you employed by Kroger and or King Soopers back during that time period?
Yes.
What was your employment back then like?
I was a district loss prevention manager for King Soopers.
What is generally your job description as a district loss prevention supervisor?
I manage the day-to-day operations of the loss prevention department for a district.
As a loss prevention employee, do you work with law enforcement on occasion related to particular types of items being requested?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention also to August of 2015, where you also employed in a loss prevention type capacity for King Soopers and Kroger.
Yes.
Are you a custodian of records for purchases from King Soopers?
Yes.
And just so we're all familiar and on the same page here, it's fair to say King Soopers is a local grocery store chain here in the Colorado Rocky Mountain West region. Is that fair?
That's fair. Yes.
Stores throughout the metro area of Denver?
Yes.
Were you contacted by law enforcement at some point after July 20th, 2012 for records associated with a loyalty customer number and a customer by the name of James E. Holmes?
Yes, I was.
Did you provide those records to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
How does Kroger and or King Soopers maintain records associated with transaction at King Super stores?
Most of them are electronically saved.
Computers used as part of that?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, are the electronic and computer type of information and records accurate?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, are they kept within the normal course of business for King Soopers and or Kroger?
Yes.
Do you have familiarity with those types of records for a variety of customers?
Yes.
Do you have familiarity with retrieving and maintaining those type of records for the business and in the normal course of business for Kroger and King Soopers?
Yes, I do.
Did you respond to the request for those records specific to James E. Holmes as requested by law enforcement?
I did.
Were you also requested any other type of items aside from just records?
Some still photographs.
Did you provide some still photographs to law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness at this time, please?
Yes.
I've handed you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 404. I've also provided a copy to defense counsel. I'll give you a chance to look through 404, People's Exhibit 404, and let me know if you recognize that exhibit.
I do.
What is that?
It is a transaction loyalty card data for,
Is that-
for James Holmes.
Okay. Is that the same records that you provided to law enforcement?
It is.
Now, when you provide records to law enforcement, do you provide them in a paper form or an electronic form, or how does that work?
This specific time, I emailed them in electronic form.
Okay. So these records now, aside from the fact that they're put together in a binder type format, does those appear to be the same or similar records that you transmitted via email to law enforcement in relation to their request?
Yes.
Judge, I would move for admission of People's 404 at this time.
Is there any objection?
I do have an objection if I can.
Yes. All right, the objection is overruled, and so People's Exhibit P-TR-404 is admitted.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
You may.
Sir, I'm going to approach with what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 4737 and 4738. I have shown both of those to counsel as well. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There are snapshots I took from my computer from store 14 and King Soopers store 14 on a specific date and time.
Okay, what was that date and time?
July 1st, 2012, 16:18:48. And second one is July 1st, 2012 at 16:18:36.
Those particular snapshots that you created, did you provide those to law enforcement?
I did.
Were they in a specific response to a request related to the People's Exhibit 404?
Yes, it was.
Have you had a chance to look at those photographs before coming into court today?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to compare those photographs and specifically the time associated with those photographs in relation to some of the purchase times and dates related to People's Exhibit 404?
Yes, I have.
And do they match?
Yes.
I would move at this time, Judge, for admission of People's Exhibit 4737 and 4738.
Ms. Higgs, same objection? Yes. All right. For the same reasons that I stated at the bench a moment ago with respect to P-TR-404, I find that these two exhibits are relevant under Rules 401 and 402, and that they are admissible under Rule 403 because the probative value of the photographs is not substantially outweighed by the danger for unfair prejudice. You may proceed.
Thank you. And
Or
Judge,
or by any of the other concerns listed in Rule 403. Go ahead.
Judge, I will ask permission to publish all three of those.
How would you like to do that?
Just asking if I can publish them. I'll do them one at a time.
Yes.
Thank you. If I could please first have the first page of People's Exhibit 404. It's 404-1. If we could zoom in as best we can kind of to the top portion there. Sir, do you still have People's Exhibit 404 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Do you have this, also this first page of People's Exhibit 404 right in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. May not be the best to see it on the screen there, and I know that you probably have a cleaner copy in front of you. I'm going to direct your attention to the, first of all, what is this page?
This is a customer inquiry for household details inquiry for a loyalty card.
Okay, so in your work, what does this relate to?
Just an identifier of a certain person that or that a card belongs to.
Okay, are you familiar with what are commonly referred to as King Soopers loyalty cards?
Yes, I am.
The information that is contained within a King Soopers loyalty card, how does King Soopers or Kroger obtain that information?
We hold it on a customer management database.
How do you initially get that information, though?
It's a voluntary, the customer gives it to us voluntarily.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to the left side of this, and it appears to have an address. Can you just read into the record what that address is?
Yeah, the address is 1690 Paris Street, Aurora, Colorado, 80010-2900.
To the right side of that, it says card, and there's a number associated with that. What is that?
That's the loyalty card number.
Can you read what that card number is, please?
Sure, it's 492-5005-8388.
If I could leave People's Exhibit 404 published for just a moment on the screen. Judge, may I approach with People's Exhibit 22 for a limited purpose?
Yes.
Sir, I've handed you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 22. Within that exhibit, does there appear to be something like a King Soopers loyalty card?
Yes, it's a key fob.
Okay,
card.
do you recognize that as being a King Soopers loyalty card key fob?
Yes, yes, I do.
What I'd like you to do is please look at the customer card number on that key fob in People's Exhibit 22 and compare that to the card number that you just looked at for People's Exhibit 404. And tell me if they are the same or if they are dissimilar.
They are the same except for the last digit, which we call a floating digit, just a random number that picks out. That is not applicable to the searching criteria for this.
So based upon your line of work, is the card number associated with People's Exhibit 404 the same card number that's contained within People's Exhibit 22?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Judge, I am not seeking to introduce People's Exhibit 22 at this time, subject to further foundation.
Okay.
What is the phone number associated with this particular King Soopers loyalty card?
The phone number is 858-449-7348.
What I'd like to do at this time is to request page 5 of People's Exhibit 404, so it would be 404-5 to be published. And if we could zoom in on the top portion of that before the gray dividing line, please. And while this exhibit is being published here, sir, is it fair to say that the records that you provide, they're often in very, very small print?
Yes.
Okay. By making them larger like we have here, does it make it easier for you to read?
Yes, it does.
All right. Again, I need you to keep your voice up into the microphone. You can look over your shoulder if you need to, or you can look directly at the exhibit itself. But what are we looking at here in general?
It's a transaction detail report, specifically for a certain date and date period.
Okay, what is that date period that we have on the screen now, which is the 5th page of People's Exhibit 404?
It is from 6/17/2012 to 7/20/2012.
Okay, the particular one that we have on the screen, if you just take a quick glance over your shoulder there, what is that transaction date?
Sir, you also have the exhibit on your screen there in front of you.
Oh,
It is transaction date 7/17/2012.
okay. I don't want you to necessarily read all this, but I'm going to direct your attention to some very specific items. First of all, is this a King Soopers transaction?
Yes, it is.
Reading from left to right, I see an information that says store. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is that number underneath store?
14.
Are you familiar with store 14?
I am.
Where is that?
That's on 6th Avenue in Peoria, cross streets. It's 655 Peoria Street.
Are you also familiar with, first of all, that Anschutz Medical Center up on Colfax?
I am.
Are you also familiar roughly with the Paris Street address that we read off?
I'm not too familiar with where that's at.
Okay, so just for your purposes, how close roughly would you say store 14 is compared to the Anschutz Medical Center?
It's north from the store, probably about 2 miles.
Do you see a time of this transaction?
I do.
What time is it?
That transaction is 2054.
So would that be 8:54?
That would be 8:54 p.m., yes.
Thank you. What was purchased on July 17th, 2012?
The SKUs are a Duracell Ultra 3-volt lithium photo battery and two of those.
This particular transaction, did it correspond with that customer loyalty number you read previously?
Yeah.
If you need
Yes,
to take,
it is. I'll take a look. Yes, it does.
okay. That customer loyalty, that again, is that the one associated with James E. Holmes?
Yes, it is.
Same one that matches the key fob from People's Exhibit 22?
Yes.
You may not be able to see it on the screen there. You do again have it in front of you. What was the total of the July 17th purchase?
The total was $21. 58 cents.
What was the method of payment?
Cash.
If we could have the bottom half of People's Exhibit 404-5, please. Do you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes, I do.
Fair to say this is a different transaction than the one we just read, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
What is the date of this transaction?
July 12th, 2012.
Is this again for the same customer loyalty information associated with James Holmes?
Yes, it is.
What store was this transaction? Where did it take place?
Store 14.
You've went through People's Exhibit 404 previously, prior to your testimony, is that correct?
Yes.
All the transaction, were they at the same store?
Yes.
What was the time of the July 12th, 2012 transaction?
It was at 17:22 or 5:22 p.m.
What I'd like you to do is to describe in your words, and you can group them if you need to, what some of the different types of transactions occurred on July 12th, 2012.
I see tissue, some Kroger foam cup, 16 ounce.
Let me stop you there. Are you familiar with the Kroger foam cups?
Yes.
Are they also, do they contain styrofoam or made out of styrofoam?
Yes.
Were there more than one type, quantity, I should say, of foam cups purchased on this date?
Yeah, I see an 8 ounce and a 16 ounce.
Okay. Fair to say there's numerous cups within each quantity, is that fair?
Yes.
What else was purchased?
Some various grocery items and some deli.
Now, just so we're aware and to educate the jury here, fair to say that this transaction moves on to a second page?
Yes, it does.
Okay, if I could have that second page, please, 404-6. If we could make that a bit larger, please. Continue, if you would, please. What were some of the items purchased?
Again, just some various grocery items, some lithium batteries, looks like Miller, just various grocery items, beverages.
If we could move to People's Exhibit 404-7 and publish that, please. Again, this is another page. Is this all the same transaction from July 12th of 2012?
Yes.
Okay. What are some of the additional items?
Again, various grocery items, beverages.
Were some additional styrofoam cups contained later in this transaction?
Yes, 16 ounce Kroger foam cups, yep.
Okay. If we could please publish People's Exhibit 404-8. Again, you've got People's Exhibit 404 in front of you there. Is this a continuation of the July 12th, 2012 purchase?
Yes, it is.
What are we looking at here? What is this all referring to?
Just the discounts from the loyalty card used, and then the final tender amount.
Okay, I would like to draw your attention to the somewhat bottom right corner there, where it has the word debit, and below that it says cash. Do you see where I'm referring to?
Yes.
What I'd like you to do, please, without saying anything, if you could just, we've got a stick pointer right behind you. Can you just point up on the screen where we're talking about, please, the debit and the cash? Thank you. What is the amount associated with the debit?
$361.54.
There's a large number that is several digits long, continuing to the right of that. It ends in an 8522. Do you see that number?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what that number would be?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the credit card number used. It's a masked credit card number.
Your may I approach to retrieve an item of evidence, please?
Yes.
Sir, I've handed you what's been previously introduced into evidence as People's Exhibit 720. There's 3 different exhibits there, but I want you to look specifically at 720, if you would, please.
Okay.
Fair to say that is a Visa debit card?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what financial institution is that from?
Point Loma Credit Union.
Could you please look at the account number on that particular debit card and tell me if it matches the account number you're referring to here in People's Exhibit 404?
Yes, the first 6 digits and the last 4 digits are matched. The middle 6 digits are always masked.
What do you mean by they're masked?
It's privacy. We only publish a masked number at this level.
Okay. Despite the fact that they're masked at that level, is that account number associated with People's Exhibit 404 the same as the People's Exhibit 720?
Yes, it is.
And again, People's Exhibit 720, what is the customer or the individual's name on People's Exhibit 720?
James E. Holmes.
Okay. If you just don't mind putting 720 right back up there, thank you. Below the debit, I see the word cash. Do you see where I'm referring to?
Yes.
What is that referring to?
That's cash back of $200.
Okay, so just explain to the jury, please, how this transaction went as far as how much the total was and any cash back.
Yeah, the total would be less, so it'd be $161.54, and then received $200 cash back from a debit card.
To the customer?
To the customer.
If we could please have People's Exhibit 404-9. And for the record, this is roughly the 9th page within People's Exhibit 404, and we have made that a bit larger here on the screen in open court. Just to kind of orient us, the very top there, the gray portion where I see the tendered amount of $161.54, does that refer to the transaction you were just talking about?
Yes, it does.
Now, below that gray line, does that move into a new transaction?
Yes, it does.
What is the date of the new transaction?
July 3rd, 2012.
Is there a time associated with that?
Yeah, it's 17:31 or 5:31 p.m.
Is this transaction also associated with the same customer loyalty card number as the one you read for James Holmes?
Yes, it is.
We can't necessarily see it here, but what store was this transaction conducted at?
That's store 14.
Is that same one? I think you said 6 in Peoria?
Yes.
Can you describe in general what some of the items purchased on July 3rd in this particular exhibit?
I see Kroger foam cups, 16 ounce, some various beverages.
Let me stop you right there. Those foam cups, are those the same type of styrofoam cups you were describing earlier?
Yes.
Okay, continue, please.
7-Up, some motor oil, 5 weight 20.
Let me ask you a question about 7-Up. Are you familiar with the 7-Up? It says 2LT. Do you see that?
Yeah, that's a 2-liter bottle.
Are you familiar with those 2-liter bottles?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with what color they are?
Yes,
What color are they?
green and white.
Okay. Continue down. What were some of the other items purchased?
Motor oil, and then I see paper, Kroger Value paper towels, onion bagels, more various beverages, and
If we could,
yeah.
fair to say this transaction continues on to another page as well?
Yes, it does.
If we could have that next page, it would be 404-10, please. Okay, what I'm going to do is, if I could just have you kind of talk us through this. Never mind. We're going to make it large here. Second, continuing on this transaction, again, for the record, this is July 3rd of 2012. Walk us through some more of this particular transaction, please.
I see more grocery items. Believe that's a light bulb. More batteries, or a battery, I should say.
At the bottom there, I see, and I'll just direct your attention sort of to the middle, but to the bottom it says debit. Do you see where I'm referring to?
Yes, I do.
What is the total there?
$116.44.
That account number, again, is that the same account number that you read associated with People's Exhibit 720, that Point Loma debit card?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and you can refer to the debit card if you need to see it again. It's right behind you there. Could I please have 404-11? That would be page 11 of People's Exhibit 404. Above the gray line there, is that continuing that July 3rd transaction?
Yes, it is.
Was there any cash back on that particular purchase?
No.
Okay, so in other words, that the total was the full amount on the debit card?
Yes.
All right, below the line, actually, you know what? That gray line itself, what is the total of that transaction on July 3rd, 2012?
The tendered amount?
Yeah.
It's $116.44.
Okay.
$116.44.
Is that the total amount that was expended?
Yes.
All right. Below the gray line, is that fair to say that moves us into yet another transaction?
Yes.
Still another transaction within the month of July 2012?
Yes.
What is the date of this transaction?
July 1st, 2012.
What is the time of this transaction?
16:23 or 4:23 p.m.
Just walk us through briefly, if you would, please, some of the items that were purchased in this transaction still within July of 2012.
Looks like general merchandise, some various grocery items, beverages again.
If we could move to 404-12, please. Continue, if you would, please, some of the items that were purchased here on July 1st, 2012.
Again, more various grocery items.
I'm going to draw your attention to the middle of the section where it says RNZT. Do you see that?
Yes.
ADJ, apple, and cinnamon. Do you know what that refers to?
Renews it.
What is Renews It?
I believe it's a fragrance.
Is it also commonly called an air freshener?
Yeah.
Does there appear to be some air fresheners purchased by, in this transaction?
Yes, well, at least one. I see. I'm gonna look for some more here. I just see that one. Oh, no, two. I see two.
If we could move to People's Exhibit 404-13. Continue to walk us through, please, July 1st, 2012 purchase.
Again, more grocery items, produce items.
What was the debit amount, tendered amount for this transaction at the bottom, somewhat right portion of this screen?
$112.99.
That account number, is that the same account number associated with the Point Loma debit card in People's Exhibit 720?
Yes, it is.
If I could have People's Exhibit 404-14, please. Walk us up to the gray line again. What was the total tendered amount for the July 1st, 2012 purchase?
The tendered amount was $112.99.
Is it fair to say that's after some coupons and things of that had ran off the order?
That's correct. The extended amount is before the coupons were taken off.
Okay, so the grand total was $112.99?
Yes.
Okay. The final transaction that I want to move through is below that. I believe that's in June. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
What is the date of that transaction?
June 21st, 2012,
What is the time of that transaction?
13:21 or 1:21 p.m.
Can you walk us through just in general some of the items purchased here?
See various produce and grocery items, eggs, cereal.
Can we have People's Exhibit 404-15, please? Please continue to walk us through this purchase.
Again, more various grocery items.
This transaction, June 21st, 2012, did that associate also with the customer loyalty card number associated with James Holmes?
Yes.
If I could have 404-16, please. Walk us through this, please.
Again, more grocery items, bread.
Is there a 2-liter 7-Up?
Yes, there is. Diet 2 liter, yeah.
Could I have 404-17, please?
Some more grocery items, milk, dairy, 2 liter orange Diet Sunkist and Diet 7-Up.
And People's Exhibit 404-18, please. All of this still refers to the June 21st transaction?
Yes, it does.
Can you walk us through what the total amount was and any cash back, please?
Yeah, the tender amount was $340.16 with cash back to the customer of $200.
So what was the total for the actual King Soopers purchase itself?
$140.16.
Judge, I know we're at the noon hour. I have just a few more questions, if we may.
Yes, go ahead.
If we could please go back to 404-11, please. Sir, do you still have before you People's Exhibit 4737? That would be one of the photographs.
Yes.
Can you please take a look at 4737? And I will publish it here in a moment, but fair to say that particular exhibit, it's already been admitted. Does it have a date and time stamp associated with it?
Yes, it does.
What is the date?
The date is July 1st, 2012.
Does it also have a time associated with that?
Yes, 16:18 or 4:18 p.m.
Does that date and time associate with what I have on the screen now as 404-11 as far as date and time of this transaction?
Yes, it does.
It's not necessarily on this screen here. You may have to look at your booklet itself, but can you tell the register associated with the transaction for July 1st, 2012?
Yes, I can.
What is that?
Register 12.
Does that also correspond with the register that's shown in People's Exhibit 4737?
Yes, it does.
Similar questions for 4738. Do you have that photograph handy?
Yes, I do.
Does that photograph have a date and time stamp?
Yes, it does.
Does that date and time stamp match the what I have published right now as 404-11 for the July 1st, 2012 transaction?
It correlates with it. Yes, it does.
Okay. Does it also correlate with the same register checkout as number 12?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Thank you. If I could please publish People's Exhibit 4737, please. What are we looking at here, sir?
That is the snapshot I supplied to the officers requesting.
If we could please have People's Exhibit 4738. What is this?
Just a second snapshot, couple seconds later.
Okay. Same transaction that's related to People's Exhibit 404?
Yes, it is.
And the same transaction related to James Holmes for People's Exhibit 404?
Yes.
Thank you. Just going to have one moment briefly, please.
Yes, I'm going to turn the lights back on.
Just for clarity, in case I didn't say it that last, actually, let's go ahead and put back up 4738 just briefly. Just for the record, where is the date and time stamp on this photograph?
On the bottom center.
Okay, what is the date of this photograph?
July 1st, 2012.
At the very top, there's a number 5. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What does that refer to, if you know?
That is the camera number.
Okay. Anything else? Judge, I have nothing further at this time. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Higgs, do you have cross-examination? All right, the jury may have a question for you, so give us a moment, sir, please.
Sure.
All right, would counsel please approach? Sir, the jury has submitted some questions that, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, I have determined are appropriate. The first question is, what was the quantity of motor oil purchased on July 3, 2012?
I would have to refer to the transaction. Did you say July 3?
Yes.
I see 4, quantity of 4.
The next question is, as custodian of records, would you have been able to locate transactions prior to June 17, 2012?
Yes.
And the final question is, if so, did you access prior transactions to ascertain those purchases?
There is prior to July or June?
Prior to June 17, 2012. The question is, did you access prior transactions to ascertain those purchases?
No, I just ran a query for June 17th to July 20th.
All right. Any follow-up questions, Mr. Edson, based on those questions?
No, thank you.
Any follow-up questions, Ms. Higgs, based on those questions?
Yes, sir.
May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Your Honor.
Ms. Higgs? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, it's about 10 minutes after 12, so let's go ahead and take our lunch break. Please remember that my advisements apply during the lunch break. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back here in approximately an hour and a half at about 1:40, okay? Thank you. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Please be seated, everyone. I had a chance to review People's Exhibit P-TR-999 over the weekend, so we can plan to talk about that at the end of the day, today after the jury goes home, okay? All right, is there anything that we need to talk about at this time on behalf of the people?
Briefly, Judge, People's Exhibit 22 that's not been admitted, I'm guessing you want that kept with your clerk and court reporter?
To avoid confusion, it's probably better if you keep it unless there's an objection to that. Is there any objection to that? No. And the defense is saying no. All right.
I will retrieve it. Thank you.
Okay. Anything on behalf of the defense at this time? Mr. King, do you have anything? Okay, thank you. I'll see you after lunch. The court will be in recess.
Welcome back on this Monday afternoon now. I don't know why I had to look at the clock. It's almost 12:15 here in the Denver area. Marshall Zellinger in the 7 Newsroom, Phil Tenser and Mitch Jelnick are taking care of the coverage in the morning session. We just took lunch till probably about 1:45 Denver time. An active morning. We had the recalling of the CSI representative of Aurora Police this morning, finishing up all those pieces of evidence that she collected and examined inside the theater. And then we heard from a few survivors of the theater shooting, and we just wrapped up with a representative from King Soopers, which is the grocery store in the Denver area. It's also known as City Market, Kroger nationwide, based in Cincinnati, and that's the grocery store he purchased. The defendant was purchased some of the styrofoam cups that we heard based on the receipts that were testified about, as well as Diet 7-Up 2 liters, which we had heard in the past. And again, we've shown you those photos over the last few weeks of the green, 6 of the green litered bottles of 7-Up that were filled with gasoline inside the apartment. We started the day in court with the defense asking the judge to talk to the jurors about the recent death sentence imposed in the Boston Marathon bombing case, calling many similarities between the cases, to which prosecuting attorney Rich Orman was up in arms over. We're going to bring in 7 News legal analyst Dan Reck this afternoon. Dan, let's start with this request from the defense. And as a defense attorney, here's how, I don't know if you heard all of the back and forth, but the defense wanted the judge to address the jurors and say, hey, there's this recent death penalty that was just imposed. We need to know if this changes your ability to be fair and impartial. And the judge came back and said, well, by me even asking that, it draws attention to it, even if they didn't know about it. Are you okay with that? And so first, on the premise, the defense asking the judge to ask these jurors about something that had nothing to do with this case. Why even go there?
Oh, see, this occurred to me over the weekend, too. I was concerned for the defense and concerned for how the trial was proceeding. I mean, these are the 2 biggest murder cases going on in our country right now, and the biggest that have gone on in our country in the last several years. So the odds of these jurors not having heard anything about the Boston Marathon case and the death penalty verdict were remote in the extreme, and I think it was wise of the defense and of the judge to ask a question of the jurors with regard to whether they saw it and how it affected them.
The defense wanted the judge to ask up front, did anybody think it was going to make them affect their ability to be fair and impartial? And then it sounded like the defense wanted, if anybody said yes, to ask them individually. When the judge finally did ask the jurors, the way I interpreted it, it seemed very just off to the side, like, hey, did this bother anybody? Okay, no, let's call your first witness. It seemed very cursory, and it really didn't get to the depth that I'm sure the defense wanted. Should it have gone any deeper than asking that question, none of the jurors raise their hand, and then just move on? Is that good enough?
No, I mean, I do want to comment on that. Imagine the difference. If you simply say to a jury, not even to an individual, just as a whole, did anyone feel like this made them less able to be fair and impartial? Well, nobody's ever going to say, oh, yes, I'm less fair and impartial. But, for example, if the judge had said to the jurors, one by one, Mr. Smith, when you read about this, what did you think? How did you feel? Did you think about it in relation to this case? And you can be sure you would have gotten very different responses and very open responses, at least from many people. So it could have facilitated that kind of discussion. I'm sure that's what the defense wanted, but it isn't what the judge did.
Give us some perspective as a defense attorney. What would you be concerned about if you believe that the jurors know about this Boston Marathon verdict and what that plays into their mind? What is your concern that the jury may now be thinking?
Oh, see, I think this creates an additional significant concern for the defense, because these jurors here in Colorado may well be thinking, boy, in that other case where less people died, they're giving the death penalty. So maybe it increases the likelihood that they'll be willing to impose the death penalty in this case. I'm not saying that is what's going to happen, but I am saying that the defense is justified in being concerned about that. And frankly, if it was me as a defense attorney, I'd certainly be concerned about it.
Well, that's what started off the trial today in the 4th week now of the theater shooting trial. As the witness and survivor testimony went on this morning, Dan, one of the witnesses kept describing that he was calling his mom, and as he tried to describe what that phone call was like, as he was outside tending to his wound to his head, he called his mom, Defense objected, saying hearsay, and the judge stopped the testimony, saying only talk about what you experienced there. What is it about going into a phone call like that that's not allowed?
Well, the hearsay rule in some respects is very clear, and it is clear in this respect. Any statement is hearsay and excluded unless it's a statement made in court by the witness under oath. So he, the witness, wanted to tell the jury about things he told his mother 2 years ago on the phone, and that's classic hearsay because it's a statement made by a declarant while not in court.
Well, let me make a quick comparison, and this was I think it was the beginning of last week, and it may have been the week before. There was the other CSI representative from Aurora Police testified to going to each hospital to take photographs and evidence of the victims that were taken to the hospital. And when he was asked to identify who he saw at those different hospitals, the defense objected also to hearsay. That was overruled. And I think it was a lingering concern. Why would that be something that was hearsay? Are we talking about the same type of information with this CSI guy just naming people he went up to, similar to this survivor recounting his phone call with mom? Again, that first one with the CSI was overruled. He was allowed to name the people he took evidence from, but are those similar objections? I just need I don't know the legal background behind the comparison between those two.
Well, I mean, the hearsay rule in many respects is very complicated, and of course there's whole law school classes on these rules of evidence. But observations made at a scene and who you saw, and if you know that person's name, are observations and not statements that you made. So if I understand correctly, I see the distinction. Sometimes these distinctions seem pretty darn esoteric, even to the lawyers, much less to the public, and sometimes they are, but nevertheless, the rules of evidence are made to make a trial as fair as possible, and a judge is having to ferret out which things to allow in and which things not to, and it's often a difficult choice.
Let me end with one last question on the Boston Marathon verdict topic. The fact that it was brought up, none of the jurors raised their hands. From now, as a juror, I'm wondering if they're thinking, well, why did he ask us that? Did this make it worse for the defense for what they were trying to do?
I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, the judge, in a sense, protected his record and did not leave the jury or the defense with this issue that they might be able to appeal because he asked the question. Did he ask it in a way that the defense would want him to? I don't think so. But nevertheless, he did ask the question. You know, it's possible in the future that the jurors will discuss when it comes to the having to deliberate what happened in Boston, and it's possible that someone will show some kind of prejudice, and it's possible that another juror will say something. I mean, that kind of thing happens, so we have possibly not seen the last of the relationships between these cases as far as the jury is concerned.
That's an interesting thought. We'll find out once we get into the verdict phase of this trial. Thanks, Dan Recht, helping us through this lunch hour. 7 News legal analyst Dan Recht, as we start week 4 of the Aurora Theater shooting trial, and a cross-section of different witnesses today, starting with the continuation of CSI evidence from Aurora Police. We heard from survivors, and we left off right before lunch with a representative from King Soopers, Kroger, the grocery store, talking over some of the receipts made, the purchases made by the defendant, and what was on the receipts. We have some sound from earlier this morning that we want to play back for you. We heard from a couple of the survivors of the shooting. You're going to hear from both Ryan Lumba and Louis Duran. They were both describing, again, what every other survivor has talked about, what they did before the movies, at the movie when the shooting started and what they went through. And they had some pretty harrowing tales of the injuries they sustained themselves. So here's sounds from earlier this morning from survivors of the Aurora Theater shooting.
What happened during the movie that night?
So from what I remember, about 15 minutes into the movie starting, right after previews, I believe the first shooting scene, people were just engaged in the movie, and then right after we saw I saw something thrown across the movie theater, and it lay out some smoke. The whole movie theater assumed it was just a prank and horseplay, so some people, like myself, I went to my phone and we just assumed it was just horseplay. And then what happened after those few moments, it was kind of a blur. I noticed something was wrong. I looked over to my right to Devin's suits and I pulled him down, and then I believed to get hit by gunfire simultaneously, and I just went to the ground after that.
So when you say you believe, so at that time you thought you were shot and you went to the ground immediately.
Yes.
What did that feel like?
So I felt a lot of punches to my entire abdominal side and my shoulder. And I didn't really realize it. I just kind of pulled Devin to the side to the ground while I got hit. So it was just like a lot of punches towards my side.
What do you remember after that?
I got dazed. I do not remember the immediate events after that, but after a few moments waking up from being dazed, I found myself holding my left abdominal, and I was breathing very heavily. I heard a lot of running and screaming, and I recall telling myself, I think I got shot. It was very cold on my left side, so I just assumed I got shot.
Do you remember if you were hearing any gunshots at this time?
No, because all I heard was ringing, just a lot of ringing noises like from an explosion, so I couldn't really hear anything except running and screaming.
What happened after you were holding your left side?
I was just breathing to myself, just trying to hold on, and then a few moments after that I blacked out.
What's the next thing you remember?
The next thing I remember after that, waking up, I woke up in the hospital.
Now, while you were in the movie theater, did you ever see a shooter?
No.
Do you recall seeing anything other than the smoke and hearing any gunshots?
No, ma'am.
What did you learn happened to you when you were at the hospital?
They recalled to me how many days it passed since the night.
How many days was that
I'm assuming 3 to 5 days.
before you woke up?
Yes.
What did you learn about your injuries at that time?
The doctor said I sustained multiple gunshot wounds on my abdominal side. I had a bullet pierce my left lung, so to prevent it from collapsing any further, I had a tube inserted to my left lung, and I had a few bullets pierce my left arm.
What had happened to your abdominal region?
They said they did some surgery to remove some pellets, and they removed some of my lower smaller intestine because it was damaged.
So you actually had some of your lower intestine removed?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibits 4561, 4562, and 2114.
Yes.
Do you recognize the person in those photographs?
Yes.
That person in the photographs you?
Yes.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict your injuries that you sustained on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 4561, 4562, and 2114.
No objection.
All right, if you could please describe for the jury where you're injured in this photograph.
I got injured within my left lung. One bullet pierced my left lung, so.
All right, if I could have 4562.
It shows my left lung up close and one bullet piercing my left shoulder.
All right, now I could please have 2114.
That shows my left abdominal injury and the surgery they performed at the hospital to remove parts of my damaged smaller intestine.
All right. Now, do you have any lasting injuries today because of those injuries, Mr. Lumba?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. It goes to the nature, character, and extent of the injuries.
You can tell the jury about the lasting impacts of your injuries.
Just digestive system, I can't really eat normally, so I have to precaution on what I eat sometimes and how fast I eat. I have some pellets in my body still remaining, so it limits my flexibility with physical activity at times.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that Mr. Lumba come up to the front and approach the diagram with me.
Okay.
And Mr. Lumba, if you could grab that cordless microphone that's up there, please, and turn that on and come meet me. All right, if you could please show the jury where you were seated on July 20th of 2012.
We were seated, me and my group of friends were seated like around this area.
All right, and could you remember where you exactly were seated, approximately, and which friend was on either side of you?
On my left side was Louis Duran, my right was Devin Suits, then Nick Droege, and then Phil Hardgrove.
All right, so let's just say if we pick a row, just approximately, if you could point to the jury about where you were.
Approximately like around right here or right here.
All right, and where was Mr. Duran seated?
Louis Duran was located on my left side.
All right, and can you tell the jury about where you remember falling down and how your body was positioned as you fell down that night?
So just right in front of our seats, the area right in front. I just pulled Devin Suits around this area.
All right, and that's the last thing that you remember from that night?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you very much, Your Honor. So you had seen this canister come across the theater and saw some smoke. What do you recall happening after that? And if you could get close to the microphone, please.
Sorry. Immediately, again, the flashes and the bangs. I looked to my left, and I didn't know these people, but I seen them throw themselves on the ground. Start hearing yelling and screaming, and I looked once more ahead of me, and I'm starting to realize that maybe it's not a prank. When that moment that I realized that it wasn't a prank, I got hit on the right side of my head, and it felt like someone had haymakered my head. Someone had severely punched me and almost knocked the lights out of me. As soon as that happened, I stood up and I threw myself on the ground. And I can remember not being able to move my right arm whatsoever. And blood is just pouring down on the right side of my face, and I'm not able to see out of my right eye because of that. I'm laying there, and seeing all this blood. I knew I got hit in the head with something, and I thought for sure it had, hit my brain or something because, I'm not able to move my right arm. Didn't think I was going to make it. So I reached down to my left pocket, grabbed my phone, I called the most important person in my life, my mother. I told her.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
So as people were crawling and running and walking out of the theater, I was able to get myself up, and I knew that maybe I've had a chance to live, and I can possibly survive the night. And I was able to crawl out of the exit, and there was a gentleman there who had grabbed me and helped me down the stairs.
And I'm going to stop you right there for a second, Mr. Durian. Could you see, before you had crawled, what had happened to your friends?
My mind was like a blur, and I wasn't able to see clearly. I look down and I see my buddy Ryan just laying on the ground, and I had no idea if he was okay or not. But I know he was down on the floor, and this is when I was laying on the ground as well. I looked down.
Now, prior to that time that you had said that the gunfire had stopped, was the gunfire continuous throughout that period of time?
At that moment, yes, the gunshots were still live, and I don't. I have no idea how long it was.
Did you ever at any point in time see a shooter in the theater?
Did not.
So you saw flashes and you saw smoke, but that's all that you saw, and you heard the gunfire. All right.
I'm sorry. You need to answer the question verbally, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So you got to the point where you thought it was your chance to maybe escape from the theater, and so you were telling the jury there was a larger gentleman that was helping you.
Yes.
Okay, so if you could continue to tell the jury what you remember after that.
So after being helped down the stairs, he went to go help others, and I was able to exit out of the theater, and at this point I'm outside. I'm outside, and there hasn't been any police or ambulances or anybody yet to help. So I was scared of my life again because I'm still bleeding from the right side of my head, and I'm asking for help. I'm yelling out for help, and there's a lady that approaches me, and she's crying, and she's like, "How can I help you?" And I went down to my instincts I have to wrap my head up to stop the bleeding, so I asked her to help me remove my shirt. So I may wrap my shirt around my head. As soon as she helped me remove that piece of shirt that I had, the police started arriving, ambulances immediately, a trooper car sped up right in front of me and parked, and they're running in with full body gear and guns, running into the theater. Still haven't been helped. The one thing I forgot to ask the lady was to help wrap the shirt around my head. So I'm having a hard time because I can't feel my right arm, and I'm pressing my head against the trooper car with the t-shirt, trying to stop the bleeding. Yelling out, "Help, help." I go back to my phone and I call my mom once more and try to give her information of where I was.
Objection, hearsay, Judge.
You cannot talk about what was said outside the courtroom, okay? Ms. Tish-McGuire, ask your next question, please. The objection is sustained. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Did you get transported to a hospital?
Yes, I did. I had a police officer grab me from the trooper car, looked at me immediately and dragged me, sat me on the curb, and there was other victims there as well. Victims that were shot in the neck, arm, blood drooling from this girl's mouth, just spitting out a lot of blood. And paramedics started to approach us and grabbed me and this other a gentleman that had a gunshot wound to the neck, and he was holding it and giving me comfort at the same time. He was holding on to me and saying that we'll be okay. As soon as we entered the trooper car, he took us to the hospital, South Aurora Clinic. And from there, I got medical treatment from nurses and doctors, and took a lot of photographs of for evidence and stuff. And
Now, Mr. Durian, did you learn what your injuries were when you were at the hospital?
yes, I did. After knowing that, being in the hospital, they treated me with a lot of CAT scans and X-rays to see if I had any major wounds, and the gunshots to the head weren't severe to penetrate the skull and hit my brain, so I knew that I was okay, that my brain was okay, and I had gotten shot on the arm, and that's why my right arm wasn't able to function properly.
Where else did you get shot?
I had a shrapnel hit my knee, have one in my chest, I have them in my fingers. I had one that hit the left top side of, above the eyebrow, and then shrapnel on my right side of my head.
Approximately how many were you told that you had been hit with?
Like 27, 28.
You hear the two bangs. Are you scared now?
Yes, I am.
People are running
Yes.
behind you. How about the people next to you?
The people next I didn't pay any attention to them until I ran or tried to run.
Now tell us about that. You tried to run. Why couldn't you?
As soon as I got up, I turned to my left to run because I knew the shots were coming from the right side of me, so I turned to the left and tried to run, and I immediately stumbled over a person that was lying on the floor.
What were they doing?
They were just laying there, almost in a fetal position.
Do you ever remember that person moving during
No.
the rest of that evening?
No.
So you stumble, you fall. Are you on all fours? Are you on a knee? What's happening?
Objection to leading.
Go ahead, sir.
I fell to my knees at first. I fell, the front part of my body was laying on top of that person, but I was on my knees to brace myself.
While that's happening, what's going on in the theater?
People are still running. I could see people running down the steps trying to get out the left side of the exit.
What are you hearing?
Just a bunch of screaming. There's still shots. Now the shots are rapid shots.
Do us a favor if you would. And I don't want you to use your voice for this. Could you use your hand and tap out on this wood, I presume it's wood, in front of you, how you heard the sounds coming in front of you?
The shots or the people?
Yes, sir, the shots.
Okay.
Thank you. And how long did it go on like that?
Probably for a few seconds until there was a brief pause.
What'd you do?
I looked for the shooter, and I saw him walking up that passageway. So then I nudged the person that was on the ground to see were they going to move, and they weren't.
They respond to you at all?
No.
Hang on for just one moment, and we'll get back there, okay? You said you see the shooter. And you said it was down by that screen, remember? On
Yes.
the right? Is there something you can point to in this courtroom that is about the distance from where you think you were sitting to where that person was?
I would say that back there by the wall, by that, what's that thermostat?
Oh, yeah, okay. There's a thermostat back here about 4 rows from the back. I don't know what direction that is, Your Honor, but corner of the courtroom. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Tell us what he looked like, or what the shooter looked like to you.
I couldn't see. He he was in the dark at the time. The only thing I could see was that he was wearing some type of headgear, but it was definitely dark, so I'm assuming that it was dark colored clothes.
Could you make out any weapons?
Not at the time.
Okay.
When I initially saw him.
That's when you see him. Are you already on your knees kind of over the person you described to us?
When I first saw him, I was still in my chair. I didn't drop to my knees until I actually saw the shots fired from the gun.
Did that shooter stay out there?
Not for long. When I turned back to look at him again while I was on my knees, that's when he started moving towards me.
Okay. What are you doing as he's moving towards you?
Actually, before I look to see if he's moving toward me, I'm laying on top of the person, waiting for to stop some type of stoppage in the shooting. And then when there was the pause, I looked back at him, and that's when I saw him coming toward me.
He's moving towards you. Is he still shooting?
Yes, he started back, and he was shooting. It appeared that he was shooting above me, from where I was at.
Now, when you say above you, do you mean in the ceiling or to the people behind you?
To the people behind me.
As he's moving towards you, could you start to make out a little bit more about this shooter?
Yeah, I could definitely see the gas mask, the headgear, that he was dressed in some type of armor, not armor, but clothing armor.
Not like a knight.
Yeah.
Right. Could you see his weapon?
Yes.
What did it look like to you?
It looked like an automatic weapon. I couldn't tell you what exact kind it was.
The shooting that the shooter was engaged in as he's moving towards you, was it like you demonstrated here in front of us?
Yes.
What kind of pace is he setting as he's walking towards you?
It was slow. He's just a slow walk.
Didn't appear to be in any kind of rush.
No.
The form of the question calls for speculation.
Sustained.
As he's moving towards you, slowly, shooting the way you've described, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking I need to get up and get out of here.
Are you in a position to do that?
No. I didn't want to trample over the person. I didn't know if they were dead or alive, so I didn't want to trample over them. And so I was trying to crawl past them, but they were blocking the entire row.
Does the shooter keep coming?
Yes.
What'd you do?
When I turned back around, after I nudged the person that was on the ground, I turned back to look where he was, and he was probably about 5 feet in front of me.
He being the shooter?
Yes.
Look, I know the words 5 feet, but I want you for this jury to point to something in this courtroom that is the distance that shooter got to you.
I would say this desk right here.
This desk that Miss Spengler's sitting at
Yes.
right here? The front edge of it?
Uh-huh.
When that shooter gets to this distance from you in that theater, what happens?
I thought to myself, I'm about to be shot. And so I tried to cover up my face, and that's when he shot me.
Now, at the time, how many times do you think you'd been shot?
At the time, I only thought I had been shot once.
That turns out to not be true.
No.
What did it feel like?
My shoulder was hurting. That's the only thing I felt at the time. It was stinging, and I just knew that I had been shot in my shoulder.
What were you thinking?
I said, I'm about to die. I was laying there coughing up blood, but I was wondering why I was coughing up blood from just being shot in the shoulder.
Were you scared?
Yes.
403, 401, move to strike.
Overruled.
Were you scared?
Yes.
You're in this position. You know you've been shot. Can you see the shooter anymore?
No.
Do you hear shooting?
No.
What did you do?
I laid there. I don't remember how long I laid there.
Why?
But
Why'd you do that?
because I was playing like I was dead. I wanted to make sure that he was gone before I attempted to get up if I could.
Did you think he was gone at some point?
I did. And honestly, I didn't care once I got up. I just knew that I could get up.
Where'd you go?
I went back out the exit that I came.
Do you remember seeing how the theater looked as you were running out of there?
Section 403, 401.
Overruled?
Go ahead, sir.
No, I did not. The only thing I could hear the sirens going off. I knew the movie had stopped, but that was it.
Did you ever see that shooter again?
No, I did not.
Did you know when you turned to run whether you were going to where the shooter had gone or not?
No, I did not know. I didn't know if he had gone out the way I was gonna go, or did he go back out the exit that he came in.
What was the way you went, sir?
I went out the right-hand side as you're facing the screen, which was the way I came in.
Did you get back to the lobby?
Yes, I did.
And then what?
I was met by a police officer, and he escorted me out of the theater.
You end up going to the hospital and get treated?
Yes.
Before you got to the theater that day, were all your appendages and everything working the way they were supposed to on your body?
Yes.
After you left the theater in the early morning hours of July 20th, were they all working the way they were supposed to?
No.
I want you to tell us what injuries you sustained in that theater.
My scapula was shattered, and I have nerve damage.
Tell us about the nerve damage.
It's caused drop foot syndrome, and I can't lift my foot to walk naturally without help, or I have to lift my leg higher off the ground to walk.
Is that forever?
Yes.
403, 401, move to strike.
Overruled.
Go ahead,
It goes to the nature of the injury, the character, nature, and extent of the injury.
I apologize, Your Honor. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I was. The doctor told me that I should see.
Excuse me, hearsay confrontation.
Sustained as to hearsay.
Let's not talk about just what the specific words the doctor said, but the fact that you know that this is permanent is enough, okay?
Yes.
What I want to ask you about now is, remember when we said you thought you had been shot once, but you found out you'd been shot a second time?
Right.
Tell the jury where you were shot in addition to the scapula that it broke.
I was shot in the lower back, towards the middle.
Is that the source of the nerve damage for your leg?
Yes, and it punctured my lung also.
The injury to your shoulder, what did they do to you to try to fix that?
I was operated on, and they put a plate in there.
That plate going to be in you forever too?
Objection 403, 401.
Overruled.
Yes.
Same ruling as before.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 2565 and 2566. Take a look at that. You recognize what those are pictures of? Bless you.
I do not recognize the first picture.
Which one is that?
It's
I take it
2565.
Okay, go ahead and set that one down then.
Okay. And the second one was, it's me.
Okay, and that's how you recognize it? It's you?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that the way you looked back on July the 20th, 2012, after you were taken for help from the theater?
Sadly, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have the witness come down and talk to us about where some things took place on the model, if he could.
Okay.
Sir, would you come down and do me a favor, too? Would you grab that stick?
And there's a microphone here, Mr. Ruckler. Do you want to?
Yes, sir. I'll grab that. Carry that for you. Thank you, sir. come around the side if you would for us. Spangler, can you see? Sure. First, I want you to show for this jury, and if they can't see, I'm hoping someone will yell something. Can you point to the seat that you were in that night? You're pointing to the far end seat just in front of the railing here at the back of that area? All right. Now, we've taken down the walls because it was impossible to see in this box when the walls were there. But if we're going to presume that the screen is up in the front here, when you first saw the shooter, after you'd looked behind you and you'd heard the screaming, can you point to where that was on here? Okay. You described the shooter moving forward. And then the last place that you saw the shooter when you were covering up, can you show us where that is? Go ahead, sir. It's right here. And you're indicating just to the right of the railing on the bottom of the stairs by this seat. And if I'm talking out loud, it's only because I want this nice lady to type those words into the record. Okay. All right, sir, here's what I'm going to ask you to do, okay? What I'd like you to do is, if you could start over here by this hulking deputy and hold the stick like the weapon without pointing it at the jury, the way you saw the shooter holding the weapon. And I want you to demonstrate for the jury the pace that that shooter took and the way that he carried that weapon as he moved towards you in that direction, okay? And Ms. Spengler, I don't mean to make you that person. If you want to move over here, that's fine too. And that's the pace that he took? Yes. Sir, before you turned yourself away and he shot you, did you see him point that weapon at you?
Yes.
Give him the microphone, please.
Oh, jeepers. Sorry, Your Honor.
Yes.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Other than to move to admit People's Exhibit 1213 into evidence. Thank you.
One of my trips back into the someone had brought Veronica Mosier down to the front of the theater from farther up while they were treating other people. She was just inside the door when I walked in. I bent down, felt for a pulse. There was no pulse. The only wound I could see was a wound in the abdomen on the right-hand side. At that point, I saw Sergeant Hawkins, who was an officer at the time, coming down the stairs. I got his attention, said I want her triaged, I want her out of here. He picked her up and carried her out. He felt for a pulse. Later had mentioned that he thought he felt one, but he hadn't because his own pulse or something to that line. But
Even though, when you first saw her, did you feel that she was still alive?
no.
Given that, why did you choose to not leave her in the theater?
Her age. I wasn't keeping a child in my crime scene. You know, if there was any possibility she needed to go. I didn't want my officer stepping over her. I didn't want her at the scene.
My next recollection is Sergeant John's guard motioned me over, and there was a girl about 6 years old on the floor.
Did he ask you to do something with regard to this little girl?
Yes, he lifted up her shirt and showed me where she had been shot once in the abdomen. And I tried to obtain her pulse, and I could not.
Why not?
At that point, my own hands were really tingling and pulsing, I would guess from adrenaline.
Were you asked to do something with regard to her?
Yes, Sergeant John's guard yelled for me to get her and go.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And you picked her up?
I picked her up, and I ran out of the front entrance of the theater.
Were there paramedics around?
Yes, yes there were.
Were you aware of whether or not they transported her?
I was aware of the way they looked at me, that she had probably died, and they did transport her to Children's Hospital.
Did you ever learn who that child was?
Yes,
And who was she?
it was a little girl named Veronica Mosier.
After you had taken Veronica Mosier, and she also known as Veronica Mosier Sullivan,
Yes, ma'am.
after you had taken her outside, what did you do?
After I placed her on the pram of the ambulance, I turned around and went back to the theater, at which point I encountered two girls carrying a teenaged black boy who had been shot in the leg. And I said, "Can I help you girls?" And they gave him to me, and I carried him over to where a fire engine was. And I set him with other wounded people next to the fire engine.
And then I decided I needed to get inside that theater right now, because people were still coming out and yelling, help, help, help. He's shooting, he's shooting.
How did you enter the theater?
Through the rear exit door, emergency exit door.
As you were going through that emergency exit door, what did you observe?
I could see trails of blood, lots amount of blood. Leading up to that back of that door, I then saw a AR type rifle, a machine gun type rifle, had the magazine in it, and it was basically the barrel was pointing in a southeast direction. It is laying on the ground there.
Are you familiar with assault rifles?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with an M16?
Correct.
Does the AR style rifle look like an M16?
Yes, exactly.
What was the footing like at this area outside of the theater?
I stepped over the rifle to enter that exit door, and I almost fell down. I wasn't sure what happened until I looked down and realized it was the amount of blood that I slipped in and almost fell in. There was so much blood.
Once you got into the theater, what did you see?
There's a small hallway, and it felt like forever going through that. And I know it's probably only feet. Once I got through to it, it opened up into the theater. On my right was the screen, and on my left was all the seating. There was some, seating above and some other seating, and then you had the floor and the theater to my right, the actual screen. It was absolute. It was horrendous. It was a nightmare.
Overruled?
It looked like a war scene.
No, he's describing what he saw. This is his observation. Overruled. The objection has been overruled, Ms. Brady. Ms. Pearson, ask your next question, please.
What could you hear in the theater?
I could hear some type of alarm going off and cell phones. I remember the cell phones. After seeing what I saw, you could hear cell phones, and I wanted to pick them up and answer them. But I didn't have time, and you can't. But it was hard.
Were you aware of tear gas in the theater?
Yeah, as soon as I entered, my lips, my nose, my eyes started stinging, which is common with tear gas.
Were there people still in the theater, patrons?
Yes, there were several people in the theater, officers, patrons, victims, people who were dead.
What was going on in the theater at that time? What were people doing?
Screaming, yelling, crawling. Other people were trying to help the others that needed more help, trying to get them out of the theater. Officers were trying to help people get out of the theater by carrying, by dragging, by having them crawl.
Do you have any sense of how many officers were in the theater at that time?
I couldn't tell you. 5, 6 that I remember.
Any sense of how many patrons were still in the theater?
I want to say a couple dozen.
What kinds of injuries specifically did you see as you looked around the theater?
Lots of trauma, such as, holes in legs, holes in arms. People were shot in the face and the head. Chunks of flesh and skin were just missing. Some were absolutely unrecognizable. Just a whole variety of different types of injuries.
Did you take action yourself to try to assist the people who were in the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
Going back on my fire paramedic training, I decided to start checking to see if people were alive or who we could, get out of here, who was actually mobile. So I started going around checking pulses and breathing and talking to people.
How did you do that? Did you walk around the theater?
Walked around the theater, assessing bodies that I saw on the ground.
Did you walk up the stairs into the stadium seating?
Yes.
What did you do to try to help the people that you were finding that could be helped?
Some, you check for a pulse and couldn't find anything. Breathing, couldn't find anything. The ones that you found, I would try and sit up or at least roll on their side so they wouldn't aspirate on their own blood and vomit and whatever else was happening. Some you just knew were dead, and there was no point in checking.
At the point that you had entered the theater, had you seen any fire trucks behind the theater?
No.
Were there any firefighters in the theater?
No.
When you were finding people that could be helped, what did you physically do with them?
So it was so chaotic. I remember checking most ones I checked were dead. I remember, of course, the one that I will always remember is the little girl. I had to step over her because I knew she was gone and continue on, which is absolutely the hardest thing I had to do. But going back on my training, I had to save the ones that I knew I could try and save. So with the absolute knowing that this was far beyond what we're capable of, I exited the theater and I got a hold of Sergeant Redford. I said, we need to start getting these people to the hospital now.
And what did you do?
I went to my patrol car. I emptied it out what I could to make more room for as many people as I could put in there. I got into it. I drove it up to the rear of the exit and I started loading people into my car.
Who do you recall the kinds of people that you put into your car on this trip?
A couple of them, yes. On the first trip, yes.
How many trips did you ultimately make?
4.
And 4 trips to hospitals?
4 trips to hospitals.
Did you go to more than one hospital during that time?
2 separate hospitals.
How many people did you transport?
6.
When you got your car to the back, was somebody put into your car?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of injuries that person had?
They were bringing out a female that was shot in the head and I believe in the leg.
Did they put her into your patrol car?
Yeah, I helped open my door, and then I went around the other side to pull her inside. And that's when I remember Officer Williams, I was just telling him I need to hold her airway. You just drive. So he got in the seat of my car and drove us to the hospital.
Did you get, where did you get into the car?
In the back with her.
Which hospital did you go to?
We went to University.
Is that the one that's down on Colfax?
Yes.
What was that trip to the hospital like?
It seemed like it took forever. I was just trying to hold her airway. She kept gagging for breaths, and it just took forever.
Did you ever learn who that woman was who was in the backseat of your car?
Yes, it was Jessica Gowie.
When you got to the hospital, what did you do?
There were people there already. They came out and we helped load her onto a stretcher, and then as they took her inside, I just got back with Officer Williams and said, we need to get back there. So we went back to the theater.
What did you see when you got back to the theater?
It was hard to get back in to the theater. I believe we almost parked at the same spot and walked back into the back side of the theater. There was still a lot of people around.
Crime in progress or life-threatening emergency? Okay, is this the Century 16's theater shooting? Do you know anybody who's been shot? Okay, who's been shot? Who do you know that's been shot?
My two cousins.
Okay, where are they right now?
They're on the floor of the store.
Are they breathing? Ma'am, do you know if they're breathing and do you know if they're conscious?
One of them's not breathing.
Either one of them are breathing?
One of them are breathing.
Okay, the one that's not breathing, I need you to go up to him and... Is he laying on the ground? Okay, is he on the floor on a hard flat surface?
They're on a hard surface.
Okay, remove anything from under his head and kneel by his side.
What?
Kneel by his side and remove anything from under his head.
I can't. They're in between the chairs.
Okay, which theater are you in?
I'm number 9. I'm in number 9.
Okay, do you see any officers near you?
No, there's not. None.
Okay, I need you to go to your cousin that is not breathing and go by his side and kneel.
Okay.
Place your hands on his forehead and the fingertips of your other hand under his chin. Push down his forehead and lift up under his chin until his head tilts back and the chin points up.
I can't hear you. The movie is too loud.
Okay, I need you to look into his mouth. Do you see anything in his mouth?
Do I see anything on the ground?
In his mouth.
I can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
Okay, ma'am, that's okay. Can you put your ear to his mouth and see if he's breathing?
He's not. I'm feeling on the chest and he's not.
Okay, his chest is not moving and he's not breathing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we need to start chest compressions. I'm going to walk you through the steps. Are you ready?
What?
We need to start chest compressions, and I will walk you through the steps. We need to start CPR. Ma'am, we need to start CPR. I can tell you how to do it, okay? I'm going to walk you through the steps.
What?
I'm going to walk you through the steps of CPR.
I can't hear you.
Okay, is there an officer next to you?
Yeah.
Ma'am,
Yes?
can you hear me?
Yes.
We need to start CPR on your cousin, okay? Okay, I can tell you how to perform the CPR, but I need you to listen, okay?
Nobody here.
Ma'am.
Oh, there's no gunman. There's no gun.
Ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am? Ma'am, I have help on the way, but I need you to listen to me, okay?
Okay.
Kneel next to your cousin who's been shot and is not breathing. Ma'am. 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 I need you to start CPR on your cousin. Can you hear me?
I can't.
I will walk you through how to perform CPR. Ma'am, I cannot hear you. Hello, ma'am? I understand that, and I need your cousin who's been shot and is not breathing. We need to perform CPR on him. I cannot hear you, ma'am. The police are with you? Okay, speak with the police.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, bye. 911, where's your emergency?
The cinema, Century 16 in Aurora. In Aurora, Century 16.
Okay, we have multiple officers and fire department there. Do you have somebody injured?
Yeah,
tell me what's going on.
I don't know. I just see people, the lights are on. I see people injured. I need you to please come get us out of here, please. There's no one. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, where are you? Are you in the theater?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what theater are you in?
I think, let me look at my ticket real quick. Oh, God. Oh, my God. It is, house 9, it says.
Okay, you're in theater number 9?
Yes.
Okay, are there still gunshots? Do you still hear gunshots?
No. Everything is quiet now. Some people are being able to leave, but people are come. I'm scared.
Okay, just remain inside the theater. If you're safe there, just remain inside the theater. What is your name?
My name is Kiki Powell. I'm here with my husband too, Derek.
Okay, are both of you okay? Is there anybody around you injured?
I know my husband is okay, and I don't know about anyone else. But I think there are some people injured. Someone in front of me, and like someone on my side.
Okay, did you hear gunshots or fireworks?
I saw fireworks.
Saw fireworks?
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Okay. We do, like I said, we have multiple officers on scene, and the fire department is on the way with paramedics. So just remain in there. If you're safe there, just remain there, and they will come and get you. Is where you are full of smoke?
Yeah, I'm choking. I'm just crouching on the floor.
Okay, say that again. I can't hear you.
They're crouching on the floor.
Okay, and is there a lot of smoke in there?
Yeah, there's choking. Please send help. I think there are people injured. Please send help.
Like I said, we have there's multiple officers on scene, and the fire department is standing by, so we're getting them in there as quickly as we can. They have to secure the scene first, so just remain there. They'll get the fire department in there.
Send someone here. Please send someone here.
Ma'am, can you actually see anyone that's injured around you?
The police have come in.
The police are there?
Yes, I'm fine. Stay down.
Got onto my back. We got the tourniquet on, and Denise would lay down right next to me, laying down as flat as she can, and Brandon was on top of her.
Did Brandon try to do anything to tend to your leg wound?
He looked, and he actually was pushing the muscles and tissues that were hanging out of my calf and tried to push it back into my leg.
Are you on your back now?
Yes.
And describe for us, if you would, again, using this jury as the screen. Is your head facing to your right, their left, or the other way?
They were facing to my right. The seats were just to my left.
And where was your head pointed versus your feet?
My head was pointing towards the back of into the aisle, but towards the seating.
You have any idea at that time what's going on around you with the other people?
During all of the screams, there was a point where I can see between the seats. You can see the theater, and I saw a figure between the seats. I had to assume that it had to be the shooter from his stance, and that I can tell that he was carrying a weapon across his chest.
Could you tell, based on your experience with the M16, if that weapon was about that same shape and size as what you recall?
During the time, I couldn't say if it was a M16 or any sort of a other weapon, but I can tell it had a long barrel.
Okay, like an M16?
Yes.
You said you could see between the seats. If you would, for us, can you hold your hands up in front of your eye to give us some idea of the spacing that you were looking through?
Spacing is very narrow, which I would probably give myself maybe this much of viewing distance between the seats.
Now you're holding up your hands there, and I'm going to ask you to guesstimate. I hate doing this, but if you had to put a measurement on that distance, what would it be?
I would say a few inches.
Okay. As you're laying back there, you're looking through the seats, you see this figure, and I'll ask you to describe that figure in a moment. What's going through your mind?
At the time, I believe the figure, he was walking around, and I can see him pointing the gun in a circular motion that looked like he was searching for more people.
Are you scared?
Yes, and terribly scared.
What are you thinking?
My thought process was that he was searching for other people, and that he was going to start going row by row, and he was going to, anybody that he would see in that row that was still moving, he would shoot.
This is your fear?
Yes.
Here's what I'm going to ask for you, sir, first. Two things. I want you, and we're going to have to do this, I think, twice to get the jury. Would you indicate for us where you and Denise and Brandon were sitting? And then the next thing I want you to indicate, you can speak into the mic, is tell us where you saw that figure moving around, okay?
So, Brandon,
You're good.
So the best of my recollection is that Brandon, Denise, and myself were sitting in this general facility here, as close as we can to the middle of the seats. The figure that I saw was in this general facility here, the flattest part of right next to the entrance and the exits of the theater.
We'll do it one more time, all right, sir?
Yes, sir.
I apologize for this. Sir, would you do that again for us?
So Brandon, Denise, and myself were sitting in this general facility here of the theater seats. And the figure that I saw was in this area here, closest to the exit and to the entrance of the theater.
Thank you. Go ahead and grab your. Can I have that microphone? Because here's what I want to ask you to do. I want you to treat your cane, if you could, like the weapon that you saw that figure holding. If you can, and I don't know if you can move like this, can you show the jury how that figure was patrolling around this area there?
Yes, sir. Judge, I will object.
Go ahead, sir.
So if my cane is the weapon, I can see him with the gun holstered up to his chest, and he was pointing down to the ground, looking for other people.
Okay. Thank you.
I remember that, sorry, I just need a minute. I remember that there were, the exit door actually opened again, and there were cops at the door that time, and they were yelling and screaming at us to come out of the exit door. Sorry.
Nope, take your time. And what do you remember after the cops told you to come through the exit door?
Well, I told Ashley that we had to make a decision. You know, I could stay or go, but because I was so pregnant, I had to save our unborn child because I thought Caleb was going to die, and I thought to myself, that's going to be the last piece of him that I have to save him. So I grabbed Caleb's hand, and he actually squeezed my hand, and I told him that I loved him and that I would take care of our baby if he didn't make it.
And what do you remember after that?
We ran towards the exit, and we jumped over people that were laying on the ground. I don't know if they were alive or not, but we jumped over their bodies, and we ran to the exit, and I was wearing flip-flops, so I remember as we were running out the exit door that I slipped in blood, and the cop actually caught me because it was a lot of blood.
And so what happened when you were sitting out on the curb?
They started to bring injured out. The cops started to pull people out onto the sidewalk, and some people they started to load into the car. I remember them loading one girl, and they said, I don't think that she's going to make it. I don't think she's going to make it to the hospital.
And what do you remember after that?
I remember that they pulled Caleb out onto the sidewalk, and that I could see that he was still breathing, but they had to lay him on his face because of all the blood that was just pouring, and so they didn't want him to aspirate.
And then what happened to Caleb when he was out there on the sidewalk?
We actually got moved before we were able to see him loaded anywhere. I had no idea what had happened to him at that time.
So they didn't let you stay with your husband on the sidewalk?
We stayed on the curb for just a few minutes, enough for me to talk to Jansen. She had come out and she sat next to me, and she told me that I think my boyfriend is dead. She's like, I'm pretty sure that he's dead. And I hugged her because I didn't know what else to do. We were all just in shock, not believing this was happening. And so I put my arm around her, and I remember that when I took my arm off her, that there were chunks of blood and of him on me.
And what do you remember after that?
The cop who was with us told us that we had to move out of the location where we were at because they were worried that there was a bomb in a car right near where we were sitting.
And where did they take you after that?
They took us to, it was more towards like the front of the building, but at the back of the parking lot. And that was the last time I saw Caleb at that time for many hours.
And did you know what had happened to Caleb at that point in time?
No.
So what do you remember next after lying on the floor in the theater?
We stayed there on the floor. I remember thinking, I was looking back towards the right side, towards the aisle, and just thinking to myself, if someone comes up the aisle, I have to do something. And I was like, I'm going to die. That's what I was thinking the entire time, laying there on the floor. We laid there until we were told to get up. I stayed down even when the lights came on, and they basically had to say, if you're not hurt, get up and get out of the theater. That's when I got up, is when they told us to get up.
What did you see when you got up?
I seen Jesse laying there. I started yelling his name, and I shook him, and I tried to pick him up. I could not pick him up, and I just kept yelling. They once again had to tell us to get out of the theater. And when you were leaving, you saw bodies around, and right when going out of the exit, you saw like rounds on the ground going out of the exit when they took us out of the exit into the parking lot.
What exactly were you saying when you were yelling Jesse's name?
I was yelling his name, Jesse, Jesse, and shaking him. Like I said, I really tried to pick him up. I could not. And it was one of the big things stands out in my mind, that I could not pick him up. I wanted him to come out with us.
And you said when you were exiting, you saw some bodies. Do you know if those people were alive or dead at the time?
I don't know. I don't.
Mr. Sproul, sometimes you trail off. I'm going to ask you to speak right into the microphone, otherwise people can't hear you, okay?
Yeah, I don't know if they were alive or dead.
And then you also said you saw some rounds. What do you
Yes.
what do you mean by that?
The casings from the bullets, I saw them when we were leaving out of that, through that area, that exit area, out into the parking lot.
Who were you able to leave the theater with?
I was able to leave with my wife, Chi-Chi, and Moni. We all were able to walk out.
Was Jesse able to leave with you?
No, Jesse could not leave with us.
What happened when you got outside of the theater?
Saw a lot of chaos. I saw the Aurora police being awesome. They were in charge. You know, they were separating everybody, attending to people. They wanted me to check myself, see if I got shot, because I had so much blood on me. There was blood all over the pavement, leading out. I saw the auto rifle on the ground, and the biggest thing that stand out honestly was what Aurora police did. Like the police were awesome.
Now, after you got outside the theater, what happened to you and your wife and Moni?
Moni was separated from us. We spoke to her. She told us that she was shot. She was waiting in the hand, and that she was waiting for a transport. They took us away, and I believe they were separating us into other groups of people who had family members that were injured and so forth. And then they took us to Gateway High School.
Yes.
What do you remember while you were down on the ground?
I remember hearing screaming and loud noises. I would imagine the gun, and just smelling the gunpowder, and that's it.
Now, at any point in time, did you hear your wife say anything to you about what happened to her?
Yes. I believe she said I got shot in the head.
Now, could you see the injuries of anyone else around you?
No.
So while you're down on the ground, you're hearing all of these things. What are you thinking?
I don't want to die.
Can you say that again?
I don't want to die.
So what do you remember after that when you're down on the ground?
After that, while I was in the ground, I remember getting shot. I don't know where. I just felt pressure in my entire body, and I started getting really hot.
Did you do or say anything as a result of getting shot at that point in time?
No, I kept quiet because if he were to go up the stairs, I wanted to pretend like I was dead.
What do you remember doing after that?
Once Eugene said, "Let's get up," and we got up, and I took a step, and I completely collapsed.
And where were you when you completely collapsed? Was this in your same aisle?
Yes, in the same aisle right in front of my seat.
Did you tell why you were collapsing at that point in time?
Yes, I collapsed because my leg was shot. I looked at it, and I knew it got shot there, so I thought my bone was just broken.
So what'd you do after you collapsed to the ground?
I pulled myself up with my arms and started hopping on my left leg.
And were you able to get out of your row while you were doing that?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you able to get out of the theater?
Like I said, I hopped down. I was grabbing the side bars that are down the stairs, and then we looked for the emergency exit in the back.
Were you able to find it?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when you got to that area of the theater?
After we got out of the emergency exit, I fell down and I couldn't get up.
Were you able to ever get the assistance of anyone to get up?
Yes. My friend, Jonathan Luke, helped me, and a stranger that came out of the theater with us helped me as well.
Where did they take you?
They took me to the end of the building.
And what happened when you got to the end of the building?
I collapsed again and I couldn't get up.
Could you see at that point in time your injuries?
Yes.
What could you observe?
That a large portion of my leg was missing.
Did you notice anything else at that point in time?
No.
Could you tell if you had been injured in any other locations at that point in time?
Okay. Yes, I felt like my back was burning, and I was thinking that I'd been shot in my back as well.
Now, what happened while you were out on that sidewalk? Do you recall if anyone came to assist you?
Yes, there was a lady, I don't recall her name, she said she was a nurse, and she took my wife's shirt and wrapped it around my leg.
And why was she doing that?
To try to stop the bleeding.
Now, at any point in time, did any medical personnel come to assist you?
Yes, eventually a fireman.
At some point, I remember feeling like a sting go across my thigh, and hearing like little beads like bouncing all around me. And I remember Jasmine letting out this screech and screaming for her mom.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
And I was just telling her, I was like, you have to calm down. And I kept telling myself that somebody's going to stop this, like this is going to stop. And when it wasn't stopping, I started thinking to myself, how am I going to get the two of them to be quiet so that we could play dead? And I remember hearing people say, run. And I look down the aisle and I didn't see, I already seen that Bryson and Tony and Annalise were going. And so I got up and I calmly grabbed my purse from underneath the seat, and I grabbed my son's hand, and we started walking towards the left aisle. And at some point, I lost Armando's hand. He kind of just went. And I got towards the end of the aisle, and I stepped down that first step, and I looked back, and I was yelling for Jasmine to run. And I was just screaming. I was like, run, Jasmine, run. And I looked, and I saw her holding her legs, and I couldn't understand why she wasn't going. And so I turned around, and turned around and I looked down, and I see these hands, and they're waving up at me like in a motion like this. And I grab the person's hands and I lock them, and I pull the person, and I think it was a male, because when I put my hand on his shoulder it felt like strong. And I pulled him in between the seats, and I bent down and I said, are you okay? And then I looked up and I didn't see my kids, and I panicked. And then I went in to get up. I saw a woman laying there on the steps, and she appeared to be deceased with some head trauma. And so I hopped over. I had to step over her, and I kind of stopped for a minute, and I kind of looked, because I was still not really sure what was going on. And I remember seeing like the reflection of the blood against the movie on the rail. You know how there's steps that go up, and there's the rail seating. And I can remember seeing the reflection of the blood shining off of that, and people and arms and yelling. And when I kind of did, I scanned down, I could see people on the floor seats. They were looking up from underneath their seats at me. And I remember just thinking, okay, you know, where's the kids? And then I looked to go down, and I see a male that appeared to be deceased at the bottom of the stairs, and I jumped over him, and I proceeded to go out the left exit out to the lobby. And when I left the lobby doors, I looked around and I saw people that they were just standing there, and I didn't understand, and I was just screaming at them to run. And I remember running out the lobby doors, and I was screaming. I was like, Armando, Anna. And I see Annalise, she's standing there right in front of the doors next to a tree. And she's like, Mom, Mom. And then I start screaming for Armando, and he comes running out from the right side. There was like a brick partition wall, he come running from behind there, and so we get together.
But I looked at Craig, and I knew something was really wrong when I looked at Craig.
Why did you know something was really wrong when you looked at Craig?
Because his face was, it was covered in blood, and I could tell that Alex had been hit in the head because of what else was on his face.
And what else was on Craig's face?
It was sorry.
Okay, take a moment.
The flesh of Alex. I don't know how else.
So after you see Craig and you see that, what do you do?
I didn't want to leave. Craig was
We apologize for having to cut off the testimony of Amanda Teeves because court is now back in session for the afternoon here on Monday, week 4 of the Aurora Theater shooting trial.
Number 12 CR 1522. The records reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. Let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The records should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Welcome back, everyone. All right, please call your next witness.
Kelly Bowen.
Good afternoon. Could I have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Kelly Nicole Bowen, KELLYNICOLEBOWEN.
Ms. Tisch-McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ms. Bowen. And I'm just going to ask you to pull that microphone very close to you. Thank you very much. Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th, 2012?
Yes, I was.
Was that in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes.
Did that go into the early morning of July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it did.
What do you recall about the day of July 19th prior to going to the movie theater that day?
I remember trying to find somebody to go to the movie with.
Did you find someone to go to the movie with that night?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
That was my friend Dylan Boxer.
How'd you know Dylan?
I know him through my boyfriend.
What time did you and Mr. Boxer arrive at the movie theater that night?
About 11 p.m.
What'd you do when you got to the theater?
We got our tickets and went to the procession stand and waited in line for the theater.
What theater did you go into that night?
Number 9.
How did you and Mr. Boxer go about choosing your seats in the theater?
We just kind of looked for where everybody was sitting and saw an empty spot above the railing and took it.
All right, so if you're in the theater, is that the raised kind of stadium seating in the theater?
Mm-hmm.
And what row above the raised stadium seating were you seated at?
2 or 3.
Right, and if you were facing the movie theater screen, and this is the movie theater screen, are you on the left side or are you on the right side?
It was more towards the left.
And if you could just, again, speak right into
It
the
was more
microphone.
towards the left.
What'd you do while you were waiting for the movie to start?
We talked about how my boyfriend was out of town, and we were both kind of sad that he couldn't be there with us.
What happened during the movie that night?
There was a shooting.
Right, and what was the first thing that you remember happening that evening in your movie?
That would be the door slamming open.
Right, and what door are you talking about?
The emergency exit next to the screen.
So if you're facing the movie theater screen, where's that door located?
To the right-hand side.
What's the next thing you remember happening after the door swung open?
He just stood there with his legs spread apart.
So you saw a figure come in with their legs spread apart.
Mm-hmm.
What did you observe about that person?
He was observing us.
Right, what do you mean by that?
He stood there and stared for a moment.
All right, and you recall that moment?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
And how many seconds or minutes do you think that was?
Just a few seconds.
What do you recall after he was staring at the crowd?
He threw a canister above the crowd.
What do you remember about that?
I remember panic starting to set in when we heard the hissing and the can falling down the stairs.
What do you remember after the can falling down the stairs?
I remember the crowd kind of following the can and then hearing loud shots and flashes.
All right, now could you actually see the shooter?
Yes, I could.
And where was the shooter in the theater?
To the right of the screen.
And what do you recall about the shooter that night?
Intent.
Now, what do you mean by that?
I felt determination from the individual.
Objection, Judge. May we approach?
Yes. Objection is sustained.
Ms. Bowen, if you could talk about what you physically remember that shooter looking like, anything you remember that person wearing that evening.
Black clothing, straps across his chest, boots.
Do you remember anything about that on his head that evening?
It was fully covered.
Now, how were the movements of the shooter that you remember that evening?
Let me just caution you, ma'am, you can't talk about the things you mentioned before when I sustained the objection. So if you can describe the movements, that's what the question is. Describe the movements, okay? Go ahead.
They were very back and forth.
What do you mean about by back and forth?
Searching.
What do you mean by searching?
Judge, I'm going to object. May we approach?
Yes. Objection is sustained at this time under Rule 602 because it lacks foundation, and without foundation, it calls for speculation. And members of the jury, you're instructed that the answers provided to the questions to which I have sustained objections must be disregarded by you. So you should treat those answers as though you never heard them, okay? Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Bowen, if you could please describe for the jury and just describe the movements that you saw from the shooter that evening.
Sporadic.
Now, were you able to see a weapon?
Yes, I was.
What weapon were you able to see?
I saw the shotgun first.
Could you see the shooter holding the shotgun?
Yes, I could.
In what way was the shooter holding the shotgun? If you could just physically describe how the shooter was holding the shotgun.
It was about mid-chest.
Do you recall if the shooter was holding the shotgun with one hand or two hands?
Both hands.
All right, and could you describe the movements the shooter was making as the shooter used the shotgun in the theater that night?
And I'll caution you again that this is asking for your observations, not your interpretation, okay? So your actual observations that night.
Enough grip to hold.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Enough grip to hold the gun.
Could you tell where the shooter was shooting at that point in time?
Into the crowd.
Right, and what part of the crowd?
Closest to the screen first.
Did the shooter use the shotgun somewhere else after closest to the screen?
Yes.
Where did the shooter shoot next?
Fanned out more into the crowd with each shot.
And are you talking about the upper part of the stadium seating at that point in time?
Yes.
Did the shooter change location in the theater?
Yes.
Where did the shooter move throughout the theater?
Along the wall.
What wall are you talking about?
Next to the emergency exit.
So if you're facing the movie theater screen, was the shooter moving along the right wall?
Yes.
Okay, and what direction was the shooter traveling?
Towards the entrance of the theater.
When you say the entrance, are you talking about the same entrance that you would have come in as a patron to the movie theater that night?
Yes.
And how would you describe the shooter's movements? Like, what pace was the shooter walking at?
Slow at first, but he picked up speed.
At some point in time, did the shooter change weapons?
Yes, he did.
Please tell the jury about what you saw.
I looked down to make sure that my friend was okay, and he had the next gun in his hands the next moment I looked up.
When you say he, were you talking about the shooter had the next gun?
Yes.
All right. What was different about that gun?
The shots were coming at quicker intervals.
Could you tell what kind of weapon that was?
Objection. Foundation.
Sustained under 602.
Ms. Bone, do you have any experience with weapons?
Yes.
What is your experience with weapons?
My family owns a couple of weapons, but I never shot them myself.
You've seen them before?
Yes.
Were you familiar with what a shotgun looks like?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what a rifle looks like?
Yes.
Familiar with what a handgun looks like?
Yes.
Based on your knowledge of what firearms look like, what firearm do you believe the defendant was using after the shotgun?
The automatic.
Is that a rifle?
Yes.
And what was different about the shots that were coming out of the rifle?
They were faster than the shotgun and had a different pitch to sound.
Where was the shooter in the theater when he was using the rifle?
He was closer to the raised part of the theater.
What do you recall seeing in the theater after you saw the shooter with the rifle?
My friend Dylan started to crawl to the right towards the shots, and I grabbed him and ducked down myself.
What did you and Mr. Boxer do after you had crouched down yourself?
At that point, the shots had changed again to the handgun.
Objection. Foundation, Judge.
Ms.
Overruled based on the previous foundation established.
Now, when you say they had changed, what was the sound that you were hearing after those rifle sounds?
They were singular and had a loud bark to them.
Well, if it's based on sound, I think you better establish additional foundation. So based on that last question, the objection as to foundation under Rule 602 is sustained.
Were you able to see the type of weapon that the shooter was using at that point in time?
Yes, I was.
And what type of weapon was that you believed?
It was a handgun.
What did you and Mr. Boxer do after you were crawling on the ground?
Someone had yelled to go to the exit at the top of the stairs. And so we had started that way to the left.
And where was the last place you saw the shooter in the theater?
He had disappeared behind the partition of the theater entrance.
And is that on the right side of the theater or the left side of the theater?
On the right side.
And is that the hallway that goes back to the lobby area of the theater?
Yes.
That was the last place that you recall seeing the shooter?
Yes.
So when after you heard someone say to go run to that exit, could you still hear shots at that time?
Yes, I could.
Right? Tell the jury about how you were able to get out of the theater.
We had reached the edge of the seats and begun up the stairs. Something had spilled into my shoes, and I lose Dylan's hand at one point. And somebody picked me up and threw me into the seats.
And what did you think was happening at that point in time when you got picked up?
Action relevance.
Overruled.
That means you can answer the question, Ms. Bone.
I wasn't sure that we were going to make it out at that point until Dylan grabbed my hand and we began up the stairs again.
So did Mr. Boxer find you in those other seats you had been thrown into?
Yes.
Could you describe for the jury what happened to your body as you were thrown into those other seats?
My upper back slammed down on the arms of the seat, and I reached out and Dylan was there, and he grabbed my hand and the strap of my purse and pulled me up.
Tell the jury about how you and Mr. Boxer got out of the theater.
We reached the top of the stairs and I tried to dial 911, and it was busy.
Do you recall seeing anything as you were walking up the stairs of the theater?
As I look back up from my phone and hanging up by the trash can and the exit door, somebody had not made it by the trash can.
Objection, Judge. To
And did you observe anything else on the floors of the theater that evening?
I kept tripping on the stairs because there were shoes and flip-flops of people that had just left them behind.
Were you and Mr. Boxer able to get out of the theater that evening?
Yes, we were.
What happened when you got outside the theater?
We were looking for any signs of danger in the parking lot. And when we got to our car, we exited the parking lot and passed several police cars on the way out.
Were you able to make it home that evening?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to observe your body when you got home?
Judge, objection. May we approach?
Yes. may proceed.
Ms. Bowen, could you tell a jury about what you observed on your body when you got home that evening?
We inspected ourselves for injury and found that we were covered in blood that was not our own.
Could you specifically describe what you noticed about your arms?
I had bloody handprints that I suspect is from the person that threw me into the seats.
Did you have any bruises to your legs?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask the court's permission to have Ms. Bowen approach the 3D model with the cordless microphone.
Yes.
Thank you very much. If you could grab that cordless microphone that's up there, Ms. Bowen. I'm going to have you come stand kind of right next to me right here. And if you could point on this diagram where you and Mr. Boxer were seated that evening.
We were sitting right about here.
All right. And where do you recall you sitting approximately? And where was Mr. Boxer?
I was sitting in this left seat, and he was sitting more towards the right.
All right. And could you describe for the jury where the shooter was when you first saw the shooter enter the theater?
He was right about here.
All right. And could you describe for the jury where that canister went that you saw the shooter throw?
The canister came up to about here and rolled down.
Could you describe for the jury where the shooter was when the shooter was holding the shotgun?
He came up about here parallel with the first row of seats.
All right. And did the shooter move anywhere in the theater while he was using the shotgun? You
Yes.
could show the jury where that was.
He took a few steps up to about the third row.
All right. Where was the shooter when the shooter was using the rifle?
Approximately the same space.
Okay. And could you just show on the diagram for the jury where the shooter walked with the rifle?
Up to about here.
All right. And could you describe for the jury where was the last place that you saw the shooter?
Right about here.
Right. So is this the hallway you were talking about earlier about where you believe the shooter disappeared to?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And could you describe for the jury where it was that you exited the theater?
We exited through this exit here.
Right. And where was it that you got thrown into the chairs?
I'd say between these two rows. I can't remember exactly.
And do you recall where in the seats that you landed? Approximately.
Somewhere within the first seat or so.
Right. Thank you very much, Ms. Bowen. You can take your seat. Your Honor, may I approach Ms. Bowen with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1113?
Yes.
Ms. Bowen, do you recognize that diagram?
Yes, I do.
All right, did you draw that diagram?
Yes, I did.
Does that fairly and accurately does that fairly and accurately represent what you remember happening in a theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of that exhibit.
Any objection?
Judge, I would object as cumulative to the testimony about the locations at the model.
Can I see that? Ms. Bowen, please.
And Your Honor, to clarify, I'm not asking to publish the exhibit. I'm just asking for its admission for the jury to have for deliberations.
All right, will counsel approach for a moment, please? right, the objection is sustained.
I have no further questions, thank you.
All right, do you have any cross-examination, Mr. King?
No, thank you, sir.
The jury may have a question. All right. Ms. Tisch-McGuire, do you want to approach to retrieve this?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We can mark it later.
Thanks.
Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Rules of evidence. The first question is, do you remember at what point in your story the shooting stopped completely?
I don't recall.
The next question is, did the shooting resume after the shooter entered the right theater entrance, if you know?
Coming down the stairs of the lobby, there were more sounds of gunshot.
All right, Ms. Tisch-McGuire, any follow-up questions based on those questions?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. So, Ms. Bone, when you went out this top exit door at the very top of the theater, is there a balcony area when you get to the top of that area?
Yes, there is.
And then did you have to go downstairs to get to the lobby area?
Yes.
Is that the location where you were when you heard more gunshots?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. No further questions.
Is there a follow-up question, or are there follow-up questions based on those questions, Mr. King?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released from her subpoena, Ms. Tisch-McGuire?
Yes, please.
Without objection.
All right, Ms. Bowen, thank you. Call your next witness, please.
Judge, the people would request to call Kelly Eliason for some brief foundational testimony to the next exhibit.
Okay. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Your Honor. Please be seated. Okay. All right, tell us your name for the record, please, and spell your first, middle, and last names.
My given name is Hans, H-A-N-S, middle initial A as in Andrew. Last name is Eliassen, E-L-I-A-S-S-E-N. I go by my nickname that I've had all my life, which is Kelly, K-E-L-L-Y.
All right, would counsel please approach? Members of the jury, there's a matter that I need to take outside your presence, and so we're gonna take a short break. Don't go too far. Hopefully, we can take about a 10-minute break, only a 10-minute break, and then we'll come and get you, okay? And sir, we'll have you step outside for a moment too, please, Mr. Eliassen. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom now. All right, the record should reflect that given the note submitted by juror number 557, we're going to bring that juror in at this time outside the presence of the other jurors and outside the presence of the witness as well. Apparently, juror 57 knows this witness, Mr. Eliassen. All right, let's bring her in, please. The record should reflect that juror number 557 is now in the courtroom. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you? I'm fine, thank you.
All right. You submitted a note that says, I know this witness. And the note was submitted with respect to witness Hans Andrew Eliassen, who goes by Kelly Eliassen. How do you know this witness?
He's a friend of the family's. I see him usually once a year at a Christmas Eve party.
do you remember whether you circled his name in the questionnaire when you filled out the questionnaire?
I didn't recognize it, to be honest.
Okay. Well, and I know that there were a lot of witnesses' names provided, so how long have you known this individual?
I'd say 5 or 6 years.
And you said that he's a friend of the family's. Can you give me more details about that?
So my husband's family has a very large extended family, and every year they just have a big Christmas Eve party. So he's friends with my husband's wife's husband. So
wait, I didn't follow that.
My husband's sister. He's friends with his brothers. So it's my brother-in-law, and then it's a friend of his, I think.
So your husband's sister is friends with the witness's brothers? Is that right?
No. Sorry, my husband's sister, her husband, it's his brother that they're friends with. So again, it's just a very large extended family. Sorry. I don't even know what he would be technically.
All right. And how do you describe your relationship with this witness? Would you say it's a friendship or an acquaintanceship?
It's just an acquaintance.
An acquaintance? Okay.
Yes.
And anything about that acquaintanceship that you think affects your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this trial?
No.
Anything about that acquaintanceship that in any way affects your ability to assess this witness's credibility in the same way that you would assess any other witness's credibility?
No.
Anything about your acquaintanceship with this witness that would interfere in any way or affect your ability to assess his credibility pursuant to my instructions?
No.
And so are you confident that if he testifies, and it looks like he will testify, that you will be able to assess his credibility pursuant to my instructions just the same way as you would assess the credibility of other witnesses?
Yes, sir.
And your answers seem confident. Am I reading you correctly?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any other concerns about this that you wish to talk to me about?
No, sir.
And anything about the acquaintanceship that concerns you in terms of your verdict in this case and having to justify it at some point to this witness in the future if you ever run into him, or having to explain anything to him?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, let me have you step out for just a moment, okay? Thank you. All right, the record should reflect that juror number 557 has stepped out of the courtroom. Are there any other questions that the people want me to ask this juror, Mr. Edson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any other record that the people want me to make?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any other requests that the people want me, that the people are making at this time?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. King, any other questions that you would like me to ask juror 557?
No questions, Judge.
Any other record that you would like me to make?
Judge, we think that given that Mr. Eliason is not a peace officer, he's an employee of the district attorney's office. He's a direct agent of the district attorney. That being the case, and given the nature of this relationship and the ongoing nature of this relationship, I think that we need to ask that this juror be excused.
All right, what's the people's position with respect to that request?
A quick moment, please.
Yes.
Judge, we would object to releasing this juror based on the record that's been made thus far. First of all, Mr. Eliason is a peace officer. He's a post-certified individual. He's a senior investigator with our office. We don't think that just simply because he's an employee of our office changes any sort of aspect of his testimony in this particular case, particularly given what he's being called for the limited purpose of the upcoming exhibit, as I alluded to. So, Judge, we would object at this time.
Okay. All right, Mr. King, anything else from you?
Judge, I would just say that with regard to the limited purpose that Mr. Eliason's being called for here, I acknowledge this may be, I don't know what this purpose is, but it seems like it's limited. Mr. Eliason has not played a limited role in this case, though. He's done extensive interviews with with a good portion of the eyewitnesses in the case, including numerous interviews with expert witnesses in this case that will be hotly contested as to what the contents of those interviews were. So I suspect he may play a larger role than is being represented here right now. And with regard to whether he's post-certified or not, my point is that he's not an employee of a law enforcement agency. He is an employee of the district attorney's office. He is their direct agent. And I believe the court should analyze this as if one of the prosecutors were recognized.
All right. Do you have any objection if I bring her back and ask whether she knows how this witness is employed? Mr. Edson?
No objection.
Mr. King?
I have no objection to that, Judge. I frankly think it's irrelevant at this point because she's going to find out very, very soon. Whether she knows now or not, she will know very soon, and her relationship is still the same.
For what purpose are the people intending to call this witness?
Judge, at this time, we're calling Mr. Eliason merely as a foundational witness to People's Exhibit 1077. Mr. Eliason spoke with an individual at Motorcycle Depot. It's an invoice for Motorcycle Depot. Mr. Eliason wrote on the original copy of the invoice, and it states original received from Adam Levy on January 13th, 2015, and then has his initials. So my intent was to call him to authenticate that portion of the invoice because the other witness from Motorcycle Depot would not be able to authenticate the writing on it, and that was the limited purpose.
Does the defense object to that note not being authenticated?
Judge, I don't think that it changes the analysis because, as I said, I don't think that Mr. Eliason's role in this case is limited to this one note. He played quite an extensive role. If this was the one thing that he had done, I think we could solve this problem by doing exactly what the court is suggesting, but I don't think that that eliminates the problem, so we would object to that.
Well, but at this time, this is all that's before me. I can't engage in predicting what's going to happen or what's not going to happen. It's possible that he may be called again as a witness. It's possible that he may not. And so if there's no objection, if there's not going to be an objection or a problem with the note not being authenticated, then we can proceed without the prosecution calling him at this time, and the prosecution can call him later if they want to, and if the prosecution calls him later, then we can address the issue at that time. But we don't have to cross that bridge at this time unless there's an objection to the note, in which case the prosecution has to call him, and I do have to address this. So,
Judge, can we have a moment to discuss that?
yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Upon reflection, we have no objection to stipulating to the admission of this for this limited purpose. We would ask that if at the time that Mr. Eliason should be, or the prosecution intends to call him later in the trial, that we be able to approach the bench and address the issue with the court at that time, prior to his testimony.
Okay, all right. I still think it makes sense for me to ask if she knows who he's employed by, and if the issue comes up again, I may deal with that. I don't know whether an instruction preventing the prosecution from eliciting that information would address the concern, but we're not there yet. I think it makes sense for me to ask at this time, just in case, unless the parties think I should defer on that as well. Mr. Edson, do you have a position?
We take no position, Judge.
All right, Mr. King, do you have a position? Just on the question of whether she knows how he's employed.
No, Your Honor.
All right, no, you don't have an objection. Okay, let's bring her in, please. Juror 557 is now back in the courtroom. Thank you for your patience.
Sure.
One question I have, do you know how Mr. Eliason is employed?
I believe some kind of law enforcement, but I don't know exactly.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Sure.
Thank you. The record should reflect that Juror 557 has exited the courtroom now. Since there's no objection to the note on Exhibit 1077 being authenticated, that renders the prosecution's need to call Mr. Eliason at this time moot. They don't need to call him at this time. Now, if at some point in the future you need to call him, Mr. King, you can bring up the issue again, but without getting my permission, the prosecution cannot elicit from this witness that he's employed by the district attorney's office. You can say he's law enforcement, and that's it, but you have to get the issue before me outside the presence of the jury. Mr. King sounds like may want to bring it up again, but unless I hear any objection to that, that's how I'm inclined to go, okay? All right, with that, let's see if we can bring the jury back in. Actually, before you do, does anybody want me to say anything with respect to Mr. Eliason not being called at this time? I mean, the jury obviously saw him take the witness stand. Does anybody want me to say anything to the jury?
Judge, I'm comfortable with the court just asking the people to call their next witness and we move forward.
Mr. King?
I think that makes sense.
Okay, we'll do it that way. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Members of the jury, thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. All right, Mr. Edson, call your next witness, please.
We'll call Adam Levy.
Come around this way. Good afternoon, sir. Let me have you raise your right hand for me, please, so that I can administer an oath. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
Could you please tell us your full name for the record and then spell your first, middle, and last names?
Adam Levy, Adamlevy.
Mr. Edson, you may proceed.
Thank you. I completely mispronounced your last name.
It's okay.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I own Motorcycle Depot in Aurora.
What is Motorcycle Depot?
It's a parts, accessories, and motorcycle sales dealership.
I'm going to refer you back to June of 2012. Were you an owner of Motorcycle Depot back during that time period?
Yes, I was.
Where was that? Well, let me ask this. Is that a physical storefront location?
Yes, it is.
Where back during that time period was it located?
231 Airport Boulevard in Aurora, which is directly across from Pickens College.
Okay. Fair to say it's not in that location today?
Correct.
Back during June of 2012, aside from that college you just described, can you kind of give us a general location of Aurora where that's located?
It's Airport and 2nd Avenue, a little bit south of Airport and Colfax.
Are you familiar with Buckley Air Force Base?
I am. It would be on the west side of the Air Force Base.
Do you sell at Motorcycle Depot riding type of clothing?
We do.
Does that include footwear, boots, things of that nature?
That would be correct, yes.
Sometime after July 20th of 2012, were you contacted by anyone within law enforcement about a potential purchase that may have occurred at your store in June of 2012?
I was the second week of January, around January 7th.
What year would that have been?
2015.
2015, okay. Were you able to locate records associated with Motorcycle Depot for a June 21st invoice?
I was.
Was there a particular customer name that you were requested to look for?
I'm sorry, June 21st, what year?
2012, I'm sorry, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Was there a particular customer?
Hold on, he's got to testify, so you got to ask him that question.
I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead here. Let me just backtrack here. Was there a particular customer that you were requested to locate an invoice for?
James Holmes.
And what date was that invoice?
June 21st of 2012.
Were you able to locate that invoice?
After a day or two of pulling some paper copies, yes.
Okay. Are you a custodian of records for Motorcycle Depot?
I am.
Are you the sole owner of that store?
My wife is an equal partner.
Okay. Anyone else?
Absentee partner.
Anyone else besides yourself and your wife?
No.
How are your customer sales records and invoices maintained for Motorcycle Depot?
Besides electronically at present, when the time elapses and we need to store them, they get stored in annual storage boxes and stored for 7 years.
So when you were requested for the June 21st, 2012 invoice, how was that particular record stored?
Within its calendar year of a storage box for sales by month.
Is that invoice record kept in your normal and ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Is that invoice, to the best of your knowledge, accurate and reliable as far as the information contained in the invoice?
Yes.
Did you in fact provide a copy of the invoice to law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
I've handed you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 1077. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's the invoice for James Holmes.
What is the date associated with that invoice?
June 21st of 2012.
Is this the actual invoice you provided to law enforcement?
It is correct, yes.
Does this invoice fairly and accurately depict the items purchased and the records associated with the June 21st, 2012 purchase by James Holmes?
Yes, it does.
And I would move for admission of People's Exhibit 1077 at this time.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-1077 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you. If we could please publish 1077. A couple of things, sir. I need to have you keep speaking into the microphone. You still have the actual exhibit of 1077 in front of you, and I also have it up on the screen for the jury to see. Fair to say that first middle section at the top there, the 231 Airport Boulevard, is that the location of your motorcycle depot back in 2012?
That is correct.
Okay, so what I'd like to ask you about is, can you look on the top left of People's Exhibit 1077 at the invoice date? What is that date?
June 21st, 2012.
Below that is a billing address, and all the way to the right is a shipping address. Who is that information related to?
The customer, James Holmes.
Is there a phone number associated with that?
There is 858-449-0348.
To the best of your knowledge and review of this invoice, was this an online purchase or a face-to-face purchase or what?
This was a walk-in purchase.
Do you know if you personally were involved in this sale?
I do not.
Do you know if you could tell who was involved from your company was involved in the sale?
Not by this invoice, no.
Why is that?
There was only 2 or 3 people that worked for us. We didn't track employee sales.
Based on this invoice, we still have published People's Exhibit 1077. What was this? What were the items that were purchased?
It was a pair of Icon black Super Duty boots in a size 11.
What are Icon black Super Duty boots?
They're a popular motorcycle riding boot.
Is that particular item still available today?
That particular style is no longer current. It couldn't be ordered today.
But back during that time period?
One of the most popular boots on the market.
How much, if you can tell here, how much was the sale for?
$120 plus your sales tax.
Okay. I'll move this down here in a moment, but while we still have 1077 on the screen here, can you tell the jury about how this item was purchased, the invoice payments, please?
It was paid by credit card ending in 2217.
If we could scroll down to perhaps the second half of People's Exhibit 1077. What was the grand total, including sales tax and such?
$129.72.
Right now, we've got about the mid to bottom portion of People's Exhibit 1077 published on the screens. I see something over on the left side. It says, "Thank you for your business." Do you see that area?
I do.
What is below that area, if you know?
It's the signature of James Holmes, the person that would have purchased and signed for his credit card purchase.
Is that something that's typically contained within your invoices and your sales documents?
It is. That's what we used for the receipt of credit card purchase.
Okay. Just if I could have one moment, please.
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Spengler, do you have any cross-examination?
No, I don't. Thank you. But can we approach briefly?
Yes. All right, there do not appear to be any questions from the jury. Mr. Edson, may this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Is there any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please, Mr. Edson.
Judge, the people would request Roger Erickson be allowed to testify.
Good afternoon, sir. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
My name is Roger Parkinson Erickson, ROGER PARKINSON, I'm most commonly known as Eric Erickson.
All right, Mr. Edson, you may proceed with your direct examination.
Thank you. Sir, how are you currently employed?
Currently, I'm retired.
Before you retired, I'm going to direct your attention to June of 2012. How were you employed back then?
I was owner-operator of Iron Buffalo Motorcycle Training.
What is Iron Buffalo Motorcycle Training?
We would offer courses for beginning and experienced riders that would include license testing and insurance discounts.
Where would you generally handle, or not handle, how would you, where I should say, would those classes be held?
The bulk of our classes were held at the old Lowry Air Force Base on the Lowry campus that straddled the Denver-Aurora line.
Okay. Where roughly in Aurora, Denver, would that be?
Basically 11th and Yosemite.
Describe the motorcycle classes, if you would please, in general. What do they contain?
The basic rider course, which was the bulk of our business, was a 15-hour course with 2/3 hands-on, 1/3 in the classroom. Class size would be 12 with 2 instructors, and we would take people from the very basic skills up through accident avoidance skills and the license test.
Were you an owner of Iron Buffalo?
I was. My wife and I were co-owners.
Were you an instructor with Iron Buffalo?
I was.
Did you also employ other instructors?
I did.
Do you know an individual by the name of Mark Magruder?
Yes.
Who is that?
He was one of my instructors. I trained him as an instructor, I believe, in 2009.
Back in 2012, specifically June of 2012, how would one enroll in one of your motorcycle riding classes?
About half would enroll by calling us up, and the other half would enroll through online registration through our website.
Is there any sort of prerequisite that are required before somebody could take one of your motorcycle classes?
Basically, they would have to be over 18 with a Colorado license.
Was there any sort of interviewing process that was required before someone could take one of your classes?
No.
Back in June of 2012, were you a records custodian for invoices and records and documents associated with Iron Buffalo motorcycle riding classes?
Yes.
Does that include those records of folks who would sign up online to take the classes?
Yes.
Did you yourself, as a co-owner of Iron Buffalo, would you maintain those records in some sort of fashion?
Yes, we were required to maintain those kind of records for 7 years by the insurance company and the Colorado Department of Transportation because we worked under contract with them.
Back in July of 2012, were you still part of Iron Buffalo motorcycle riding class?
Yes.
Were you contacted at all by law enforcement requesting information related to a student that potentially was part of your classes?
Yes.
Did you provide that information to law enforcement?
Between my wife and me, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Sir, I've handed you what's been, there are actually two separate sets of documents there. People's Exhibit 1090A and 1090B. Do you see those documents?
Yes,
What I'd like to ask you about is specifically 1090A. So I believe that's a front and back document there. Do you see that document?
I do.
2 pages, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recognize those 2 pages?
Yes, this would be a printout of the notice I would get when somebody signed up on the internet.
Is that a record that you kept as part of your normal and ordinary course of business of Iron Buffalo motorcycle riding class?
I normally would keep these records electronically. This is a printout of that electronic record, yes.
Okay. Is that a copy of the electronic record that you provided law enforcement to this particular transaction?
Yes.
This particular transaction, did it associate with any particular student's name?
Yes. It lists.
Go ahead.
It lists James Holmes.
Was there a date associated with that particular record as far as the order date?
There is.
What is that date?
Give me a moment, please, so I can find it. I haven't worked. I retired shortly after this period. It was created Wednesday, June 20th, 2012 at 18:18. So
Does this record fairly and accurately depict the invoice, the records associated with this online registration for James Holmes of June 20th, 2012?
yes,
Is this document, understanding that it may be a printout of your electronic records, nonetheless a fair and accurate record kept in your ordinary and normal course of business back when you were owner of Iron Buffalo?
yes.
Judge, at this time I would move for admission of People's Exhibit 1090A.
Any objection to P-TR-1098?
At this point, Judge, I don't think we've laid an adequate foundation. I think that it's still hearsay.
All right, give me a moment, please. The objection is sustained under 803, Rule 803-6, as the insufficient foundation having been laid.
Sir, I'm going to again direct your attention to People's Exhibit 1090A. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
That particular record, is it or was it made in the regular course of your business?
The paper copy or the electronic copy?
Well, first of all, the paper copy, did that come from the electronic copy you previously testified to?
Yes.
Okay, we'll start there. The paper copy that you have before you, does it appear to be an accurate and reliable copy from the electronic information, the electronic records that you previously testified to?
Yes.
Okay, that particular paper copy that's in front of you now, understanding that it came from the electronic records you referred to previously, was that made in the regular course of your business?
No.
Why is that?
I never printed these out unless there was a question. I can see from the date of the printout here that I printed this out at the request of law enforcement on July 21st, 2012.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. So the information contained, not when you actually printed it out, I'm talking about the information contained therein, that information that you testified to, is that information a record that you keep as part of your business?
Yes.
That information that's before you now, is that information contained as a regular, is it contained within the regular course of your business?
Yes.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, the keeping of that record, understanding it's a printout of your electronic copies, is that done in the regular course of your business?
Can you ask that again, please?
Sure. The paper copy that you have before you, fair to say you've testified that it came from the electronic records that you keep as part of your normal course of your business, correct?
Yes.
When you were requested by law enforcement to retrieve that document and you printed it out as you testified to, were you acting in the regular and routine course of your business?
I'm sorry, I'm still not sure I get the question.
So let me ask it this way.
Okay.
Were you requested by law enforcement to obtain a record associated with a June 2012 membership request?
Yes.
Or writing course, I should say.
Yes.
Okay. Those records, how are they normally maintained in your business?
Normally, this would have been maintained on a server. The system was a system through GoDaddy, a shopping cart system, so I would have access to it through the internet. I would also have received this information through email, and I would have kept a copy of this information in my email files.
All of that, is that done in your normal and ordinary course of business?
Yes.
When you were asked by law enforcement to go and retrieve a particular document, were you acting in your ordinary course of business and going getting that document?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, as far as the information that's contained within People's Exhibit 1090A, is that information accurate? Was it kept accurate as you've just described?
Yes.
To the best of your recollection, you've somewhat testified to this already, but the information that you have within People's Exhibit 1090A, was that information made within a reasonable time of when you were requested to obtain that record?
Yes, I would have printed this out instantly as law enforcement was sitting around the table with me.
And when you're looking at People's Exhibit 1090A, do you have information? I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. When you're looking at People's Exhibit 1090A, do you have knowledge about the information that's contained within that document? Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
Judge, I would again move for admission under 8036 for People's Exhibit 1090A.
Mr. King?
Judge, I would persist in my objection. I don't think that we've laid a foundation that this is a contemporaneously made record.
Would counsel please approach? The objection is sustained.
Sir, do you still have People's Exhibit 1090A in front of you?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 1090A, is that a copy of a computer entry made in the regular course of your business?
Yes.
is that entry, that computer entry, made in the regular and ordinary course of your business?
Yes.
Sir, People's Exhibit 1090A, those participating in the making of that particular record that you have in front of you, were they acting in the routine and ordinary course of your business?
The record would have been generated by the person paying for the course.
Understood. The record as you obtain it.
As I obtained it?
Correct.
I would have obtained it through the shopping cart report feature because I owned the merchant account.
Okay, so when an individual signs up for your class online, that information, is that kept, and is that record kept in the routine course of your business? That's my question.
Yes.
And when you keep that record, are you acting in the routine course of your business when you're keeping it as you just described?
Yes.
To your knowledge, are the input procedures accurate related to those records?
Input of?
When someone goes online to sign up for your course, you receive that information, is that correct?
Correct.
That information, is it then inputted or otherwise transmitted in some sort of way that you keep it as a business record?
Yes.
To your knowledge, is that information accurate in the way that it was transmitted? Is it accurate?
Yes.
Are those input procedures accurate?
Yes.
To your knowledge, and again, you've testified this previously, I'll ask you again, People's Exhibit 1090A, after the entries that you just described were made, were they made within a reasonable time after that particular transaction was involved or made?
Wait, he did not testify to that previously. He testified to a different question previously. So you can ask him the question, but he hasn't testified to that. Ask the question again.
Sir, when were you approached by law enforcement to retrieve this record?
It was, it would have been the July 21st. So I remember it was within 48 hours of the incident. My wife and I were sitting with our grandson watching a rerun of Flipper.
Okay. My question is, when were you approached by law enforcement related to this?
It would have been July 21st, the evening of July 21st, 2012.
Okay. How long do you generally keep records associated with your business?
7 years.
What was the time period between when this particular record was obtained by you and when you were requested to obtain it by law enforcement?
Well, the record would have been made when the student signed up for the class on June 20th, 2012. And then it would have just been maintained on GoDaddy's server until I had a request for the information. And that's when I would have printed this out. I did it immediately on the when I was requested on July 21st.
Okay, when the information is inputted by someone looking to enroll in one of your classes, is that information then transmitted to the GoDaddy site that you're talking about within a reasonable time period?
It'd be instantly.
Okay. Based upon that, the records, are they kept within that time period until you go and either retrieve them or search for them as you were requested in this case?
Yes.
This particular exhibit, People's Exhibit 1090A, do you have knowledge about the particular writing class that is contained within this exhibit?
Basic knowledge as owner of the company, but I was not the instructor on the class.
I understand that, but based upon the record that is before you, this June 2012 time period, were there classes involved, writing instructor classes involved during that time period?
Yes.
And do you in fact have knowledge of the event that's reported that's contained within People's Exhibit 1090A?
Yes.
I again, Judge, would move for admission of People's Exhibit 1090A.
All right, would counsel please approach? Exhibit is admitted without objection at this time. So P-TR-1090A is admitted and may be published.
Permission to publish. The first page, please. Sir, what are we looking at here?
This is a copy of the, where the student registered, paid for a class. Basically, this is the invoice I get to tell me that somebody has scheduled themselves for a class and paid for it.
This particular portion of People's Exhibit 1090A, does it have a customer information associated with it?
Yes.
Where is that located?
Above where it says order details, there's a line there that gives us the customer's email address. Below order details, tells us when they made the registration, when they paid for it, the class that they are signing up for, and beneath that is the billing address for the credit card that they pay with.
What is the customer email?
It looks like, and this is not a perfectly clear copy, but it looks like DAHERFOCKB@hotmail.com.
Could that also read dsherlockb@hotmail.com?
Yes, it could.
I'm going to refer you down to the order details. Below that, it appears to say created. Do you see where I'm referring to?
Yes.
What is the date associated with that?
Wednesday, June 20th, 2012.
Keep going on that.
The time.
Now, what I'm looking for is keep going to the right there. Is there an IP address associated with that?
Yes, there is.
Okay. If we could scroll down just a bit more in People's Exhibit 1090A, please. Tell the jury, if you would, please, what course was signed up for by dsherlockb@hotmail.com.
The Basic Rider course at the Lowry campus in Denver, June 23rd, 2012.
How many days would that course have been?
2 days.
How much was the total of that course?
$175.
If we could scroll down a bit more in this exhibit, please. What does the billing address relate to?
Billing address lists James Holmes. It appears to be 1600 Paris Street, number 10, Aurora, Colorado, 80010.
Fair to say this is not the most legible exhibit you've probably seen, is that correct?
Correct.
Could that also be 1690 Paris Street?
Yes, it could.
Do you have information about how this particular course was paid?
Yes, I do.
How was it paid for?
Would have been paid for by credit card, by MasterCard, yes.
What were the last 4 digits of the credit card, please?
Looks like 2217.
If we could go to the second page of People's Exhibit 1090A. That'd be the back of that exhibit. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
What information does this contain?
It gives us the authorization code for the transaction. Once again, it gives us the address for the customer. In this case, it's shipping address, which is generally, since we don't actually ship anything, it just, generally it's the billing address.
At the bottom, I see a one basic writer course at the Lowry campus in Denver. Do you see that information?
Yes.
Below that, it says Colorado most eligible. What does most stand for?
Motorcycle operator safety training.
Just going to have one moment, please.
Yes.
Nothing additional, Judge. Thank you.
Any cross-examination, Mr. King?
Briefly, Your Honor, can I do it from here, or do you want me to go to the podium?
You can do it from there as long as you stand and you speak into the microphone.
It's a little awkward, but I just have a couple of questions for you, sir. You said that the only requirements were that the person have a valid operator's license. Is that right?
That's one of the primary requirements, yes.
How about clothing requirements?
There are certain clothing requirements, yes.
Is one of those clothing requirements that the student have actual boots as opposed to like tennis shoes to wear?
We would say sturdy footwear that covers your ankles.
Thank you. No other questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Edson?
No, thank you, Judge.
The jury may have a question for you, sir, so if you would give us a moment, please. Thank you. Thank you.
An open invitation.
All right, sir, the jury has submitted a question that, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, I have found is appropriate. The question is, were the motorcycle classes that the defendant signed out for off-road bikes or street bikes?
Street bikes.
Any follow-up questions, Mr. Edson?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up questions, Mr. King?
No, thank you, sir.
May this witness be released from his subpoena, Mr. Edson?
Judge, I would request that he remain under subpoena in case we need some additional foundation.
All right. So, sir, you're free to go for now, but you may be called again, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, it's almost 3:20, so let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. I know I gave you a break earlier. You get a bonus break today. But I need to give my staff and everyone else a break. So let's take a 17-minute break. It's 3:17, so almost 20 minutes. I'll see you back here at 3:35, okay? Thank you. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom now. Everyone may be seated. Is there anything else we need to take up at this time on behalf of the people, Mr. Edson?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of the defense, Mr. King?
No, sir.
All right, have a good break. I'll see you back in about 16 minutes. Thank you.
And there you have it. We are now on the afternoon recess today in the 14th day of the Aurora movie theater shooting trial. Judge Carlos Samore saying that we will resume at 3:35. That's about 16 minutes from now. After lunch today, we heard from Kelly Bowen, who is often interrupted by objections. She is a survivor of the theater. She was objected to repeatedly because she was speculating about some of the language she was using about the gunman in response to questions from the prosecution. We also heard most recently from the owner of a motorcycle class, or the retired owner of a motorcycle riding school located in Denver and Aurora in the Lowry area. And we heard from a motorcycle salesman who sold the boots, boots that we can infer were the boots being worn by the gunman inside the theater, but also what Daniel King, the defense attorney, the public defender, seemed to imply was that the boots could also have had the purpose of being worn for the motorcycle class. And then we also heard discussion about juror number 557, who knew a district attorney's investigator who obtained that invoice from the gear shop, the motorcycle gear shop, and passed that along. And in the end, we never actually heard from that witness. The defense stipulated that it's fine, we understand where this document came from, we don't need that chain of custody evidence to be presented. So right now, let's go back and review that sound from Kelly Bowen. And just so you understand, we have edited this to remove the various objections and the bench conferences and shorten this up. But many of the words that you're going to get to hear are words that the jury has been instructed not to listen to, that will be stricken from the record at the time of deliberations, about the things that she was speculating about the gunman. But you will hear that she was quite emotional and had a very hard time getting through this testimony.
What did you and Mr. Boxer do after you were crawling on the ground?
Someone had yelled to go to the exit at the top of the stairs. And so we had started that way to the left.
And where was the last place you saw the shooter in the theater?
He had disappeared behind the partition of the theater entrance.
And is that on the right side of the theater or the left side of the theater?
On the right side.
And is that the hallway that goes back to the lobby area of the theater?
Yes.
That was the last place that you recall seeing the shooter?
Yes.
So when after you heard someone say to go run to that exit, could you still hear shots at that time?
Yes, I could.
Right? Tell the jury about how you were able to get out of the theater.
We had reached the edge of the seats and begun up the stairs. Something had spilled into my shoes, and I lose Dylan's hand at one point. And somebody picked me up and threw me into the seats.
And what did you think was happening at that point in time when you got picked up?
Action relevance.
Overruled.
That means you can answer the question, Ms. Bowen.
I wasn't sure that we were going to make it out at that point until Dylan grabbed my hand and we began up the stairs again.
So did Mr. Boxer find you in those other seats you had been thrown into?
Yes.
Could you describe for the jury what happened to your body as you were thrown into those other seats?
My upper back slammed down on the arms of the seats, and I reached out and Dylan was there, and he grabbed my hand and the strap of my purse and pulled me up.
Tell the jury about how you and Mr. Boxer got out of the theater.
We reached the top of the stairs and I tried to dial 911, and it was busy.
Do you recall seeing anything as you were walking up the stairs of the theater?
As I look back up from my phone and hanging up by the trash can and the exit door, somebody had not made it by the trash can.
Objection, Judge. To
And did you observe anything else on the floors of the theater that evening?
I kept tripping on the stairs because there were shoes and flip-flops of people that had just left them behind.
Were you and Mr. Boxer able to get out of the theater that evening?
Yes, we were.
What happened when you got outside the theater?
We were looking for any signs of danger in the parking lot. And when we got to our car, we exited the parking lot and passed several police cars on the way out.
Were you able to make it home that evening?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to observe your body when you got home?
We inspected ourselves for injury and found that we were covered in blood that was not our own.
Did you specifically describe what you noticed about your arms?
I had bloody handprints that I suspect is from the person that threw me into the seats.
Did you have any bruises to your legs?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to have you come stand kind of right next to me right here. And if you could point on this diagram where you and Mr. Boxer were seated that evening.
We were sitting right about here.
All right. And where do you recall you sitting approximately? And where was Mr. Boxer?
I was sitting in this left seat, and he was sitting more towards the right.
All right. And could you describe for the jury where the shooter was when you first saw the shooter enter the theater?
He was right about here.
All right. And could you describe for the jury where that canister went that you saw the shooter throw?
The canister came up to about here and rolled down.
Could you describe for the jury where the shooter was when the shooter was holding the shotgun?
He came up about here, parallel with the first row of seats.
All right. And did the shooter move anywhere in the theater while he was using the shotgun? You
Yes.
could show the jury where that was.
He took a few steps up to about the third row.
All right. Where was the shooter when the shooter was using the rifle?
Approximately the same space.
Okay. And could you just show on the diagram for the jury where the shooter walked with the rifle?
Up to about here.
All right. And could you describe for the jury where was the last place that you saw the shooter?
Right about here.
Right. So is this the hallway you were talking about earlier about where you believe the shooter disappeared to?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And could you describe for the jury where it was that you exited the theater?
We exited through this exit here.
Right. And where was it that you got thrown into the chairs?
I'd say between these two rows. I can't remember exactly.
And do you recall where in the seats that you landed? Approximately.
Somewhere within the first seat or so.
Right. Thank you very much, Ms. Bowen. You can take your seat.
Ms. Bowen, the jury has submitted some questions that I have determined are appropriate under the rules of law and other applicable rules of evidence. The first question is, do you remember at what point in your story the shooting stopped completely?
I don't recall.
The next question is, did the shooting resume after the shooter entered the right theater entrance, if you know?
Coming down the stairs of the lobby, there were more sounds of gunshot.
All right, Ms. Tisch-McGuire, any follow-up questions based on those questions?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. So, Ms. Bowen, when you went out this top exit door at the very top of the theater, is there a balcony area when you get to the top of that area?
Yes, there is.
And then did you have to go downstairs to get to the lobby area?
Yes.
Is that the location where you were when you heard more gunshots?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. No further questions.
Is there a follow-up question, or are there follow-up questions based on those questions, Mr. King?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released from her subpoena, Ms. Tisch-McGuire?
Yes, please.
Without objection.
All right, Ms. Bowen, thank you.
And there you have the replay of Kelly Bowen's testimony about what she witnessed inside the theater and her attempt to escape, being thrown into the seats by someone else. While we were listening to that soundbite, I did ask on the YouTube chat and on the Scribble Live chat for a couple of questions. And let's start with the question that that relates to Kelly Bowen. Pedro, you asked about her age, and the truth is I don't know her age. But what I would like to do is, Erica, if you could pull up the screen on the computer, I can explain to you this charging document. And all of these documents, by the way, that we've obtained and collected have been released publicly at one time or another, and there is a public library that Colorado courts maintain specifically for this case. In fact, it's so long it spans many, many web pages. And we do have a directory for those pages on thedenverchannel.com in the section of coverage about the theater shooting trial. But in this particular document, the filing of charges, you can see all the various counts. And as you go through these counts, farther down, you get to see the various names. So here we are on these murder counts relating to the 12 who were killed. As you go down further, you find attempted murder charges. All of these are obviously felonies, and these go name by name. So in here, what we know from these is that anyone who was charged, who was listed on a count as a victim of attempted murder, suffered an injury inside of the theater. And so that's how we work through that, and that's how I can verify, and I try to post these counts when new survivors are called to the stand to testify. I do try to post those counts to understand, to explain who they are and how they relate to the case. And basically at this point, we assume that we are going to hear from everyone on that charging list at one point or another. Ted asked, changing subjects here, Ted asked about the strategy for the motorcycle. Why was that introduced? And the truthful answer is, I haven't heard about that before. And I asked Marshall, and we don't know yet how that motorcycle might fit in. But Jen had an interesting bit of speculation, saying that maybe it could show the time that was not spent on his schoolwork. And maybe that's true. Maybe it was also introduced perhaps to give another reason to explicate the normal things that the defendant was doing during this time when the defense has said he was having a deteriorating mental state. So remember, again, this was late June that he signed up for this motorcycle class and did it online using, by the way, the same MasterCard and the same email that was used to purchase many of the items used in the shooting. So could this have related somehow more directly to the shooting? We don't know that yet. They did keep the motorcycle riding teacher on subpoena, so he could be called back later for a future foundation, Edson said. Let's see, Iceman was asking on another subject if dispatchers might have to testify in this case. And I would strongly suspect that that is the case. We've heard several 911 calls, and I would suspect that it is likely for us to hear from the people who are on the other end of those calls. We heard even Kelly Bowen saying that there were so many calls that the line was busy when she tried to dial 911 on her way out of the theater. So with two and a half minutes left in this break, there was one last question from Amanda, and I'm sorry that I don't have a picture of this, but you may have noticed during that exchange with Jacob Edson, the prosecuting attorney, and the motorcycle teacher, the motorcycle riding school owner, that there was all the objections, and Daniel King kept standing up to object, and they were a series of bench conferences, and after one of the bench conferences, Dan King walked around the back, and you may have noticed it underneath the banner on the bottom of your screen, that Dan King, with his red hair, leaned over to talk to George Brockler, the district attorney, with his bright blonde hair. And you may have noticed the back of their heads conversing, and Amanda asked, why? And the truth is we don't know precisely why what was said. We do know that George Brockler is the reigning man on the prosecuting team, and Dan King is one of the two in charge. He might be the highest ranking as far as his job title goes from the defense team. And he was, the two had a conference after Dan King explained what was going on in the theater. If you don't mind for a second, I'll try to pull up Edson's credentials here for just a moment. Edson has an impressive number of credentials, actually. Forgive me, it's not in this document here. Well, he has several degrees. I remember researching him and being impressed that he has, I think it was 4 different degrees in psychology and in addition to his law degree, his JD. Now, hopefully within a minute away from court resuming. Let's see, we have a question here. I don't understand why, through the trial so far, all of the survivors have been allowed to have a diagram, but when Kelly Bowen did it, it was cumulative. That's from FMM on the Scribble Live chat. And that's an interesting question. I think the reason why they did that was because of what she was being asked to show, perhaps. I think I'll also point out that not all of the diagrams have been exactly the same as what was shown on the model, and perhaps that was why, or perhaps the defense team had a meeting over the weekend and got wise to the issue. I'm not sure about that. That's a good question. Let's see if there's anything else while we're hanging on here. Tim, yes, Jacob Edson is the attorney. I see your question here on YouTube, Tim. Jacob Edson is a prosecuting attorney. The gentleman who was questioning has been, as a pattern, questioning all of the witnesses involved with purchases made by the defendant. All right, let's see. It's 3:35 now. We should be having court resume any moment. Forgive me as I'm looking through for other questions. If you guys have any more, please send them on in since I'm stretching for time. The motorcycle course records could have been introduced. This is speculation from JT. I'll approve this comment now. Motorcycle course records could have been introduced to show yet another purchase with the name and credit card. Of course, the lesson and the boots would tie the purchases together, and the boots tie the purchase to the crime scene. And I think, JT, that that's true. We don't know yet when they wrap things up, and as we heard from, we heard from Rick Kornfeld last week, one of our legal analysts, that perhaps they won't tie everything together until the closing arguments, or perhaps there will be some summary witness called at some point to do that. But right now we're making a lot of these assumptions ourselves and tying things together, doing things like creating our theater map and our theater timeline for you, trying to put those things together. And in fact, while I'm stretching for time here, maybe I can pull up that timeline and talk about where this purchase fits in to the sequence of events that led prior to the shooting. Erica, if you go ahead and pull that up for me, I can try to scroll down. Of course, it's not letting me scroll. Come on, computer. Anyway, so as we page through here, we see purchases in the course of May, but if my notes were right, the purchases of the motorcycle course was June 23rd. So after the targets were purchased, and these were the targets that showed people printed on them, court is resuming, and so we'll return to this timeline at a later time.
People of the State of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. Let's bring the jury in,
Judge,
please.
before we bring the jury in, can I make one brief record?
Yes, go ahead.
Judge, people are at this time going to be requesting to recall Roger Eric Erickson for a limited purpose of foundation related to 10090B. The previous information was related to 1090A. This is for foundation for 1090B, which would then be additional, would have additional information from a secondary witness, somewhat related to one of the questions that was at the bench, Judge.
Okay, go ahead. Let's bring the jury in. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Mr. Edson, you may call your next witness.
People recall Roger Erickson.
Sir, I will remind you that you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Edson, you may proceed.
Sir, are you the Mr. Roger Erickson that just testified before the break here in this case?
I am.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to be handing you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 1090B. Sir, go ahead and take a look at People's Exhibit 1090B. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
What is that exhibit?
This is the student report and roster that I would have prepared to meet the requirements of the Colorado Department of Transportation.
Okay, so the June 2012 writing class that was related to Mr. Holmes, were you the instructor of that class?
No.
Did you maintain the records associated with that class and that particular student?
Yes.
Does that include People's Exhibit 1090B?
Yes.
Okay. How many pages are we looking at for People's Exhibit 1090B?
2 pages.
Okay. Look through it thoroughly and see
I'm
if
sorry,
there's-
3 pages.
Okay, did you get a chance to look through all 3 of those pages?
Yes, these are, yes, sir.
I also have before you People's Exhibit 1090A that you previously testified to. Do the exhibits contained with People's Exhibit 1090B, do they correspond to the same student, James Holmes, as People's Exhibit 1090A?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 1090B, were those records maintained the same way that you maintained People's Exhibit 1090A?
They would be maintained as normal course of business, but this is a combination of electronic and paper copies that we would maintain.
Okay, explain what the paper copies are versus the electronic copies.
The report itself is this would be a printout of an electronic copy that I would have forwarded to CDOT. Page 2 is a sign-in sheet that would have been maintained only as paper. Page 3 is a liability release that would be maintained only as paper.
But the ultimate individual who maintains all 3 of those documents, whether it's a paper or computerized or what have you, are you that individual?
I am.
Okay. The records in 1090B, are they stored in the same format that you previously testified to in 1090A as far as being computerized?
No.
Explain, please.
These pages 2 and 3 would be maintained only as paper copies in a file folder for that class state.
And who maintains that file folder?
I do.
Are you the only one that maintains that?
Yes.
Are you the custodian of record for that paper copies?
Yes.
Okay. All 3 of the documents contained within People's Exhibit 1090B, were they made and kept in the regular and ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Were they kept by you in the regular and ordinary course of business?
Yes.
When you were participating in the making of those records, were you acting in the regular and ordinary course of your business?
Yes.
Both the computer and the paper copies that you've just described to, both of those were the procedures used for the inputting the documentation were, to the best of your knowledge, are they accurate?
Yes.
The particular records contained within People's Exhibit 1090B, were the entries made within a reasonable time after the actual transaction involved?
Yes.
How do we know that?
The report, I can see the date that I would have put on it when I prepared it is July 3rd, which would be within the 30-day reporting period required by the Colorado Department of Transportation. Page 2, where the students sign in, that would have been done in class at the beginning of each day. Page 3, the liability release would have been completed at the beginning of day 1 before a student's allowed to touch a motorcycle.
The information that is contained within People's Exhibit 1090B, did you have knowledge of the events that are contained within the particular exhibit?
Yes.
What exactly is CDOT, just for the record?
Colorado Department of Transportation.
Is it part of your business to maintain records for purposes of the Colorado Department of Transportation?
Yes.
Does that include the records that we're talking about here in People's Exhibit 1090B?
Yes.
Judge, I would move for admission of People's Exhibit 1090B pursuant to 8036, as well as the People versus Marciano case. Court has previously identified in the record.
And Marciano is Marciano. Mr. King, is there any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. Should we approach?
Yes, please. Okay, the objection is sustained, but Mr. Esson, you may proceed as we discussed.
Sir, can I have you look at People's Exhibit 1090A? That's the one in front of you there. It's already been admitted. What is the date of the motorcycle riding class that Mr. Holmes was signed up for?
That would be June 23rd, 2012.
Moving back to People's Exhibit 1090B, the first page there, what is that page?
This is, it's labeled Colorado Department of Transportation, Office of Transportation Safety, Most Program Student Report and Roster.
Who created that page?
I did.
How did you create that page?
It would have originated with the information that each student input when they originally registered for a class. I would have downloaded that information into an Excel spreadsheet that then would have generated a report similar to this for the instructors to start their class with. They would have made corrections in pen and pencil and added the information such as the testing scores. Then that document comes back to me, and I go back to that original report that I gave the instructors or emailed to them, and I would have added the additional information that was handwritten on that sheet.
The first page of People's Exhibit 1090B, was information from 1090A used as part of the creation of the first page of 1090B?
Yes.
Explain for the court, please.
Again, I would have taken from the database kept on the server as part of my merchant account. I had a macro built where that information would download into an Excel spreadsheet that would then print on this form. I would then email or hand deliver that form to the instructors before the class.
So pages 2 and 3 of Exhibit B in front of you, was that used to create the first page, or was it 1090A that was used to create the first page?
The 90A.
Moving to People's Exhibit 1090B, the second page. Were you involved in the preparation of the second page of 1090B, the creation of that document?
All I would have done would have been to email the instructors a blank form.
Okay. The second page, that blank form, is it contained within the second page? I understand there may be additional information, but the blank form that you send to the instructors, is that contained in the second page?
Yes.
Is the second page a document that you provide to the actual instructors that are teaching the class?
Yes.
Is the second page, and again, we're referring to 1090B, is that second page used, to the best of your knowledge, by those instructors with the students?
Yes.
The third page of People's Exhibit 1090B, were you involved in the creation of that document?
This is a document that was provided by our insurance company, and then I provide it to the instructors.
Okay. Do you work with your insurance company related to that particular third page?
Yes.
Okay. Explain how you obtain that from your insurance company.
This is a standard liability release. They put the name of the company in the appropriate spot, and then they would send us 1,000 of them each year.
Okay.
And then the instructors would have the students read and sign it in the class.
That particular document, is that document kept in the normal and ordinary course of your business?
Yes.
I understand that you didn't write that document, you didn't create that document, but is that a document that you use regularly in your motorcycle operating classes?
Yes.
When you provide that third page, the release information, are you acting in the regular and routine course of your business?
Yes.
Do you add any additional information on that waiver, the
No.
third page?
No, the student adds their own personal information. We do not.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, are the procedures in making that document, are they accurate?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to again move for admission of 1090B. To the extent that additional foundation is required from an additional witness, we can certainly move down that route, and we'll do so.
Mr. King, is there any objection?
Yes, Judge.
All right, please approach. Mr. Edson, you may proceed.
Judge, we have no further questions at this time. We'd ask that this witness remain under subpoena.
Do you have any cross-examination at this time, Mr. King?
No additional cross-examination. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, the jury does not appear to have any questions. Sir, you're free to go for now, but you may be recalled, okay?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. All right. Call your next witness, please.
Catherine Streep.
Good afternoon. Could I have you raise your hand for me so that I can administer an oath, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and please spell your first, middle, and last names?
Catherine Elaine Strebe, Catherine. You said middle as well?
Yes, please.
ELAINESTREIB, as in boy.
Ms. Tisch-McGuire, you may proceed with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Strebe.
Hi.
Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes, I was.
Did that go into the early morning of July 20th, 2012?
Yes, it did.
How old were you at that time?
I was 16.
What do you remember about the day of July 19th?
It was a normal day. My family had gotten home from vacation, or 3 days before about, and I had gone to go get Qdoba with my mom when my friend Katie called me and asked me if I wanted to go to the Batman showing at midnight.
And what is your friend Katie's full name?
Catherine Senecal.
Did you and Miss Senecal go to the movies that night?
Yes, we did.
What time did you get to the movie theater?
We went to the movie theater and bought our tickets about 8, and then we went back and hung out for a couple hours, and then went back to the movie theater about 10:30ish.
What'd you do when you got to the movie theater?
We grabbed some food, some popcorn, and some sodas, and we went and sat down. We wanted to make sure we were there early because we knew that it was going to fill up fast because Batman was pretty popular.
What theater did you go into?
Theater 9.
What did you and Miss Senecal do while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
We were just sitting there texting. My friend Kellen said that he wanted to come, but he wasn't sure if he could get a seat, but there are a few open left in the theater. Besides that, we were just hanging out, waiting for it to start.
Where did you find seats in the theater that night?
It was actually towards the top of the theater, 5 or 6 rows from the top and a few rows in.
What happened during the movie that night?
We were watching the movie, and it was 15 minutes into the movie, and then we saw a canister fly towards the left-hand side of the room if I'm facing the screen.
So where did that canister start from if you're facing the movie theater screen?
If I'm facing the screen, then it started at the right-hand corner and flew across the...
What do you remember happening in the theater after you saw that canister?
There was a lot of popping, and I was really confused. I thought it was someone, setting off fireworks or something, because it was, you could smell a lot of smoke, and the sound was really loud, and then someone behind me kind of, yelled out, it's everybody get down. And so I got down between this couple to my left and Katie to my right, and I tried to get down as fast as possible, but there wasn't a whole lot of room, and so I wanted to make sure that I protected my head, so I was face down, and my back was still kind of up in the air a little bit.
So how far ahead was your backside up in the air?
It was pretty far. It was pretty cramped. Katie was flat on the floor, and I was squished in between the other people, so I was on my knees with my head down.
What do you recall happening after you got down?
It didn't seem like it was real. I kind of figured out what was happening because there was someone was yelling. It's there was a shooter in the theater, and then the man next to me started calling 911, and he was there's someone in the theater, they're shooting. It's
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
Justine.
After that man next to you made the 911 call, what else do you remember in the theater that night?
I tried to thank him for calling 911, and then I got shot.
So tell the jury about what happened when you got shot.
I just kind of screamed. I felt really bad because I just screamed in this man's ear as he's on the phone. And then I got really scared because I figured out, I knew I got shot somewhere in my lower back. And I was really worried that I wasn't going to be able to walk or anything because you hear horror stories about being shot like that. And I did marching band all through high school, so it was really important for me to be able to march in my senior year, and it was...
Ask your next question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. After you got shot, what did you feel? Did you feel any physical pain at that moment?
Yeah.
Describe for the jury what it felt like.
At first it kind of felt like a bee sting, but then it slowly got a lot hotter, and then it started to hurt a lot more, and it was not fun.
What'd you do after you got shot?
I kind of sat there for a while trying to figure out if I could move, and then someone said that there was an exit in the back of the theater, and I looked up, and the people to my left down the row were moving, but the people next to me, I tried to get them to move, and they weren't, so I had to turn around and crawl up a couple rows.
I'm going to stop you for 1 second. Could you hear anything in the theater during this time?
Yeah.
What could you hear?
I was sitting there, and you could hear bullets flying over the seats, and you could hear people like screaming out, and they were calling out, they were like, someone help me, or someone else would say like, I'm not leaving you, and they'd be like calling family members' names, or like.
Could you hear gunshots?
Yes.
Okay. At what point in time did the gunshots ever stop that you remember hearing in the theater?
It felt like they lasted a lot longer than they did, but it really didn't last that long, and all of a sudden it was like everything was over, and there were people like rushing out of the theater. There was still a lot of smoke, so it's like you could hear people like coughing.
Where were you in the theater when you remember that stopping, or where you remember not hearing any more gunshots?
I was still hunkered down behind the seats.
And that's when you don't remember hearing gunshots after that.
I'm sorry. We need a verbal answer to the question. I didn't hear the answer to the question.
I think you were too far away from the microphone and they didn't pick up that answer.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Did you at any time in the theater see a shooter?
No, I did not.
So the only thing you remember seeing is that canister flying across
Yes.
the theater, and hearing the bullets was past your ears. So how did you get out of the theater?
I had to turn around. Katie had left at that point, and I turned around, crawled up a couple rows, and I was able to stand up and go out of the back theater, and it was the back left. And I went out, and that's when Katie found me, and she was like, come on, we gotta leave.
And hearsay.
Sustained.
Sorry, Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1169.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Streeb, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with me and draw on that document where you recall you and Ms. Senecal sitting
Yes, I did.
in the theater? Does it fairly and accurately represent what you remember from the theater from July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move for the admission of that exhibit.
Is there any objection, Mr. King?
There is not, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, P-TR-1169 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you. If I could please have that exhibit. All right, now there's a mouse in front of you, Ms. Senecal. I'm going to see if it's working at this. Streeb, sorry. Just apologize. Catherine and Catherine. All right, okay. Could you show for the jury where you were seated in the theater on your diagram?
I was seated right about here next to Katie, the CS.
Right, so which one's you and which one's Katie?
I'm right here, and then Katie is to my left.
All right, could you please describe on that diagram where you saw that canister go across the theater?
I saw it start from the right-hand corner of the theater and fly that way, or the left-hand corner on this, and fly this direction.
All right, could you please describe for the jury how you were able to exit the theater?
I was down here, and I was able to crawl out of these seats, up a couple rows, and I stood up, went across here, and came out of this exit here.
What happened when you and Miss Senecal got out of the theater?
She was trying to rush me down the stairs. She was like, hurry, Katie, we got to get out of here. And I told her, I was like...
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
And to be clear for the jury, when you got out of this top exit, that top exit that you described for the jury, is there a balcony area at the top of that area?
Yes, there was. There was an area, it was a few feet wide, and then the stairs went down from there.
So without telling the jury about anything that you said or Miss Senecal said, what happened as you went down the stairs?
I wasn't able to go very far because I hurt so much, and I reached behind my back and showed Katie my hand, and it was covered in blood, and she was...
And without saying anything she said, so you noticed your hands were covered?
Yeah, my hands were covered, and she kind of freaked out a little bit, and her and some unknown person helped me down the stairs and out of the building.
What, were you able to get to a hospital that night?
Yes, I was.
Get there?
I was able to get out of the theater, and then I grabbed onto a light pole or a sign pole, and I told Katie to go get the car, and she ran and got the car, and then she pulled up, and she drove me to Aurora Medical Center.
What did you learn about your injuries when you were at the hospital?
I learned that it was a through and through gunshot wound. It started at high on my left buttocks cheek went to my tailbone, bounced off of that, and went out my right buttocks cheek.
Right? What did the doctors tell you about the path of that bullet?
They said it was really long and that it was a centimeter from hitting my colon and my uterus.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2049 and 2050.
Yes.
I have no objection to the admission of these exhibits, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, P-TR-2049 and 2050 are admitted and may be published.
Can I please have 2049? Ms. Streep, could you please describe for the jury who the picture of this is?
That is myself.
All right, is this you on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it is.
Can I please have 2050? All right, and what does this picture describe? If you could use that little arrow again on your mouse to show for the jury where your injury was.
This is my back, and then this would be down my leg, and this was the entrance wound on my left-hand side.
Right. And then the exit wound went all the way over to your right.
Mm-hmm.
No further questions at this time. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. King, do you have any cross-examination?
I do not, thank you.
All right. And the jury does not appear to have any questions. May Ms. Streep be released from her subpoena?
Please, Your Honor.
Without objection.
All right, thank you. Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
There are people called Dan Jensen, the stand.
Good afternoon. Could I have you raise your right hand for me, please, so that I can administer an oath? You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir, I do. Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Yes, my name is Daniel Michael Jensen, Daniel, Michael, Jensen.
Mr. Brockler, you may proceed with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, would you please tell us what you do for a living?
Currently I work for a liquor distributor, RNDC.
I didn't hear that either.
Oh, I apologize. Currently I work for a liquor distributor. RNDC is the name of that company.
Now, back on July 19th, 20th of 2012, are you still working for that same employer?
No, sir.
Who were you working for?
I was working for Cinemark, which is Century 16 movie theater.
Were you an employee of Cinemark and at the theater at the time the events that we're here to talk about took place?
Yes, sir.
How long total had you been employed by Cinemark?
I had started for Cinemark in September of 2010.
Back on July the 19th, 20th of 2012, did you have a special title or assignment?
Yeah, I was an assistant manager at the time, and that evening I was the floor manager.
What is a floor manager?
The floor manager is in charge of all the employees that are on floor, and what those employees do is they, clean up trash after the movies are over, clean up the hallways, bathrooms, that sort of thing. So my job was to monitor them, help them out if they needed help, run their breaks, that sort of thing.
In terms of a chain of command, were there other managers like you on duty at that time?
There were other assistant managers responsible for other things working at that time.
And who was above you to report any issues to?
My general manager was working at that time. His name is Nathan Crowdis.
Now, would you be able to help us understand the layout of the theater as it existed back on July the 19th and 20th of 2012?
Yeah, absolutely.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Hey, sir, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Exhibits 2051, 2052, 2053, 2103, 2057, 2055, 2056, 2060, 2061, and 2062. Would you take a look at those, please? And when you're done reviewing them, would you look up and let me know you're done?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Do you recognize what's contained in all those photos?
Yes, I do.
Now, do those, by the way, what is it? What's contained in? And I don't want you to go through each individual one at the moment, but what are those pictures of?
The movie theater outside and inside as well.
Now, each of those photographs, do they capture sort of a different aspect or angle of the theater that will help us tell the story of what took place that night?
That's correct, yes.
Each of those exhibits, do they fairly and accurately capture the layout of the theater and what it looked like back on July the 19th and 20th of 2012?
Yes, sir.
Now, the outside photos I've noticed look like they were taken in the daytime. Is that fair?
Yes, sir, that's fair.
Other than that, do those photos fairly portray the outside of the theater and how the parking lot is sort of laid out in different aspects?
Yes, sir.
All right, at this time, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
I'm going to move for the admission of, can I just say all the exhibits into evidence, Your Honor? Do you want me to go through each number?
You can just say all the exhibits that you submitted the witness into evidence.
All the exhibits that I submitted to the witness into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-2051, 2052, 2053, 2103, 2057, 2055, 2056, 2060, 2061, and 2062 are admitted and may be published.
Here's what I'd like to do, sir. I want to talk us through each of those photographs, and for the ones that are on the outside of the theater, I'd like to intersperse those with an already admitted exhibit of People's 4740, probably, and have you tell us how that picture relates to the overall satellite photo. So let's, hang on one sec, let's start there. With the court's permission, I'd like to proceed that way and to just intermittently republish 4740 to help describe where all this fits in.
That's fine.
Can you put up 4740 for me? All right. This has previously been admitted as People's 4740. Do you recognize this as the theater we're about to talk about?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, with this up on the screen, take a look at the first picture down there. Tell us what exhibit number it is and tell us what it's a picture of.
It is 2051.
Ma'am, would you please publish 2051 for us?
And yes.
All right. What is this?
That's the front entrance of the movie theater.
Now, if you're going to go see a movie back on July the 19th and 20th of 2012, in your experience, is there any other lawful way to get into that theater other than through the front here?
No, sir. Those are the only entrance doors.
All right. Ma'am, would you put up 4740 again? Can you use our stick, please, and just stand up if you would, and just indicate, we're not going to need the microphone for this, just indicate where that is. Okay, thank you. And you have indicated with the stick, for the record, go ahead, sir, and have a seat. And you have indicated kind of the upper left quadrant of that building as it's towards the upper top of the picture. All right, tell us about the next photograph in order.
Be 2052. and that would be the right front of the movie theater.
Now, so that when you say right front, and thank you for publishing 2052, ma'am, we can see it's just to the right. What is that entrance/exit, that opening there that we see?
Yes, those are glass exit doors. Those are exit only. You can't enter through those doors.
What theaters would funnel an exit out through that?
At that time, it would have been any of the auditoriums on that side, so 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Okay, thank you. Can we get 20, what's the next one, sir?
2053.
2053, thank you. Again, this is the other side of that entrance. Do we see a mirror image entrance on there?
That's correct.
And it seems like it's blocked by a tree, but does that serve the same purpose?
Absolutely.
Different theaters are serviced by that?
Correct.
Which ones would those be?
That would have been 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Okay. What's the next picture you have, sir?
2103.
Can we get 2103, ma'am? All right, this particular picture right here, and I think we're getting the feel of it here. Can you go back to 4740? And sir, would you stand up with the high-speed stick and show us which corner of the building that angle is taken from?
Yes.
Or of? Thank you. And you're indicating the very tippy-top tip of that building at the top of Exhibit 4740. Thank you, sir. The next photograph that you have there, sir, is that the interior portion of the theater?
2057, and yes.
Without publishing that first, let me approach, if I could, Your Honor, with 1212.
Yes.
Take a look at that Exhibit 1212. What does that appear to you to be?
It would be a overhead architectural type layout of the building.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of how that theater was laid out back on July the 19th and 20th of 2012?
That's correct.
Would it also help us to understand how these pictures fit into the story that we're going to talk
Judge,
about?
I'm going to object to relevance.
The question was, would it help us to understand how the pictures fit into the story that we're going to talk about? So the objection as to that question is overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes.
I'm going to move for the admission of 1212 into evidence, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Spengler, do you object to the admission of P-DR-1212?
I do. Can we approach?
Yes. Can I see that, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Exhibit P-TR-1212 is admitted, but counsel must proceed as we discussed at the bench. Mr. Brockler.
Thank you. Could you grab 1212 there? And can I have 1 second, Your Honor, if we were going to publish it?
Yeah. Hold on a second.
Having taken into consideration the conversation we had at the bench, Your Honor, at this point, could I publish this version of 1212 to the jury?
If it's consistent with what we talked about here, yes.
I believe it is.
Okay, you may.
And just for the record, Your Honor, would the court agree that that is consistent with what we discussed at the bench?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, do us a favor, and if you could talk to us about what we're looking at here.
Again, it's just kind of an overhead view of the entire theater. The numbers there represent the auditoriums. That's pretty much it.
Do me a favor. Would you grab the microphone that we have in, there it is. Yep. Yes, sir. You have to flick up on that thing. Huh? I like the stick. Can you turn that on and grab the stick? And if you would, first point out to the jury, and it may be obvious, but let's do this anyway. Point out the front of the theater that we looked at with those prior exhibits.
Okay, so this would be the front entrance right here.
Okay, we're going to end up talking about theaters number 9 and theaters number 8. Would you indicate for the jury where that is on 1212, please?
Yeah, so this would be auditorium 8 right here, and this would be auditorium 9 right here.
Now, for the record, and I know you've pointed to it, but so that it's taken down in words, you've indicated 2 rectangular theaters that are almost directly behind the front entrance through the lobby area. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's correct. This is the back of the building. So, again, entrance here, this is a lobby, 8 and 9.
And behind that wall there for 8 and 9, that's on the very top of People's 1212, what's back there?
Are you talking about right here?
Yes, sir.
There would be nothing really. There's parking spaces behind here. And then there's an exit right here that would take you, outside of that auditorium. Same with 8. There's an exit right here that would take you outside of that auditorium.
Okay, and while you're standing there, ma'am, would you put up 4740 real quick just to make sure? Could you point to us that back area that we just talked about and where the exit from theater number 9 would be?
Sure. So 9 would be about half of, right here. And then that exit would kind of be right in there, right in this area.
And you have pointed to something that looks like it is, like if you went from the bottom middle of the picture up to an outcropping of something sticking out of the back of the building.
Correct. So this would be a trash compactor right here.
Okay.
And then, again, just beyond that trash compactor is where that exit is.
While you're standing there, Your Honor, may I grab the exhibits that have been admitted?
Yes.
All right, can we have People's Exhibit 2057 published, please? Describe first what this area is, and then I'm going to put back 1212 and just have you indicate where that is.
Okay, so this would be the lobby. So the entryway would be, just directly in front of this, and then this is the theater lobby here. This would be the concession stand. And then you can actually see right here the entrance to Theater 9.
2 things. When you indicated the entrance to the building, you pointed to the left of the screen. Is that fair?
That's fair, yeah.
And when you indicated the entrance to Theater 9, you pointed to the right darkened area on the right side of this picture.
That's correct, right here.
All right, thank you. Can we get Exhibit 2056, please? All right, what are we looking at here? It looks similar, but a little bit different. What's different?
Correct, just a little different angle here, but this would be the box office where you would purchase tickets. Typically, these ropes would be set up for lines for people to wait in line and purchase tickets. Directly in front of you here, you have the entryway to Auditorium 9, and again, concession stand.
Could we get 2055, please? Now, again, similar, but a little bit different angle. What are we looking at here?
Correct, so again, just the box office here where you would purchase the tickets.
Where would someone go if they were going to use their Fandango purchased phone thingy?
Yeah, so tickets purchased in advance can be redeemed at the box office or typically right around this area. We would have this apparatus set up with a door person there carrying those tickets. So because you purchase your tickets in advance, you don't need to wait in line to purchase tickets up here. So you could take that directly to the door person, to this apparatus here, this computer, redeem your tickets, the tickets would print, and then they would let you through.
So that we're clear for the record too, when you say apparatus, you pointed to what looks to be like a little blue box on the lower left-handish corner of Exhibit 2055?
That's correct right here, yep.
Now look, we had previously seen a video of different people coming to the counter and then trying to access what was described as the Fandango ticket booth thing. Are there cameras visible in people's 2055 that would be the ones that captured that video?
I haven't seen the video, but I can tell you that there are cameras right here, here, and then not visible in this picture because of this little paper advertisement. There's another camera right here.
And where you've said here, here, and here, you've indicated 3 white things that are sticking down from the ceiling of that ticket booth?
Correct, with kind of a glass, smoky colored, thing protecting that camera.
Okay, thank you. Could we get 2060, please? All right, what are we looking at here?
So again, kind of the box office would have been right here, that previous picture that we just saw. This is just further down, concession stand here on the left, and then this doorway right here is the Theater 9 entrance.
Now we have seen some video of people in the concession stand area. Are there cameras around there that could capture such video?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you indicate for the jury where that is?
Correct. So there's the exact same type of cameras and setup as we saw in the previous picture. One here, one here, and one here, and then also another camera right here.
And when you've said right here, right here, right here, and right here, you have indicated these, again, white, I guess, smoky glass objects that are sticking down from the ceiling about 2/3 of the way from the bottom of the picture. Is that fair?
Yes.
Can we please have 2061, ma'am? All right, what's this now?
So this is the entrance to Theater 9. You can see it is labeled right there as well as on this marquee up here.
To be clear, these items that are off here to the left, that looks like some sort of industrial fan and some of these other things, were those there the night of July the 19th, morning of July 20th?
No, I mean, like, these are children's seats, so they would have been here, in the theater in general. It looks like they've been moved to prop this door open for whatever reason, but yeah, trash can, kid seats, top of that trash can, that's what this is, broom and dustpan. This is a rope to set up lines. But yes, this fan that you mentioned, never seen it until this picture.
Okay, and with the court's permission, could I have the witness approach the exhibit and just reorient us from this picture to this exhibit?
Yes.
Sir, could you approach this? And first off, if you would, take a look at it. And let me ask you, is this a fair and accurate representation of how Theater Number 9 looked back on the 19th and 20th of July, 2012?
And sir, if I could have you stand to the side.
Over here,
yeah. There you go. There you go.
So yes, this is a fairly accurate representation.
Other than that, there would have been walls here.
Yes, sir.
That we removed.
Yes.
Okay. Can you look at this exhibit number 2061 and see those doors you talked to us about there? Where are they? What do they feed into here on this model?
Okay, so for picture purposes, the door would have been on the back side of this model. That door would then take you to a hallway. That hallway is stashed under this model, so right here and also right here. That hallway would then take you to two other hallways, and represented here and over here as well. That would then allow you to be in this general area, and then you could pick your seats.
With the court's permission, I'd like to rotate this exhibit so they can see the back of it. Oh boy. Sir, come on over here if you would. Can you take a look on the back there? I didn't have you do that before. Does that look like what the entrance would look like if there were walls and stuff?
Again, the entryway for that would be, you know, I guess this is about right. This is a little wider.
Would you just step to the side for these folks
Yeah.
here and use your stick if you could? And
Sure.
I couldn't make it harder. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, so in this general area is where those doors would be located. Obviously, this is much wider, but...
Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead and head back towards there. And take a look at, if we could, ma'am, 2062. What is this now?
So this is looking down the hallway. So if we were moved back to the left here, would be where auditorium 9 is. So this is looking down further through that hallway. 16 is here. This right here, you can see the top marquee for theater 10, restrooms obviously. This is a hallway as well. This would take you to 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15.
If we continued down this hallway that we see in front of us and then took a right turn, would we end up going out those glass doors that you described on the right side of the entrance earlier?
Correct. So if you took a right turn here, to the left would be theater 14. You can actually kind of see it right here. A little further down that hallway would be theater 15. And then right there at the end of that hallway would be those glass doors.
And can we get 1212, ma'am? Take a look at 1212 again, and if you could, those pictures that we looked at of the lobby and the ticketing area and the special cameras and all that stuff, tell the jury where that is on this exhibit.
Okay, so this right here would have been the box office. Again, this is the lobby. The concession stand would be in this area. As you walk through here, right about here would be the entrance of auditorium number 9. And then the very last picture that we saw was an angle viewing down this hallway. And those glass doors that you mentioned at the end of that would be right here.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, sir. Would you go ahead and take a seat and you can take that. Now, if you could, sir, I want to ask you some specific questions about that evening. It was, as we've heard from a ton of people, it was the premiere of The Dark Knight Rises. Had you ever worked a premiere before?
Yes, I had.
How many do you think you've worked in your time leading up to that and since?
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance?
It's to put into perspective the different things that he observed and the steps that they took to get people in.
All right, overruled.
Sir, how many do you think you've worked?
It would be countless, honestly. Again, basically every Thursday night there would be a premiere of some sort of movie. So again, every week, essentially, that I worked there.
Are these types movies, and when I say these types, I mean like superhero movies, are they bigger than others or about the same? Was this one anticipated to be bigger or smaller?
Yeah, I would say that this one was anticipated to be larger.
Okay, in terms of what I say you like you're the person making these decisions, in terms of what the theater did to account for the volume of people it thought were coming, how many theaters did you designate to play this premiere?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so initially, if memory serves, we scheduled 2 shows. We had a 12:01 and a 12:05. And because of the way that the system works, we could essentially put a Dark Knight in every single one of these auditoriums if we needed to. That night in particular, we ended up having that movie in 5 auditoriums.
Do me a favor and I'm sorry, can you put 1212 back up, just so we know? There it is. Tell us what numbers of theaters you put The Dark Knight in that night.
Auditorium 1, 8, 9, 10, and 16.
Was there an order at which they were scheduled to start?
Yes, so Theater 8 would have been a 12:01 showing. Theater 9 would have been a 12:05 showing. And then from there, we then added shows, the more popular it got. So then at that point, we added a 12:10 in Theater 1, a 12:15 in Theater 16.
No, interject a relevance objection.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
And I believe it was on the 5th one, it would have been a 12:20, which was in Theater number 10.
Now, are those added after the different ones sell out? Is that how they become available?
Typically, that's how it is done. But like you said, with the anticipation of it being a little larger, we kind of, added probably more shows that we needed. We had some of those auditoriums not very full, but again, we thought we were going to be fairly busy, so we had a lot of show times.
Compared to
Your Honor, excuse me, may we approach briefly?
Yes.
Hey, sir, we were talking about the different times that the theaters were starting, and you seem to be looking down, and I know that you have that Exhibit 1212 in front of you. Are you reading off of something else?
No, it's just Exhibit 1212.
Is looking at the exhibit in the different theaters helping you to understand the times that were scheduled to start?
Yeah, it's just easier to look at it than it is to try to picture it in my brain.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes.
In this case, on this particular night of the 19th going into the morning of the 20th, this 12:05 showing for Theater 9, how would you describe how full Theater 9 was compared to the others that were scheduled to play this movie?
Theater 9 would have been about sold out. We had about 400 seats in there, give or take. So there would have been, the way that it works, we don't completely sell it down to 0. We leave roughly 10% of the seats open. So I think it's fair to say there'd be about 360 people in there.
Based on your experience, the tickets are sold for specific theaters?
That's correct.
Look, once someone goes to the ticket taker person, what steps are taken to make sure that a person only goes to the theater they're designated to, as opposed to they could pretty much go to any theater they wanted?
Generally speaking, that's not a huge problem, but the ticket number, the auditorium number is on the ticket. As we showed in some of those previous pictures, there are marquees as well as a sticker essentially above the auditorium. So it's pretty obvious, but in the event that someone can't find it, we could walk them over there if needed, but it's not typically an issue.
It's sort of what I was asking, but that just highlights how bad my question was.
Okay.
All right. Somebody wants to go to theater number 9, but their ticket says theater number 8. They give it to the ticket taker person. They get past them. What prevents them from saying, I'm going to 9 anyway?
Objection to the form of the question calls for speculation.
Overruled. Overruled as to both.
Go ahead, sir.
I I mean, we try to keep an eye out just for customer service, right, to make sure that that person does go to the right auditorium. But technically, nothing would really prevent them from going to the wrong auditorium. So if they purchased a ticket, for auditorium 8, they could have ended up in 9.
Well, let's talk about not only in your experience, but on this particular evening for a premiere, especially one that starts at midnight. What percentage of the attendees, is that the title you give them? People that come to watch the movie, or?
Yeah, just customers.
Customers. What percentage of the customers tend to be children?
Objection, Your Honor. 403, 401.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach on that?
Yes. All right, the objection is sustained. Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, we displayed a bunch of pictures before, and in those pictures there are different times than you have just described posted on those little digital movie marquee things for each theater. Can you explain that?
Yeah, in the pictures, the times were different because I assume those pictures were taken after the events of that evening. So those marquees above there are essentially connected to a computer. So the scheduling in that computer would push out those, labels, those times out to those marquees automatically the next day. So the times that you see there were the scheduled times for the day the picture was taken.
Okay, thank you. One other question I failed to ask you, and I'm not going to make you get up in the interest of time to do this. We have heard a lot of people describe this lower, can I move this exhibit?
Yes, you may.
This lower right-hand corner exit. Do you see what I'm pointing to here?
Yes.
On exhibit 1087 as an emergency exit. Is it an emergency exit?
No, that's not what it is. It's just a regular exit. It's just a courtesy exit for customers. There's no alarms on there. There's no posting that says, alarm will sound when exit. That's not what it's for. It's just an exit.
Does the door, is it designed to allow people to go in and out?
It is exit only. So once you exit out of that door, it closes automatically and latches, and there's no way to open it from the outside.
Is there even a handle on the other side?
No.
Okay, and this just dumps you out into the back of the theater where there's some parking spaces?
That's correct.
Thank you. I want to take you now to July the 19th, 2012, when you were on duty as the floor manager. You've already described sort of the flow of people and that it was, would you say it was pretty busy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Talk us through what you were doing when you first realized something unusual was taking place in the theater.
Well, at that time, I was in the office. I was in the manager's office, kind of actually packing up, getting ready to go. And then at that point, another manager had walked into the office. She was on her cell phone, and she said that someone's...
Counter hearsay confrontation.
Sustain as to hearsay. Rule 802.
So there's going to be a series of questions I ask you that you're going to be thinking, hey, somebody told me something. Just tell us somebody told you something without telling us the details, and then I'll ask you what you did in response. Is that fair?
Okay.
All right. So who were you talking to?
I was talking to another assistant manager. Her name was Brooke Graves.
Now, they said something to you, and what did you do as a result of what they told you?
I exited the office.
And where'd you go?
Right outside the office, and the office is that picture, one of those pictures that you showed was, I might have it.
May I approach?
Yes, you may.
Pick the one out that's going to help you describe what you're talking about.
So it'd be 2062.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so down that hallway, if you were to take a right, on the right side of that hallway is where the office is. So I exited the office and was standing right outside. Directly across from me is the employee break room. To the left is Theater 14. To the right is Theater 15. Anyway, so I exited the office, and at that point I saw some employees standing around in the hallway.
And then what?
At that point, people started coming out of Theater 15, and those people, as we discussed earlier, there's glass exit doors right next to 15. Those people were not heading that way. They were actually heading back towards, this picture, towards the lobby, towards the box office.
Is that weird?
No, it's not uncommon, right? If you're going to exit if something's happening, I think typically people's thought process is to go to the box office where they know there's people and kind of figure out what's going on.
So then what happened?
So at that point, I stopped those people from coming down the hallway because I knew that I had been told or, whatnot, that something was happening in Theater 9. So the problem is if they walk up to the box office, they would be walking past Theater 9, which we obviously didn't want. So I then directed those people out those glass exit doors.
After you start directing those people out into the parking lot, what happens?
At that point, I'm going to run over to 9, and then I see, we had a dark night in auditorium number 10, which you can actually see that auditorium in this picture. It is right behind the women's restroom there. People started to come out of that auditorium, and same situation. They wanted to come towards the box office.
Towards where this picture's taken.
Towards where the picture is taken, correct. So I did the same thing there. I directed all those people to those glass exit doors down that hallway.
Now, you say, and I started making my way towards Theater 9, like, given the information you had, that made any sense. Why were you doing that?
To investigate, I guess. I mean, right, I work there. I was curious.
Okay. So you stop the people from 10 going, you direct them again. What's next?
So at that point, I turned around from directing the people to head, towards 9, and I see people and smoke pouring out of the auditorium. And at that point, there was at least 3 police officers standing there.
Is it pouring out of that door that's in People's Exhibit 26? Which one is that?
Yeah, 2061.
2061. Is this the door that smoke's coming out of?
That's correct.
And what else is coming out of that door?
People.
And how are they coming out?
Quickly.
I'm going to interject with an objection. This is cumulative to a prior testimony of various first responders.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
So about to the left there, you see there's doors that leads to the kitchen of the concession stand. So that's a little behind that is where the police officers were standing. And again, coming out of that door was the smoke and the customers.
Okay. Was there one specific individual that you remember or that you helped more than another?
Yeah, so it was kind of crazy, right? And I see this gentleman kind of stumble out, so he's not running like everybody else. And he actually kind of stumbles into those doors.
Object with an objection. Can we approach?
Yes. The objection is overruled, but you must proceed with consistent with my instructions.
Yes, sir. Thank you. First off, do us a favor. Would you describe the characteristics of this person? What did he look like?
A little under 6 foot, maybe, African American gentleman, kind of heavy set.
And what did his injuries appear to you to be that you helped him with?
Well, at the point when he came out of the auditorium, I honestly didn't think he was injured. The way that he was stumbling around, I thought he was drunk. So I kind of thought, like, right, that's all we need right now is a drunk guy about to get trampled by all these people coming out. So I was about to approach him, but then he actually got himself up off of the wall and started to walk back out. So I said, okay, now he's going to be in the clear and exit. He then kind of stumbled over to the concession stand area and stopped again. So at this point, I approached him. I realized he needed some assistance. So I go up to him, I actually, put my hand on him and said, "Sir, are you okay?" At that point, he looked over at me, and he had blood coming from his mouth and a wound in his shoulder where I had touched him. And I knew that because I had blood on my hand at that point. So as I told you before, there was cops standing right outside of Auditorium 9, and I started yelling at them like, "Hey, this guy needs help, this guy needs help." And a cop then did come over at that point and escort the gentleman out of the front door.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Sir, I should ask you this. During the time that all this stuff is happening, after you realize something's going on in Theater 9, are there alarms in the theater that have been activated?
Yes.
What do they look and sound like?
They're flashing white, and just kind of a siren, going off inside. It was a constant sound, if I remember correctly.
It's not an intermittent kind of siren, like a intermittent siren.
I guess it's the first and only time I've heard that, so I can't tell you specifically. I don't remember if it was a constant sound, or an intermittent sound. I unfortunately don't remember.
And once it was on through pretty much your entire time in the building?
Yes, for the rest of the time that I was in the building, those lights were flashing and that alarm was going off.
I don't have anything further for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Spengler, do you have any cross-examination?
No, I don't.
All right, and the jury does not, well, maybe the jury has a question, no? There may be a question. If you would give us a moment, please. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Mr. Jensen, the jury has submitted some questions that, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, I have found are appropriate. The first question is, where does the exit at the rear of theater number 9 let out? Was it in the pictures?
Yes, it was in the pictures. It just leads out to the back or the rear of the entire complex, out to a sidewalk, and a parking lot.
The next question is, was there anyone in the projection room the night of the shooting?
While it was happening, I'm not sure. I know that at one point I was in the projection room that night.
The next question is, who turned the lights on in the theater and when?
I don't know who turned the lights on. I will say that I attempted to go turn them on upstairs, but they had already been turned on at that point. But I don't know, who turned them on.
The next question is, the 3 police officers that you said were standing in the concession area, was it standard practice to have them there?
I would say, number one, I don't really make the security scheduling or decisions or hire those guys. I would also say that it wasn't typically necessary. Thursday night premieres, if you will, were normally for like...
Well, hold on. I think you've answered the question.
Okay. All right.
All right.
My apologies.
That's okay. The next question is, if you knew of a problem in number 9, why did they not? And you can only answer this question if you know. You cannot speculate about what they may have known.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
If you knew of a problem in number 9, why did they not?
I don't know who they is.
All right. Any follow-up questions, Mr. Brockler?
If I could, Your Honor. Sir, just because I want to clarify some of the things I think these questions got to, can I ask you, the time that you're in the booth, you're not in the booth when whatever took place in the theater took place in the theater. Is that fair?
Correct. I was not up there at that time.
And once a movie gets underway and it gets started, can that booth be left unattended while the movie just rolls through the rest of it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's all automated. So there's essentially a server that connects to a computer to each auditorium. And then, there's essentially a clock hooked up to it, and they automatically start. So to have a person up there on duty at all times is not necessary.
And the time that you were in the booth, was it before or after the events that took place in Theater 9?
It was after, I guess the tail end of during and after.
Okay, and you didn't see anything of the shooting and all that other stuff?
I didn't see, I saw people, but...
Relevance 403.
Sustained. So the question is, you didn't see the shooting?
Correct. I did not see the shooting itself, yes.
When you talked about trying to turn the lights on in the theater, was that before or after what you've described with the gentleman who had the blood on his back and spitting up the blood?
That was after.
Okay. The other question had to do with the 3 officers that were there. Do you normally have armed security there for these premieres at the theater?
Again, typically no. It's just hasn't really been necessary.
So when you describe these 3 individuals that were there that you then turned the hurt guy over to, had they been there before the incident that took place in Theater 9?
They were first responders, so I'm assuming someone obviously put a phone call out to the police. And so those were people responding to that call.
Okay, so they're not just standing around the lobby?
They weren't just there, no.
Okay, nothing further on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Spengler, do you have any follow-up questions?
No, I don't.
May this witness be released from his subpoena, Mr. Brockler?
Yes, sir.
Is there any objection, Ms. Spengler?
No.
All right, sir, thank you. All right, members of the jury, it's about 17 minutes after 5, and I very much appreciate your patience. I know we went over a little bit. Please keep in mind that all the advisements that I have been giving you throughout the trial apply. Please make sure you follow each and every one of them. I know I've given them to you about 157 times. No, not quite that many, but quite a few times. So I'm just going to remind you of how important they are. So make sure you follow all of them tonight, okay? I'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:15. Thank you. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Please be seated, everyone. Let me follow up quickly on a couple of things. The last bench conference we had, there was an objection by Ms. Spengler to the questions of the last witness by Mr. Brockler related to the witness helping out an injured individual who was coming out of the theater. And I allowed the question with an instruction, and I didn't state the grounds for my ruling, given that it was past 5 o'clock. So I found that it was relevant under Rule 401 and Rule 402, and that it was admissible under Rule 403 because the probative value of the evidence was not substantially outweighed by any of the concerns that are listed in Rule 403. Yes, there has been testimony about that from possibly from the injured person. At least that's what Mr. Brockler believed, that the injured individual was somebody who testified last week, and certainly the description of the individual and the injuries by the witness are consistent with that belief. But this was testimony now coming from the person, the employee who helped the individual out, and it corroborates the individual's testimony, the injured individual's testimony. And so it goes to credibility, it goes to what happened that night, it goes to what this last witness did after he was informed that something had happened in theater number 9 or was happening in theater number 9. So it was probative of all those things. And I instructed Mr. Brockler not to dwell on it to avoid any concerns of unfair prejudice, and he followed my instruction and did not dwell on it, and the testimony was not graphic. It was brief, and so it was consistent with my instruction. In terms of Exhibit P-TR-1212, I admitted it, but required the prosecution to redact it, and that was at the prosecution's request or agreement to do that. So, Mr. Brockler, please make sure that exhibit is redacted.
Your Honor, I have a copy of the redacted 1212 if I could approach and substitute it with
Show it to Ms. Spengler, please. Make sure that she agrees that it's redacted appropriately. Ms. Spengler, without waiving your objection, do you agree that it's been redacted as we discussed at the bench?
I do.
All right, thank you. The last thing I wanted to say with respect to that exhibit, there was an additional objection that Ms. Spengler had made that I did not rule on. I think she made 3 objections. She made an objection under, actually 4. 1 to relevance under Rules 401 and 402, 1 under Rule 403, 1 under hearsay, and then the last one was that the witness, Mr. Jensen, was not the person who drew that diagram or that layout, and was not the person who prepared that layout. And so he did not have the foundation to testify about it. And I did not specifically rule on that last objection. He doesn't have to have been the person who drew it or who prepared it, as long as he can testify that it fairly and accurately represented the layout of the theater complex on or about July 19 or 20 of 2012, and he testified to that. So the foundation was appropriate, was properly established. And so under Rule 602, the objection as to lack of foundation is overruled. All right, in terms of Exhibit 999, P-TR-999, I watched it over the weekend. The parties had asked me to do that. I did that. So does anybody want to be heard on that? We'll start with the defense. Is there an objection to that exhibit, Ms. Brady?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, we would object to Exhibit 999 as cumulative. As the court has seen, the video is of first responders bringing patients to the hospital and unloading them. We've heard testimony from first responders that that's what occurred. We have seen photographs of patients once they got to the hospital. So this evidence really is cumulative and unnecessarily prejudicial. And we would object under Rule 401, 403, and Mr. Holmes's constitutional rights to due process and his constitutional rights under the Eighth Amendment.
All right, Mr. Orman, response.
Your Honor, we hear the term cumulative a lot as an objection, and I know that Your Honor often will make a ruling stating the actual standard, which is the relevance substantially outweighed by the needless presentation, I believe, I'm going by memory here, of unnecessarily cumulative evidence. The evidence here is relevant in that it shows actual injured victims in their state of pre-treatment injury, pre-cleaning off the blood injury, actually as they are being removed from the police cars, both marked cars and unmarked cars at the University Hospital, I'll call it ambulance bay, and I'm not sure if the medical personnel would call it that, but that's how I think of it. And you can see numerous police cars coming in, numerous victims that are injured. Looking at it, Your Honor, we can identify Michael White Jr., Michaela Hicks, Caleb Medley, Jessica Gowie. And there's more, and the video, it's hard to see sometimes who they are due to the lighting and so forth, but it shows the actual injuries. And sure, we've had officers say, yeah, I put people in cars. And sure, we've had officers say that I took them to University Hospital or Aurora South or Children's or whatever. This actually shows what those victims looked like in their injured state. It is the best evidence of that. It shows the way that the medical personnel responded and helped them into the hospital. There is no better evidence of this, Your Honor. And there is no other photograph or video of this step in the process. There is actually, Your Honor, to my knowledge, no other photo or video that actually shows the procedure that the police utilized in using their own police cars to take victims from the scene of the murders to the hospital. So it shows things, Your Honor, that we don't already have. Your Honor said last week, I believe, that the defendant is entitled to a fair trial, but not a sanitized trial. And yet, sure, it's gory stuff, Your Honor. It's not fun to look at. Nothing in this case is, but that is not unduly prejudicial, and it's not needlessly cumulative. So I would ask that, I'm not asking the court find it's admitted at this point, because I need to lay a foundation, and that was the whole reason I asked the court to look at this, because the person who worked for CU as their director of security for and I say CU, the hospital, different legal entity technically, he's moved to a different state. I have to fly him in. That's why I wanted the court to rule on this type of objection. Obviously, I still need to lay a foundation with this guy.
Are there any folks in the video that you cannot identify? And when I say folks, I mean people who are injured and who were brought to the hospital.
Well, Your Honor, I mean, I can tell you the ones that I can look at and we can say, yeah, that's who that is. Some of them, it's not all that clear who they are because of the way the video is. It's not a very high quality video. So, I don't know that the police could say, yeah, this is that person or the other. We haven't shown it to them for that purpose. So I can tell you who we believe is in it, and there are others.
Tell me again who you believe the video depicts.
Michael White Jr., Michaela Hicks, Caleb Medley, and Jessica Gowie, at least.
And you admit that you'll have pictures of injuries of these folks, but you're saying that what's different about this surveillance video, at least in part, is that it shows the injuries before they were treated. Is that correct?
Before they were treated, before they were placed in beds in the hospital. You know, these photographs that we have show them in the hospital. Some of them might be, you know, before they go into a surgery or something like that. But before there's any type of real formal medical intervention, it shows them literally getting out of the police cars, sometimes on foot, sometimes they're ambulatory, sometimes, so I think at least one in a wheelchair, and there's a couple that get put in what I'll call a gurney, and I don't know if that's the correct term. So it shows them before any of that stuff happened inside the hospital building.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Brady, I'll give you the last word.
Judge, again, this is information that is not disputed. We did not cross-examine the first responders about taking them to the hospital. There's been a number of police officers testify to the procedure, describe it in detail. Again, multiple pictures of the injuries, undisputed. And I know that Mr. Orman doesn't like it when we say undisputed, but I think it's relevant when the court is deciding whether something becomes cumulative. If something is not in dispute, it should not be presented in multiple ways. We now have that information in two separate ways, first responders and from photographs of victims and what I anticipate to be medical personnel and in other ways. Having this video simply is not necessary to establish something that is not being disputed. And as a result, it's becoming prejudicial to show it in that many ways unnecessarily. And it violates Mr. Holmes's constitutional rights in this capital case, and we continue to object to it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to sleep on it. It's been a long day. It's 5:30, and I'll give you my ruling tomorrow. Okay? All right, the court will be in recess. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.
Judge, I'm sorry, can I bring up one last thing?
Yeah.
People's Exhibit 1090B was not admitted by the court. Does the court want me to take that back, or do you want it marked as a court exhibit?
Well, it sounded like you might try to establish additional foundation, so why don't you take it back for now? All right, thank you. All right, the court will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Ferrugia in the 7 Newsroom, and we've just finished up with day 14 of the Aurora theater shooting trial, beginning the 4th week of the trial. We were just listening to the prosecution and defense argue over some footage, obviously surveillance footage or video footage from the hospital where many of the police cars from the Aurora Police Department were bringing victims of the shooting. And the defense saying, of course, this is prejudicial. You can't show this. It's inflammatory. It violates the rights of James Holmes, the defendant. The prosecution saying, no, this is the only video that we have of actual victims before they were in the hospital, before their wounds were addressed. And people need to see this. The jury needs to see this. So the judge says he's going to sleep on that. And that was the last thing we heard. Before that, a former employee, the actual floor manager of the theater, a man named Dan Jensen, who talked about how he helped a victim who was coming out the theater door. He talked about the smoke protruding from the door. He talked about the first responders coming in. Pretty much all of the things we've heard before, but reinforced, and as the prosecution has talked about, making it valid, making it credible testimony from others and validating that. We also heard from several victims today, and it's really interesting. The prosecution has continued to really unfold this trial in a way that the jury would find interesting. And I think presentation, of course, is one of the real issues in a criminal trial. You can't bore people to death with lots of details because the jury will zone out. The jury simply will not stay with you if you're going into a lot of technical details. So the prosecution has been very good in this trial of going into technical details, but then interspersing that with victims, with the stories of victims. The narrative comes back to the victims. The narrative comes back to what the defendant actually did, to the murders themselves. And we heard from several victims today. Louis Duran, he was shot. He was almost killed A bullet just grazed his head, but he was also shot in the right arm. He was there at the theater with Ryan Lumba. He was shot in the abdomen. He could have died. He was very, very seriously injured. He blacked out. He woke up several days later in the hospital. We heard his testimony. We also heard Kelly Bowen. She was a survivor. She was not shot, but she was in the rush of trying to get out of the theater. She was thrown into the seat. She hurt her back. She talked about the chaos that was going on during the shooting. And we also heard today from a King Soopers manager, and this is really more of foundational information, but you might call it TikTok or the kind of granular part of this presentation. King Soopers manager identified the ingredients of different things that James Holmes purchased at King Soopers. They had the receipts, of course, from all of the things he purchased, and in that he used some of this material for his booby traps at the apartments, which everyone had to, or the police and fire and bomb squad had to defuse, such things as motor oil, styrofoam cups, and so on. So we really went through some kind of wrap-up of witness statements, but also then the technical things that the prosecutors needed to build, and they keep building layer after layer after layer, trying to prove and show the jury that James Holmes was certainly not insane during this period. He might have been mentally ill, but he had the wherewithal to purchase things, to go to the grocery store, to be a really meticulous person in kind of building this crime, both at his apartment, trying to blow up his apartment, and in murdering all of the people and injuring all the people at the Aurora Theater. I'm going to call in now Dan Recht, our legal analyst. And Dan, there are a couple of things in the trial today which many of us lay people who are not lawyers really don't understand so well. We keep hearing a lot about 602, Rule 602 objections. And in this case, I don't know if you've heard a lot of this, but we're talking about a survivor who was on the stand, and the survivor was asked questions and would go into kind of the feelings that he thought that the gunman had. He talked about how he was determined or observing us and so on. And he talked about speculation. What's a 602 and why was that objected to?
Well, 602 is a rule of evidence, and it simply says that the witness has to have personal knowledge of what they are testifying to. So it makes sense that that objection was being used. So, for example, as I understand it, during the trial, the witness was wanting to say the shooter was determined, and that raises the question, well, how does the witness know that the shooter was determined? You can't just speculate about things. You have to have personal knowledge about things. Hence the objection under Rule 602, lack of personal knowledge, and it's not surprising the judge would sustain some of those objections.
Also, we had an objection today for cumulative material. A female victim talked about a model of theater. She talked about actually pointing to different things in the theater. And then basically where she saw the shooter, then they wanted to, it looked like, submit her own diagram or a diagram that she had not actually drawn herself. There was an objection sustained. What was the issue there?
Well, let's look at this a little more simply, because it's a rule of evidence that when you understand it makes sense. So let's take that very scenario, the inside of the movie theater. It would be cumulative. It would be trying to get the same evidence into evidence in various different ways, but the same evidence. If, for example, the prosecution first showed the juror a model, then showed the juror a diagram, then showed the juror a photograph, then asked the juror to say what it was verbally. Eventually, that becomes cumulative because it's all the same evidence presented in a different way, and the rules of evidence are clear. You can't use cumulative evidence, and that makes some sense. I mean, the judge wants to move this along, so even significant parts of testimony, you can't keep admitting them. At some point, there's going to be an objection, and that objection is going to be sustained because it's cumulative. The jury already knows about that.
All right, Dan, one last question. Just at the very end here, with the jury out of the room, we we heard the prosecution and defense sparring over this video that shows the police cars coming into what was described as the ambulance bay. These victims, as the prosecutor talked about, covered with blood, really the raw footage of what they looked like before they got to the hospital, before they got to the operating room, before they got in their hospital beds. There was also an objection there saying it's violating Mr. Holmes' constitutional rights, it's prejudicial, it's cumulative. We just don't need to see any more of this because, in fact, everyone knows what happens, and we're not disputing that that happened. We've heard testimony that from police that they took victims to the hospital. Why do we need this? The judge said he's going to sleep on it and decide tomorrow. What's the issue here? What does the judge have to consider here?
Yeah, I mean, this is a classic problem for judges, and it's no surprise that he wants to sleep on it. On the one hand, the defense has a legitimate objection that the prejudicial value of that raw, difficult footage outweighs the probative value, meaning the defense has admitted that these things happened, so what is it being offered for? The limited probative value is way outweighed, they say, by the prejudicial value because it has a tendency to inflame the passions of the jury, and that kind of raw footage, in fact, does that. The prosecution says, yes, but the jury needs to understand the whole picture, and they can't without these videos.
Is it that the defense here also, as we're moving forward, every day, each one of these objections, each one of these issues, is the defense also laying the groundwork for a possible appeal at the end by saying, you see, we told you over and over again this was, we objected to this because we think it's prejudicial. Is it laying a groundwork as they go along?
Well, it probably is, but that is just one of the strategies. I mean, the other is to say to the judge, frankly, and I understand the judge is granting some of these motions, Judge, you can't let in the same cumulative evidence over and over, and the judge is agreeing with some and not agreeing with others, and it's unfair and prejudicial. And so, yes, they're trying to get the judge to limit the evidence, and yes, if the judge doesn't, they're creating a record on appeal where they can say to the Court of Appeals, this was just unfair. Time and again, the judge overruled our objections and let in this evidence that shouldn't have been let in.
All right, Dan.
And lastly, let me just say, John, and this is important, if you don't object, if you don't do a simultaneous objection to evidence, you lose your right to discuss that on appeal. So the defense, in a sense, has to do that to preserve any issue on appeal.
Absolutely. Okay, Dan Reck, thank you very much. And thank all of you for tuning in again today. I'm John Ferrugia in the 7 Newsroom. We'll be back here tomorrow with day 15 and this second day in the 4th week of the Aurora